So I may have just spent about 120 plus hours making the 6-hour video that I don't know if anyone is gonna watch, just to try and prove that Yearn is actually the main character of Fangs of Fortune and the eventual canon love interest of Yuanzhao, in an attempt to make myself feel better and like I'm not crazy, and I think it might just end up proving the opposite. I guess we'll have to wait to find out. 大家好, hi guys, it's Janae and welcome back to my channel. I think the title hopefully gives away what this video is going to be about today. So, you might not know, but I reacted to Fangs of Fortune over on Patreon and membership, and I am indeed convinced that Fangs of Fortune is actually a censored BL. An original one at that, and not just a bromance a la Mysterious Lotus Casebook or the Lost Tune reboot. I promise I do know the difference. Yeah, I can't really tell you what the steps were between me feeling like that and deciding that the correct response to that revelation was to make an absurdly long video to try and convince other people that I am indeed not insane. The amount of fear I feel over no one watching this video is kind of unreal, but I kind of just decided I wanted to do this as my passion project video for the year. So I hope anyone who does tune in, that you will enjoy it. If you were a fan of Yuanzhao and Yearn's romance and want to leave it just as is, this unfortunately is definitely not the video for you, unless you kind of want to stick around and hear what I have to say about it. So that being said, if you maybe for some reason were hesitant to check out Fangs of Fortune because you'd heard about the great bromance, but you were hesitant of the fact that it very much seems to be marketed as a straight romance, hesitate no longer, because this video would not exist if I didn't think the ship was worth sailing for. That said, if you haven't watched the show, please watch it before watching this video, because there will be spoilers aplenty in this video. It's basically a spoiler-based video, if that's even a thing. First, I want to start with the summary that my drama list provides, which is, I think, one of the most well-known summaries for non-Chinese speaking viewers at least. During the Yearn era, the accidental death of the Baizi goddess, who governs the realms of humans and demons, causes the disappearance of the Baizi order, leading to chaos from rampant demon beasts. In response, the demon leader Yearn, disguised as Yuanzhao, volunteers to help form a demon hunting bureau. When Shao, suspicious of Yuanzhao, joins the bureau alongside her childhood friend Yearn, a skilled detective and swordsman, the aloof archer Pei Jing, and the timid doctor Bai Zhou. Together, they confront demon beasts from the classic mountains and seas and uncover the truth behind their violent actions. As they face great responsibilities and personal losses, both their friendship and the love between the top demon beast and the goddess overcome the challenges they face. And so, faced with the summary where Yearn and Yuanzhao are framed as the male and female lead respectively, as well as love interests and kind of the romantic goal of the story, and Yearn is grouped together with Pei Jing and Bai Zhou as secondary main characters, you might understand why I think one could feel a little bit misled, if not necessarily disappointed, by what is pitched in the summary versus what is the story that we end up receiving. So I spent way too long trying to figure out how to structure this video, and ultimately I decided that to make my case that Yearn and Yearn are the ultimate enemies to lovers, slow burn romance of the show as a whole, is to go episode by episode, focusing on the story that is specifically being told between Yearn and Yearn, with a decent amount of Yuanzhao thrown in as well, because I want to use her to contrast how she and Yearn are being paired off together versus how Yearn and Yearn are paired off together, and maybe also considering how I might have expected things to go between Yuanzhao and Yearn, were they the ultimate romance goal the way that the show leads me to expect at the start of things. And lastly, I will be leaving timestamps in the description so you can skip around as you see fit, or maybe, you know, fall in if you need to drop out of the video at some point and come back. But now, without further ado, let's get into episode 1. Apologies in advance for all the outfit changes that I'm probably going to be going through as we go through this video, but that's kind of what happens when you sit down to film what is estimated to be about a 6-hour video. I hope I'm wrong in that, but I don't know. Anyway, let's start with episode 1. So at the start of each episode, I am gonna be doing a general summary as well as an ending point for each episode, just so it's easier to keep track of where we are in the story. And episode 1 follows the introduction of Yearn, Yuanzhao, and Yearn, as well as ending off with the introduction to the water ghost bride case. Now, typically when it comes to the introduction of the male and female lead, in this case Yuanzhao and Yearn, I would generally expect that the actual introduction that we are given of them, or the first characterization that we see of them, would happen via their interaction or view of each other. So for example, spoiler, if you look at the start of The Blossoming Love, we have the two characters basically immediately be juxtaposed against each other, a devilish female lead versus a very pure male lead. It literally starts with them kissing each other, so first time we meet, it's them meeting each other as well. And then we find out their characterization via how both of them handle the situation. And alternatively, if you can't have that be the case, then I would generally expect some kind of demonstration by secondary characters who are close to each of the main characters to showcase how their goals and personalities and all of that are either complete opposites or just completely misaligned. So an example of this could be Love and Redemption, where we find out that while the female lead cannot feel emotions and is kind of alienated a little bit because of this, our male lead on the other hand feels emotions very strongly, but his sect looks down on it, and it is kind of something that could be severely punished if he's found to not be able to control his emotions. With that in mind, what we see in Fangs of Fortune is an immediate encounter between not Yuanzhao and Yearn, but instead between Yearn and Yearn. And if you want to be generous, you can maybe say that, you know, Yearn and Yuanzhao share very similar values and beliefs, so this could almost be a mirror of what Yuanzhao's encounter with Yearn would be like. And there is the added layer of, oh, Yearn and Yearn share a tragic past connection, but we found out later that Yuanzhao and Yearn might also share a somewhat tragic past connection. So in a sense, they're evenly matched there, even though the fact that we find out about Yearn's connection to Yearn first versus Yuanzhao's might put Yuanzhao at a little bit of a disadvantage. But what truly seals the deal for me here regarding the strength of this first introduction with Yearn and Yearn is the fact that Yearn and Yearn share matching false beliefs. So for anyone who is unfamiliar with the term of a false belief, this is basically a belief that the character holds at the start of the story that will either be disproven or proven as the story progresses, and will showcase their character arc, whether positive or negative. So the character arc for me was the first big flag, I guess you can say, as Yearn's false belief is immediately established as he wants/believes that he deserves to die and has given up on life. Because of that, I would have expected Yuanzhao to have an equally strong false belief to more or less counterbalance Yearn's. An example that I think could have maybe worked, considering what we know of her character, is something to the effect of life has to be held on to at all costs. But no such clear statement is made in the first episode regarding Yuanzhao's potential false belief. What we get instead is a very clearly defined character arc and false belief of Yearn's, which is that Yearn deserves to die and that Yearn genuinely wants to kill him. And to me, that basically makes them a perfect match for each other with regards to their false beliefs. And honestly, I was quite shocked upon rewatch to realize just how much of the first episode was used to build out the dynamic between Yearn and Yearn as opposed to Yuanzhao and Yearn. Yearn shows up at the bureau and his and Yearn's meeting start at about the 6-minute mark of the first episode, and then there's the battle and the post-battle interaction, whereas in contrast, Yuanzhao's first interaction with Yearn happens at the 32-minute mark roundabout. So when you look at it that way, the two main characters who have spent the majority of the first episode together building chemistry, conflict, and context is Yearn and Yearn. In an ordinary wuxia romance, I might have expected the interaction between Yearn and Yearn to happen as a flashback, be cut entirely, or just be told in a way that minimized this interaction or shortened it, so that there would be more screen time for Yuanzhao and Yearn's interaction. This would have also allowed the general introduction and perception of Yearn's character to happen through Yuanzhao's eyes instead of Yearn. Another contrasting thing to note with Yuanzhao and Yearn is how they are portrayed to view Yearn at the start. While Yearn's emotions are very clear and very negative at the start, which gives us a good potential image to contrast with later on in the show, Yuanzhao's is never as clear-cut. Even though she does seem to recognize Yearn when they first meet, her thoughts kind of remain a mystery, where she seems to be almost playful with him, though still feisty. And even when asked by the Chongwu camp about her feelings towards Yearn, she keeps it relatively vague and almost seems to put the Chongwu camp and Yearn on the same level of somewhat disgusted but tolerant. This causes the issue of us not having a very clear idea of how she feels about Yearn at the start, which means we don't have a strong image to contrast with later. I point this out because for me it did unbalance the dynamic between them quite a bit right from the jump. And the reason for it is because it kept Yuanzhao's character arc quite undefined, which is a very strange choice for me in a romance wuxia, because generally you will find that the character arc and the growth that you see within the romance is part and parcel with each other. Considering everything that we learn with regards to Yuanzhao and Yearn's backstory, I would have expected the revelations regarding that day 8 years ago to happen via Yuanzhao's situation and the reveal of that connection, rather than first having it happen through Yearn's, so that it could be more focused on Yuanzhao losing her mentor. If they had wanted to, they could have even maybe revealed to the audience that Yearn was the cause for her mentor's death, so that because the audience is in the know, it would be all the more tragic watching Yuanzhao fall in love with someone who is her mentor's killer, and knowing that that revelation is going to lead to a sense of betrayal later on. But instead, they decided to have Yuanzhao's loss only be slightly hinted at in the first episode, while Yearn's tragedy became the linchpin that connected and characterized both Yearn and Yearn at the start. One thing that I will note that I found quite refreshing was the fact that Yuanzhao definitely was not portrayed as a damsel in distress in this first episode, with the creators even going as far as to make Yearn be the one to save Yearn from Yuanzhao. That was so good. I really appreciated Yuanzhao's characterization in this first episode. But speaking about the damsel in distress topic, I have to admit you guys are probably gonna need something like a pin cushion, because I have a lot of notes, a lot of pins that we are gonna be putting in a virtual board to reference later. So yeah, just keep the trope of the damsel in distress in mind as our first pin. And speaking of tropes, for anyone who is unfamiliar with that term, let me just quickly define it. A commonly used device, element, or pattern that appears frequently in various forms of art. The first quote-unquote trope that I want to look at is the use of red versus blue. While the coloring isn't exclusive to romances, it is still very often seen in them, with examples like The Untamed, Word of Honor, The Blossoming Love, Love of the Divine Tree, and Feud, to name a few. However, though Yuanzhao does wear blue quite often, she is not, I would say, primarily associated with the color, and instead the very distinct color dynamic that we see right from the start of the show is between Yearn, blue, and Yearn, red. So now that I've hopefully laid some groundwork, I want to quickly go through some questionable quotes from episode 1 before we jump into episode 2. So please bear with me, because they were just too good to not somehow include in this essay. First, I'm bored, I want to have a drink with Shah. 2 is Yearn decided to compliment Yearn over his sword, and I know I shouldn't have phrased it that way, but I kind of couldn't resist. 3 is Jodarin, you're very rigorous. Like, 4, we have Yearn conceding to being called a monkey by Yearn, a nickname that Yuanzhao obviously later also uses, but the fact that it started with Yearn will always make me happy. And then 5, Yearn referring to himself as a gift as he asks Yearn if he's satisfied with the gift. 6, no matter how far away you stand, it's as if you're whispering right next to my ear. And 7, we have more talk about whispering as he says, I must whisper it to you. It must not be overheard. And now we have our first interlude, where I just want to take a moment to discuss the first of many of the OSTs that we have in the drama. I debated with myself on whether or not I wanted to include this, but I do feel that it reveals quite a lot, not only about the characters, but potentially about the intentions for the characters from the creators' perspective. And though I'm gonna put off the majority of the OST's analysis to closer to the end of the video, this one I felt was appropriate to include here at the beginning, because it is the battle song that we see between Yearn and Yearn in this first episode, and it is called Unintentional Big Dream. So quick disclaimer, the danger with this analysis is, number 1, I did not study poetry. I have not tried to unpack any form of poetry in quite a while. I'm working with the English translations that I was able to find online via Peachy Blossom's YouTube channel, and if I misinterpret something, the entire theory could come falling apart. So please obviously take everything that I'm saying with a grain of salt if that is not clear yet, but yeah, still wanted to give it my best shot. I forgot to mention, I unfortunately cannot play the audio for this, even though I would love to, because these OSTs are beautiful, and if you have not taken a chance to listen to them fully, highly encourage it. But if I were to play them, the $1 or $2 that I'm going to be making off of this would just disappear into thin air. So please bear with me, I'm so sorry. So the lyrics start off as follows. Unintentional big dream, the strings of righteousness break through the dawn. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, all sing my praises. Everything in spring, summer, autumn, and winter become empty. Unintentional big dream, everyone agrees on right and wrong. The 4 elements of mirror, flowers, water, and moon are empty. I hammer my rage into a blade. So that's the first lot. We have the first mention of justice being able to break through the night and basically bring about dawn/daylight. And then there's the quote of hammering my rage into a blade, as well as the clear distinction between white and black, right and wrong. And all of this kind of leads me to believe that this first bit of the song is more or less from Yearn's perspective. Also, as you will see later on, there's this idea that a flower is representative of affection or love of some form. And so I wonder if the implication of the four elements being empty, specifically focusing on the flowers, is maybe the idea that he has yet to find someone he feels a romantic affection for, and he still has a lot of growing to do. Then it follows, those who go with the flow become mortal, those who go against it become immortal. The road is wide enough for each to go his own way. I can't see through love, hate, or enmity, and the world is a vast expanse. What I find interesting is that the idea of love, hate, and enmity is all placed on the same level, as if they're all somehow connected, which part of me is like, all connected to Yearn ? But what I also found interesting is that even though there is the sense that becoming mortal or immortal neither is right or wrong, it's just kind of whichever choice you make, and that's up to you. But considering that we do later have Yearn essentially becoming immortal, it says to me a lot about his character that he became immortal because he decided to go against what was expected of him. I sat on the ground, and the mountains and deserts are the answer to my questions. Heaven and earth have no limits. Lend me the three veils of fire, its azure, its karma. Eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and mind, the five aggregates cover the world. The truth is that heaven and earth regard all things as stupid dogs and will chew up stubbornness without fighting back. Courage like flowing water, just for a moment, it's no longer me. Even if the road is rugged and the mountains are towering, it's me who's howling in the wind. Moving on to the next piece, I feel like we're about to dive into Yearn's perspective on things. So we have Unintentional Big Dream. The strings of righteousness break through the dawn. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, all sing my praises. Everything in spring, summer, autumn, and winter become empty. Unintentional big dream, I have a different definition of right and wrong. A person's pride is buried in the waters of the river, and the person sighs at the inaction of all men. I was born with talent, but gossip burns me. They say I'm the one who sowed the seeds. People who chase the sea are never afraid of being swallowed by it. Fate is tearing me apart as it forges me. So why do I think this part is specifically focused on Yearn is because it mentions the idea of gossip burning this person. Throughout a lot of the show, we will see Yearn be concerned over Yearn being affected by gossip negatively, and even from the start of the show, we do get the sense that Yearn lives by his own definitions of right and wrong, and he has a very clear moral compass. It's just that from the outside, people don't seem to understand him. It goes on, so the night is short-lived and the years are cold. If you are persistent enough, you can become Buddha, even if you're as hard as a rock. The hard-hearted are always tormented by the soft-hearted. Between heaven and earth, the years are wasted. I lament that all living beings are helpless. What really surprised me in this bit, and which again to me makes it feel like it's from Yearn's perspective, is the idea of the hard-hearted being tormented by the soft-hearted. I wonder if I can take this to mean that Yearn is tormented by Yearn? The demons in my heart are fighting each other. I close my eyes and see the empty mountains behind the misty rain. After life and death, the fire can't burn away the guilt. Awakening from a big dream, the autumn wind blows, and I look at the mighty heaven and earth. The long sighs of age are enemies of hostility. What I really want to focus on here is the idea that Yearn's guilt cannot be assuaged, and yet the hostility that he feels could potentially be calmed by the passing of time. Hidden worlds break the sky, becoming immortal, asking for immortality. Enter the sea and country. I am the one who stands between heaven and earth. Even if my soul is scattered and I must go through many challenges, I tread the mountains and rivers in cycles. Unintentional big dream. I have different definitions of right and wrong. The four elements of mirrors, flowers, water, and moon are empty. I hammer my rage into a blade. At the start, it almost seems like this is once again just a repetition of Yearn's sentiments, and yet we have the end of this going back to the first few stanzas that is, in my opinion, belonging to Yearn. So would that then mean this foreshadows that Yearn's views on things are gonna shift around? His definition of right and wrong are about to change. And it finishes off with unintentional big dream. A person's pride is buried in the waters of the river, and the person sighs at the inaction of all men. I was born with talent, but gossip burns me. They say I'm the one who sowed the seeds. People who chase the sea are never afraid of being swallowed by it. Fate is tearing me apart as it forges me. So the night is short-lived and the years are cold. Even if you cling to the rock enough, you can become a Buddha. The hard-hearted are always tormented by the soft-hearted. Between heaven and earth, the years are wasted. I lament that all living beings are helpless. So that was my attempt at quickly interpreting the first song that we have on our hands. Obviously, this one did not have too much to unpack, but I did kind of want to show you guys how I would be handling the rest of the OSTs moving forward, bar Yinglei and Paisajing and Paisahung's, because I don't think those are relevant for the purposes of this essay, and I wanted to try and cut out as much of the unnecessary things as possible. So unfortunately, those two had to go. But an interesting thing that I also just wanted to note is that this song, and it doesn't really mean anything, but I did find it interesting, is sung by the same artist who did the OSTs for Word of Honor and Justice in the Dark. He is quite a good actor in his own right, but also an amazing singer. So make of that what you will. But now, without further ado, let's get into episode 2. Now on to episode 2, which covers the recruitment of Baijiu and Paisajing and ends with the contract that demands they take their lives if they don't manage to settle the case in time. So episode 2 is kind of the episode of vows and contracts, and that being said, if there is a very important vow or contract, I would, number one, expect it to be between Yuanzhao and Yearn, and if for some reason their vow/contract can't be the only vow or contract in the show, then I would at the very least expect it to be the first one showcased, you know, the most prominent one, more or less. But instead, the first vow that is showcased not only in the episode but in the show as a whole is the vow between Yearn and Yearn. And not only is it the first to be showcased, but it also is one that underscores their potential character arcs and one of the most important emotional plot lines in the show as a whole, in my opinion, which is the question of, will Yearn be able to maintain his stated resolve to kill Yearn, and will Yearn still want to die by the end of this? Not only that, but this vow is linked with what is arguably the most important goal for the show, at least as far as stated intentions go, and that is kill me to ensure that no more malicious energy vessels are born in the future. So instead of this world important task being placed on Yuanzhao's shoulders, we have it placed on Yearn's. Then we are introduced to two pretty important pins, in my opinion, in relative succession. So the first is that it's very clear that the contract slash vow between Yearn and Yearn is willingly made. There is a big emphasis on the keenness, shall we say, of Yearn delivering on this, and the need that Yearn has for Yearn to follow through. And then more or less right after that, we have the meaning of Yearn's human name being established, which, just for anyone who for some reason might have forgotten, his human name is Yuanzhao. Yearn's human name was given to him by Zhao Wen'er's master, and it seems to be one that he shares with her brother. So the Yuanzhao in Yuanzhao, as far as I can tell, shares a meaning with boat. Unfortunately, I do kind of like say this under potential correction because my Mandarin is not the best at all. But a lot of the subtext that we are given and the character song for Yearn seems to bear this out, and I find this to be very important as boats become kind of a reoccurring mention within the show. And very much here we have Yearn mentioning that Wen'er basically told him, don't be a boat floating in the sea of bitterness. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but you should be able to see the actual quote right up here. So just as I mentioned that the boat is a reoccurring image that is used, the sea is another one, especially the idea of a bitter sea or a sea of sadness or so on. And I just found that to be quite an interesting choice because as far as other imagery goes, Yuanzhao is very often associated with the sea. In fact, the first time that we see a glimpse into her past, it is right next to that sea of bitterness. And every single time that we go back to said past, it maintains being that area, as well as at the end of the show, but we'll get to that later. So continuing this topic of Yuanzhao for a moment and the idea of the Bides of Goddess, Yearn mentions his goal to take care of the wilderness. So that very much gives us a sense of why he's here, why he's doing what he's doing. And it seems to be a goal that he and the Baidzi goddess as an entity share. Once again, the show ends up subverting my expectations in this moment because Yearn seems pretty emotional in this moment. He had one moment where he seems super emotional. Yuanzhao calls him out on it and makes light of his emotions, and then he plays emotional once more, and Yuanzhao actually seems to think like, oh crap, he's being serious. And I found that very interesting because I would have expected it to be the other way around, though I understand for kind of like the punchline purposes it was played the way it was played, but the fact that it was played for humor at all, I just found very strange because this is kind of the moment when Yearn reveals his need to protect the wilderness, where I would expect them to realize that they share a common goal. And if they have been kind of like enemy-ish, the way the show had more or less led us to believe in the first episode, then this might be a good first step, a good bonding moment of like, okay, we might not agree on a lot of things, but we do share this one goal. And instead it's played for laughs. It just felt like there was a missed opportunity to deepen their connection, and it also, to me, made it seem like Yuanzhao wasn't very emotionally on the same wavelength as Yearn, which honestly, it does feel like that pattern continues later on. Moving on to the next scene, we have Yuanzhao and Yearn in, I believe, Yearn's room having a discussion, and Yearn mentions that to him he feels like he lost his home 8 years ago. The building that they're in is a house, but it's not a home, more or less. And considering the fact that at least at the start of the show, and then again somewhat towards the end, Yearn seems to be framed as the secondary male lead. And I mention this because, considering the fact that Yearn is known to want a home, and that is a very big part of his character arc, I would expect the idea of someone giving him a home to either already be attached or later on become attached to Yuanzhao. And this is important because it goes back to the idea of the characters' personal growth coming from each other, and generally you would find that the secondary male lead or the love rival and the male lead share a similarity in this, where both of their emotional needs will be fulfilled by whatever the female lead represents, whereas the female lead will usually have her emotional needs not quite be met by the secondary male lead, but have them fully fulfilled by the male lead. So considering we didn't get any of that with Yearn and Yuanzhao, I would then at least maybe expect, since Yearn in this moment is framed as the secondary male lead, for Yearn's motivations on why he's joining the group to be connected to Yuanzhao, maybe to make sure that she's safe or to ensure that there's something he can help her with. But instead we get the confirmation, because of his discussion with Yearn in the cells, that he's going because of his doomed fate that he shares with Yearn. But let's not pay attention to how closely Yearn and Yearn's dynamic is already following the idea of star-crossed lovers. Anyway, once the group has actually been assembled, we get a shot of the group as a whole kind of like panning out, and I just found it very interesting to realize that throughout all the group shots in this moment, Yearn and Yearn are always paired together visually instead of Yearn and Yuanzhao. So you have 3 different instances of them being paired together visually, and I mentioned this because there is a lot of intentionality when it comes to character placement in these moments. You rarely have people just standing willy-nilly unless it's a very, very big crowd. And even then, the main cast will usually have fixed places. So that being said, I just found it very curious that Yearn was not closest to Yuanzhao, the person who arguably is the most tolerant of him in the group at this point. And maybe if they didn't want to do that, I would almost have expected him to be visually separated from them. So for example, perhaps Yearn standing here and the rest of the group slightly separated from him visually on this side, to kind of indicate the fact that he is disconnected from them. He doesn't feel quite part of the group yet. But that's not the visual messaging that we get at all. Now on to the questionable quotes for episode 2. We're still missing 2. As it happens, the 2 types of people I'm the worst at dealing with. One is a woman, one is a child. Yearn tells Yearn to trust him, and Yearn says, in your dreams, which, considering the show's obsession with dreams, is a choice. Now on to episode 3, we have the group genuinely starting their investigation into Yearn, and then the episode ends with the introduction of Yearn. I have a confession to make when it comes to Yearn, not only the fact that I'm attracted to him, which I don't think I'm the only one, but the fact that from the very get-go, I couldn't help but view Yearn as Yearn's ex. Even if he wasn't, it is made very clear even from the start that they share a very deep connection, kind of like best friends who betrayed each other type vibes. So just needed to put that out there before we fully get into this. Episode 3 is where Yearn and Yuanzhao finally sign their second contract. Obviously at this point we don't know there is a first contract, so For all intents and purposes, this could have been the first, especially the way that it's communicated to the viewer. And again, I just found it very interesting that they decided to have this instance be played quite whimsically. You can tell just by the music that is used in this moment that it doesn't seem to carry quite the same level of weight as the promise / vow that was made between Yearn and Yearn. Not only that, but we never see any backlash happening from the potential of Yearn harming people, which was one of the clauses in the contract and something that I would have expected them to be very concerned about in moments like the incident at Mount Kunlun. And the fact that it never comes back up does add to me feeling like the contract doesn't mean a whole lot. Something that is not massively significant but that I felt was still worth putting a pin in is the discussion of demons' standard of beauty, the idea that grey hair not only indicates great power but is seen as quite beautiful to demons. And Yearn states that demons are either powerful or weak, they aren't beautiful or ugly, all demons are ugly. So moving on from that, something that you may have heard of before if you are part of the writing world, shall we say, is the idea of the theme stated moment within a novel, movie or TV show. It is basically when the filmmakers spell out in more or less no uncertain terms what the show's main concept is that it's going to be dealing with. And I very much feel that we get at least one of the themes stated, and in my opinion arguably the most important one considering the name of the show. To me, this moment happens when the topic of Rini and dreams come up. Yuanzhao starts this by saying, "Good dreams are the reflection of our wishes. They're good, but they're like the moon in the lake that disappears when you touch it, so don't get obsessed with them." Yearn counters this by saying, "But most people in the world can never reach the real moon in their whole lives. For them, although the moon in the water is just an illusion, having it for just a moment can make them content enough. However, some people never rely on dreams. They're down to earth and work hard." Here, he's obviously talking about himself, but interestingly enough, the response that we get is quite telling to me. Baijiu interrupts this by saying, "Oh, like 小酌的人," which, why would the filmmakers decide to bring focus into Yearn in this moment if he were indeed just a secondary character? And to add to that, we find out that it's not just the extent of, oh, Baijiu seriously admires Yearn, so naturally he would say this. It's revealed that Yearn literally has not been able to dream since he was young. So instead of the theme of do we follow our dreams or do we take up responsibility being centered around Yuanzhao and Yearn's future conflicts and kind of like foreshadowing and hinting it, the foreshadowing and hinting more seem to lean towards Yearn and Yearn once again. This is very much emphasized in hindsight when we find out that Yearn's main reason for not wanting to dream was because he feared the dreams of becoming a demon, which, if you know where his character arc goes, is quite telling. I've been focusing a lot on Yearn in this moment. However, we do find out that Yearn in his own way was also susceptible to dreams and illusions because he used to have the truth eye, so he originally wouldn't have been fooled by Reni's dream magic, but now he no longer has it, which subtext-wise makes it seem like even Yearn is now susceptible to the power of dreams. We don't have any questionable quotes for episode 3, so let's just jump straight into episode 4. Episode 4 follows the group as they attempt to recover from Lilun's attack while still continuing to investigate the case with Renyi, and it ends with the start of Wenchao's nightmare. So before we truly dive into this episode, now that Lilun has actually been introduced, I just want to take a moment to address some things regarding his character. So we learn that Lilun is a pagoda tree demon, otherwise known as a ghost tree demon, and this is specifically a tree that is known to have a very intense root system, to the point that not only were they believed to attract malicious energy, but they were not typically built close to homes because people feared that the intense root system would ultimately damage the foundation of a home. A lot of this is just my speculation, but I found it interesting that the more I wrote, the more connections there were, and a lot of these coincidences seem to actually form a pattern. So during the confrontation with Lilun, we have the first instance of Yearn having to choose between Wenchao and Yichen. And I was shocked to realize how early on in the show this first instance occurred. And though Yearn does say, oh, he can't go because of a blood oath, I just found that to be a little bit of a strange justification. To be fair, it could be that Yearn just didn't want to let Wenchao know how important she was to him, but it did seem strange that he brought in the sense of obligation with staying with her instead of, oh, Yichen and the others can take care of themselves, I'm needed here. Something about that to me would have felt more romantic, but sure, he justifies it by saying he's staying because he has a blood oath with her. We have Lilun wanting to kill Wenchao because she's not the right choice for Yearn. Put a pin in that, because it's weirdly relevant later on, I feel. Everything in this world deserves the right match. She's a goddess without divine power. She doesn't deserve to stand next to you. And honestly, I half expected Yearn to counter that in some way. Maybe with Yearn saying something like, it's not your decision who I end up with. Anything to counter it, or at least defend Wenchao against this verbal onslaught, shall we say. But instead, we simply get silence from Yearn. He only responds once Wenchao is in physical danger, which, fair enough, please do. But yeah, the silence was very odd. And then, once Yearn and Wenchao escape Lilun, we're back, the group is back together. The first human-demon healing moment that we get, of which there are very few throughout the show, is again between Yearn and Yichen, and not Yearn and Wenchao. And not only is it done, but it's done by Yearn and Yichen holding hands, which I feel like if you really wanted to, if the director or creators were so inclined, they definitely could have found a non-physical way for that to happen. But they didn't. And side note, we're not even gonna mention the music that plays over it. Then once they are back at the bureau, Yearn, however jokingly, makes it clear that he views Wenchao as an outsider in his dynamic with Yichen? ? This entire scene I just found to be so strangely handled. If they want to sell us the story that the blurb at the start of all this was trying to sell us. I mean, surely if we're gonna want to paint Yearn as the jealous potential new love interest and Yichen as the going to be slighted in the future romantic rival of Yearn specifically, then why would you have Yearn attempting to not only dismiss Wenchao out of the situation, but instead of, I don't know, sitting down on the opposite side of Yichen, considering that Wenchao is sitting on this side, or, you know, being super passive aggressive and plopping himself down right in the middle between them to force separation of the two of them, No. He shoos Yuanzhao away so that he can sit, and he alone can sit next to Yearn. And then we get an unnecessarily intimate guiding of Yearn's meridians or chi or whatever it may be, as he teaches Yearn how to control water and turn it into ice. And again, it did not need to be as intimate as it was. That was very much a choice. And as if Yearn caressing Yearn's back as he teaches him a new trick with his sword. Sorry, that actually genuinely did not mean to, I didn't mean to have that come out that way. But anyway, putting that aside, we also have Yearn holding on to Yearn as he has a coughing fit. And obviously, in hindsight, we realize that, oh, it's because he saw Renee's skill on Yearn's clothing and he quickly wanted to grab it. But it's never actually confirmed that Yuanzhao is in on it. So her actions of physically dragging Yearn away from Yearn in that moment, while I originally thought was justified because she's like covering for Yearn, it's not justified. It's never confirmed or explained that that is what she's doing, which makes her actions just look like she's the one jealous of Yearn over Yearn instead of the other way around. Anyway, the episode ends with Renee revealing that Yearn asked for his help in sending Yuanzhao and the others into their dreams in an attempt to figure out what happened to the Baizi token, and we see that Yearn is completely unaffected by it. And then just one single questionable quote that we have for this episode from Yuanzhao right after Yearn finished caressing Yearn's back. Isn't that nice? Drink some herbal tea and calm down. Episode 5 delves into Yuanzhao and Pacey Jing's dreams, as well as giving us some of Renee's backstory before Li Lun attacks the group by the riverside at the end of the episode. As Yearn confronts Yearn, believing that he has betrayed the group, Yearn says that he's never lied to Yearn, he only lies to little girls. And even though I don't think this was the intention, this comment from Yearn drew my attention to how many times we've seen Yearn lie to Yuanzhao even by the 5th episode, which is quite the opposite to the trust that I would have expected to see being built between Yearn and Yuanzhao at this point. Not that I was expecting massive leaps and bounds of trust, but, you know, at least the start of something. So they try and wake Yuanzhao up using the Cloudlight Sword in the same way that they managed to wake Pacey Jing up, but unfortunately it's not successful. And off the cuff, I just realized that if the Cloudlight Sword could represent Yearn, that in a typical romance I would see as like a small indication of, oh, he's not the one for Yuanzhao because his sword, his protection, his light was not the thing that got her out of her dream. But we already know Yuanzhao and Yearn aren't meant for each other. Instead, Yearn enters her dream to try and help her escape it. And honestly, part of me wonders if a big motivation was because he was hoping to see what happened to the Baizi token once he did enter her dreams. But that being said, considering how much of the theme comes out in this first case, as well as the attention that is paid to highlighting the character arcs that we're going to be exploring for the rest of the show, I would have expected the first big emotional moment between Yuanzhao and Yearn to be here during this dream. If they had wanted to, they could have highlighted Yuanzhao's fear of dying in this moment, which would have then much later tied in very well with the revelation that she is poisoned and is terrified of dying. And that could have actually been such a compelling moment to have Yearn be forced to kill her, be put in the position that he is attempting to put Yearn in, and struggling with it because she herself is struggling with killing herself because of her fear of dying, and he is struggling because he loves her. But instead, he manages to kill her with surprising ease, and we do not get a reaction shot from him after he stabs her, which also lessens the potential emotional impact that this moment has, because we don't see the pain that stabbing her resulted in. All in all, Yuanzhao's entire nightmare has a runtime of about 4 minutes, which, if you genuinely wanted to focus in on her character and put some work in to develop the bond between her and Yearn, is a very short amount of time. With passaging down for the count because of the effect that Rennie's dream magic had on her body, we actually have a direct comparison in this moment that I didn't realize we had before, which is that when Yuanzhao tells Passaging about her dad drawing a character on her hand and how she held on to that and it helped her overcome her fears and face her nightmares in a sense. And it very much feels like it should be a mirror moment of how Yearn helped Yearn overcome his nightmares and fears, and yet the amount of emotional weight that is given to it puts a lot of the bonding that we see between Passaging and Yuanzhao, instead of giving us the backstory, the way that Yearn manages to characterize his bond with Yearn. And the reason why I found this to be an odd choice, even though I absolutely love the dynamic between Yuanzhao and Passaging, and I like that we had this bonding moment for them, is because it takes away from the emotional weight that we connect to Yuanzhao's character and the people in her past, which might have some knock-on effects later on when you try and call back to those characters and try to add emotional weight to Yuanzhao's feelings about said characters. I highlight this to once again emphasize that there are so many moments in the show where Yuanzhao's character is not as fleshed out as you would expect it to be, and especially when compared to Yearn's character, where her mention of her dad was a fleeting moment, only brought up to comfort Passaging. We will see an entire flashback regarding Yearn and Yearn's relationship in the next episode. A good way I can think of summing this up, and I go into this so much now because I want to pull back a little bit from having to keep bringing it up later on in the essay, is there is a rule in writing called show versus tell, and though the nuanced take of it is that both are equally as important, but you need to know when to utilize them, it's very much the case of people saying if you want things to be kind of noted but not take up too much time, tell. If you want things to have emotional weight and emotional impact, show. And I realized as I was making notes for this and rewatching things, when it came to Yuanzhao's character, most of what we see of her is told to us, versus when we go to Yearn's character, they take the time to show us. Rennie's revelation to Yearn about why Yearn is unaffected by his dream magic reignites Yearn's anger towards Yearn, and he directly ends up linking Yearn to the idea of his nightmares, going as far as to say, "My brother didn't want me to dream, but you killed them. You have imprisoned me in a nightmare for so many years." Yearn's response to this is quite telling to me, since he says, "When you kill me one day, you can wake up from this nightmare." We'll refer back to this in the next episode. For now, let's move on to Rennie's observation that humans and demons can never get along. While I would once again expect this to be in reference to Yuanzhao and Yearn and kind of showcasing them now to prove how much they will defy the statement later on, instead it's made very clear, considering the shot sequence, that this is referencing Yearn and Yearn, which makes the parallel that these words unintentionally draw in the next sentence quite strange. Yearn counters this by saying, "Really? Then why did you insist on being together with Miss Qi?" This is not, in my opinion, the only time that we see Yearn and Yearn specifically being paralleled with Rennie and Miss Qi, but those instances I will be talking about later on, so let's just put a pin in that. This is also the first time that we have the idea of animals/demons wanting shelter while humans want a home or want to return to their hometown is mentioned, and it's a question that will be continuously weighed throughout the show. Right before the end of the episode, Yearn makes his appearance in the body of Miss Qi, and here is where I have two things to note with regards to Yearn and Yearn's first encounter. First, we have Yearn and Yearn withstanding Yearn's attack together, which is a choice, and then you add on to it the fact that they are together on a boat in the middle of a river, which is a very romance coded, ironically, you know, word of honor and love of the divine tree as my witnesses, and maybe potentially there's an added layer of don't be a distant lonely boat in the middle of the ocean kind of vibe, but that part is questionable. Anyway, and then we have the second thing worth noting to me, which is that Yearn defends Yearn against Yearn while using the umbrella that Yearn has gifted him. It's not only very iconic, but considering once again the fact that Yearn is one of the main antagonists, this is a moment that I would have expected to be given to Yuanzhao and Yearn once more. And we're back for another questionable quote before we move on to the next episode. And this is when Yearn mentions that he recognizes Yearn's malicious energy when he had helped Rennie. "I didn't expect Xiaozhou Daren to be so familiar with my demonic energy." Episode 6 is where Yearn loses his immunity to dreams and is forced to overcome the fear that he was running from, and it ends off with the group discussing Yearn being under the control of malicious energy. Yearn demands to know why Yearn interfered in Yearn's attack on them, and Yearn basically says that taking a few hits for Yearn is no big deal since he won't die anyway. And for me, this was the first time where I noticed Yearn seeming not just uncomfortable with the idea of Yearn taking care of him, but also potentially conflicted by the idea of Yearn being injured because of him. The conversation with Yearn continues, and Yearn offers Yearn the chance to kill Yearn with Yearn's help, and yet Yearn doesn't take it. The amount of times that Yearn's morals are tested with regards to Yearn, and kind of that idea of a main character being tested in their loyalty to another character, is shocking to me. And again, I can't off the top of my head remember seeing a similar level of testing being done to try and break apart the relationship between Yuanzhao and Yearn, which is usually what you would expect to see in a romance wuxia. Instead, Yearn tries to take the opportunity to attack Yearn, And while Yearn and Yichen are trying to fight Yearn together, Yearn seizes the opportunity to remove Yichen's immunity to Rennie's dream illusions. With Yichen falling asleep as a result, we for the first time have the visual of him falling into the lake as he falls asleep. And this to me was the first time that we really had that connection between Yichen and water, but specifically Yichen and the lakes. Yichen's dream does a lot for his character building. One of the first things that we learn is about Yichen's fear of becoming an anomaly, of being shunned by people because they figured if he's working with demons, one day he will become one. Yichen's brother Yishen responds, "Maybe one day you'll meet someone you consider to be an anomaly. At that time, you will have to make a judgment. At that time, you'll need to make your own judgment. Your eyes lie, but your heart will tell you the answer." And maybe it's just me, but I feel like that is the kind of sentiment generally reserved for being shared between the male and female lead. You know, the kind of thing of, oh, you're a kindred spirit, you're my other half, you're my one exception. And I did double check this because I wanted to make sure, considering Yishen does go on to talk about companions in a plural sense, whether or not that initial statement was also regarding the companions as it seemed. But no, it specifically says 一个, which means that one person, that one exception. And for that reason, I want to put another pin in the statement. But Yishen is not done yet, and in his endless wisdom, he gives us this second gem. When Yishen asks him if he is sure that that will happen, he says, "One wing is hard to keep, with 2 wings you can soar." And all together now, let's put a pin in that. Anyway, we can never have nice things for too long, and the shift from dream into nightmare is super abrupt. Yichen's dream altercation with Yearn goes from only being contained in the dream to a physical altercation that he executes while asleep, but against the real Yearn. Yearn tries to wake Yichen up from this, but Lilun states that he's never dealt with his nightmares before. All these years he's never dreamed, so how can he tell what's a dream and what isn't? Now, obviously this is very true in the literal plot-related sense of things, but I think here is where I might be reading way too much into things. Like, obviously, we would not be here with a super long video essay if I wasn't reading a lot into things, but here especially so. However, if we were to take a metaphorical look into this, I feel it tells quite a different story from what it sounds like on the surface. Suddenly, through Lilun's words, it seems like not only is the death of his father and brother part of Yichen's nightmare, but having to kill Yearn might have just become a part of said nightmare. So something that Yichen previously thought was a dream of his, killing Yearn, something that he was almost aspiring to, is in actuality a nightmare for him. Which means, by extension to me, that only when he wakes up from the nightmare and can recognize the nightmare, killing Yearn, for what it truly is, will he maybe be able to set himself free and pursue a proper dream instead of continuing to live in said nightmare. For me, this is almost confirmed when we find out that Yichen himself doesn't actually blame Yearn or view Yearn as his nightmare. He comes to the realization that what he actually hates, what is actually his nightmare, is how cowardly he has been, and all of it being a manifestation of his own self-hatred. So here is the place where I think I might be reaching a lot, or even seeing things that aren't there, but in the same breath, I feel uncomfortable with the idea of anyone telling someone they cannot find representation in media where they see representation, even if that was not necessarily the initial intention of a show or a creator. So I just want to lay this out and you can make of it what you will. When Yearn stabs himself on Ichen's sword, we see basically a rainbow of colors as the camera pans around them. Might be an analogy of him not genuinely hating or fearing Yearn, but more so fearing the feelings that Yearn might be awakening in him and being too scared to face that. I won't harp on it too much because it is very much debatable and something that I felt hesitant even including in this, but the show as a whole does feel like it could be a great analogy for your identity or sexuality not being something for other people to decide, but rather just being something that is for you yourself, especially in the whole human versus demon debate. Okay, side tangent done. Sorry about that, and thank you for bearing with me through that. Let's get back to the actual story. Now that we're out of Ichen's dream, if anyone was wondering, in comparison to Yuanzhao's 4-minute runtime of her dream sequence, Ichen's is literally almost double that at 8 minutes, which, again, all of these things on their own don't mean much, but it's the continued stacking of these coincidences that I want to bring your attention to, shall we say. Unfortunately, once Chen is out of the dream, he stabs Rini while attempting to attack Li Lin, and while Rini and Miss Qi are holding each other, they have this final discussion. Thank you for giving me the best dream, but those dreams hurt you. I don't mean those dreams, I mean now, this moment. To me, this very much establishes the sense that life is being viewed as a dream throughout the show, and it's a theme that we'll see continue to play out throughout the rest of it. Now, we have the idea of Yearn meeting someone who will want to make him live again during a flashback where he's having a discussion with Wenar. And typically, I would expect this statement to have a cut follow it that shows the person that the statement will end up referencing. We know that the show knows about this trick, uses this trick because they do this at one point to misdirect us into thinking that Pei Jing is actually a double agent when she's revealed not to be. But instead, in this moment, it cuts to Yearn wearing a mask. And I don't want to be reaching here, but could we infer that that is a commentary on his personality as a whole? How he's been coping with everything up until this point. Worth noting as well, this is more or less where the original contract between Yuanzhao and Yearn is also revealed. We have a scene between Yuanzhao and Yearn where the second contract acts up so much that Yearn ends up passing out and waking up back at the bureau, and I honestly found it a bit strange that we did not see Yuanzhao ripping the contract up in this moment to maybe showcase that she now trusts Yearn to not have to hold him to a contract. And as a result, it kind of comes off as if Yuanzhao is totally okay with him feeling pain whenever he is feeling romantic feelings about her, which is just a little bit cruel to me. I don't know, it was a very strange choice. I understand if maybe you don't want the moment of trust that one might infer from the contract being ripped up being placed so early on in the show, but there is no real other point to the contract after this, and I just had hoped we would see the contract being ripped up at a more significant moment. But regardless, it doesn't take long for Chen to interfere with Yuanzhao and Yearn's flirting, and here is where we get the foreshadowing that Yearn will eventually turn into rain. From my memory of watching this the first time, I thought this moment was specifically between Yearn and Yuanzhao, and it's only upon rewatch that I realized that Yuanzhao was also there. And something that I kind of didn't think too much about through all my rewatches and my scripting and my note-taking up until this point was the fact that we directly have Yuanzhao asking Yearn to live well with her shortly before Yearn reiterates his promise to Yi Chen about dying, which means that he has just committed himself to two completely opposing promises. And yet the one that we see him be steadfast in, the one that we actually see him follow through with, is the promise that he makes to Yi Chen, not Yuanzhao. New day, and we're on to episode 7, which follows the recruitment of Yinglei, the wrap-up of the first case, and ends with the revelation that Pei Se-hung might be alive. Though I didn't clock this before when I was watching it for the first time, I realized that Pei Se-jing specifically credits Yuanzhao with turning her dark night into a dawn, which is a sentiment that we see quite often in the show, but once again, it's a sentiment that I would expect to see from the male lead to the female lead or vice versa. Not necessarily from our cis-man side of things, though because it increases the validity of the suspense, I do love it. And this is the episode in which it's revealed that Jian's spiritual energy and the struggle with the malicious energy is helped when he adds jade to his water or wine. And after that revelation, we immediately cut to Yearn on a swing while Yi Chen has to push it for him because of the bet they made. So while I do want to come back to the situation regarding the swing, first, Yearn mentions something quite interesting when they're talking about the water ghost case that they just finished up. Specifically, he says the less flexible it is, the easier it breaks, which I can't help but wonder if that is foreshadowing not only for Yi Chen's character arc as a whole, but also his sword in particular. And now we get back to the swing, and specifically when Yuanzhao joins them and says this: "Trust is like a swing, you have to trust the person behind you to fly high." Which then leaves us with very interesting implications regarding the fact that Yearn asked Yi Chen to push the swing for him, but he never does the same when it comes to Yuanzhao. Now, again, this might be me overthinking, but it very much feels as if Yearn sees the act of pushing a swing for someone as an act of service and care towards that person. And to me, this then becomes a very good visual representation of the difference between Yearn's dynamic with Yuanzhao versus his dynamic with Yi Chen. Where with Yuanzhao, he is always the caretaker, he's always the one that has to offer the care and the protection, whereas with Yi Chen, he feels able to let himself go, to be the one who is pushed, to be the one who is taken care of. To me, it definitely did feel like those dynamics persisted throughout the rest of the series as well. Again, I'm not sure how much of that was intentional from the writers' side versus just me inferring way too many things from way too many potential symbolic moments throughout the show, but I wanted to mention it nonetheless. Lastly, for episode 7, we see Yi Chen's attitude towards Yearn starting to shift with Pei Se-jing's remark of, "You wouldn't have let them be alone together before." Now, before we move on to episode 8, I missed out on there being questionable quotes in episode 6, but they definitely make up for it in this one, so here we go. 1. "I did this because I know you too well." Ridiculous. We've only known each other for a few days. You know me? Dream on. "Everyone in Tiandu knows Xiao is handsome and charming. You're like a sharp sword when dealing with evil demons, upholding justice, sticking to principles, and having ambition, right?" 2. Didn't you just say you only like sitting on the swing, not pushing it? Aren't you enjoying pushing it, old liar? So that's why you're mad? Come here, then, let me push it for you. Ridiculous. 3 is, give me your hand. Is it necessary? You were so scared. So regardless of the fact that we did not get it, this shows Yearn was actually willing to have Yi-Chen hold his hand because he thought he was scared. Like, what? Episode 8 covers the entrance into the sundial, and it ends with Changhong approaching a human pacer Hung. And because this episode is so pacing focused, I didn't think we would have too much to cover in this episode, but there are still a few noteworthy moments for me. So when Yearn enters Yi-Chen's side of the Demon Hunting Bureau, assumedly his rooms, I can't off the top of my head remember, but it's interesting to me that even though Yuanzhao was the one who was told about how the jade helps Yearn's spiritual power and the control of the malicious energy, it's actually Yi-Chen who ends up giving him a gift of a jade pendant in order to add it to his wine or water. And that's a consistent pattern that we see later on as well. I don't think we ever see Yuanzhao giving him jade in the same way. The next notable moment is when they're about to enter the sundial and Yearn asks Yuanzhao to tie the knot for them, and he's so vague that not only does it sound like he's talking about someone marrying someone else, it also doesn't necessarily sound like he's referring to himself and Yuanzhao. Like, it is so vague that it could be misconstrued to be talking about him and Yi-Chen. Maybe that's just me, but very interesting. And then to exacerbate the issue, Yearn ends up being tied between Yuanzhao and Yi-Chen. And again, as if all of that wasn't bad enough, once they're in the sundial, they're at the illusionary version of Tianqiang Pavilion, they decide to split up, and we get the most clear, in my personal opinion, visual representation of Yearn being torn between Yuanzhao and Yi-Chen because they're still all tied together while trying to split up. I kind of can't believe we got that. But what I found interesting is that Yi-Chen's attitude towards Yearn is once again illustrated here, where it seems like Yearn is going to be torn between Yuanzhao and Yi-Chen, and yet Yi-Chen decides to take himself out of the equation by cutting himself loose and telling them they can go off together. He doesn't mind. It's a very offhanded comment, and at the same time, to me, it very much illustrated Yi-Chen's attitude towards Yuanzhao and Yearn's relationship throughout the rest of the show, where you very much see that he doesn't seem to want to complicate things for them. He's always making the choice that will sacrifice his own interests for theirs. What's more is we even get this line of dialogue between Yearn and Yuanzhao. What are you complaining about? You got 2 of us standing between 2 handsome men. Aren't you happy? You're the one standing between both of us, you shameless guy. I mean, case closed, I guess I can go home. Why do I even feel like I need to prove anything more? But in all seriousness, that's a massive part of what I'm gonna continue to try and showcase throughout the rest of this essay, is that what we're told is that Yearn and Yi-Chen might be fighting over Yuanzhao, but everything that we're shown, in my opinion, is that it's Yuanzhao and Yi-Chen fighting over Yearn. But then again, that's not quite what we're shown. What we're actually shown is that while Yearn seems to be torn between Yuanzhao and Yi-Chen, Yi-Chen doesn't seem to want to cause any trouble, and so always seems to choose to take himself out of the equation before Yearn can make a choice. And interestingly enough, the first time we see a clear visual divide between Yi-Chen and Yearn in a significant moment like this is at this moment, when they're standing watching the stage and Yearn and Yuanzhao are on one side and Yi-Chen is quite visually separated from them. Episode 9 continues dealing with the group's encounter with Cheng Huang, and importantly, it ends with the revelation of Cheng Huang and the original Baizi goddess's relationship. So even though this episode heavily focuses on the Pei siblings' situation and the revelation regarding Cheng Huang and the original Baizi goddess's backstory, I did have 2 scenes that I wanted to talk about because I thought they were noteworthy regarding the topic of this essay specifically. Firstly, we have Baijiu thinking back on a conversation that he had with his mother and how intense hatred can contain a form of deep love. And though this is said with regards to the Pei siblings' relationship and dynamic, I do think that it's very relevant to almost all of the relationships that we see play out in the show. The second scene that I want to draw your attention to is right at the end of the episode when we see the oath that Cheng Huang and the original goddess make to protect the wilderness. It is, by Yearn's words, the tale of their love story. Specifically, they're underneath the Jianro tree as they place their hands on the stone and make a vow to protect the wilderness. So let's just put a pin in that. Episode 10 continues the backstory of Cheng Huang and the original Baizi goddess and leads to Yuanzhao and Yearn finally being able to unlock the Baizi token and take Cheng Huang down. The episode ends with Yearn and Baijiu bonding over the meaning of their bells, which was just really cute. Anyway, much like Pei Sijing mentioned, Yuanzhao brought the dawn after a very dark night for her. We have Yearn talking about his immortality, and this is what he says. To him, it's like traveling in the dark night with no lights ahead. There's no past and no future. The first reaction shot we get to that is actually from Yearn and not Yuanzhao, and this pattern of cutting from Yearn to then Yuanzhao continues throughout the rest of the conversation. Though once again, I wonder if I'm reaching, is that he basically implies that death would be a blessing for him, and we know who is slated to be the person who brings him death. It's Yearn, and by extension his cloud light sword. I'd always wondered about the choice of why Yearn's sword is called that, and though I have not actually settled on a very specific meaning for it, in this instance, I can't help but wonder if this implies that, like Yuanzhao is Pei Sijing's light at the end of a very dark night, Yearn's then becomes Yearn's? Question mark? I'm not sure. Let me know. Cheng Huang hears Yearn's desire for death. He immediately tries to jump on the opportunity to offer Yearn death and to grant Yearn's wish, which Yearn of course refuses because he's already made that promise to Yearn. So Yearn's kind of protecting Yearn from that. And similarly, once Cheng Huang hears that Yearn has that promise being held, he tries to offer to help Yearn kill Yearn, and again Yearn says, but he's already promised that to Yearn. So they're basically protecting each other from Cheng Huang's machinations, which is kind of sweet. It is strange to me that the 2 people placed in this scenario was Yearn and Yearn, considering generally I would expect that villains testing someone's resolve would happen between the male and female lead towards each other, kind of testing their loyalty towards each other in a sense and trying to get them to turn on each other. And yet we never see him trying to lure Yuanzhao into taking up a wish, though to be fair, that might be because Cheng Huang very clearly does have a soft spot for the Baizi goddess, so I can excuse that. But what I do want to point out with this is, even though the show obviously is not without flaws, it does do a fantastic job of justifying why things happen the way they do. So what I want to put forth in this moment is not, can the show justify what is happening, but rather, why are the writers choosing to approach the story the way that they are? Why are they choosing to center Yearn and Yearn in so many moments rather than Yuanzhao and Yearn. Also, the choice that they made becomes even stranger when you consider that this could have been a great moment of like the offer of betrayal and the resisting of that temptation becoming the springboard for why Yearn and Yuanzhao can finally connect and finally harness the Baita token, and yet there is no clear reason why they are suddenly able to do it now versus earlier, other than maybe they understand that they have it now and that's what activated it. But it just begs the question, why would you miss out on an opportunity to make a moment even more emotionally impactful than it was? On to episode 11, we have Pei Jing and Pei Heng being reunited before the group journey to the foot of Mount Kunlun and deal with the village plague, or at least attempt to. And it ends with Qinggang attempting to manipulate Yi Chen. Very early on in the episode, we have Yuanzhao and Yinglei having a conversation regarding responsibilities and dreams. And Yuanzhao specifically says that neither following your dreams or accepting your responsibility is wrong, which I think could be a reflection of the filmmaker's own thoughts and feelings, and in that sense the theme. Here at the end, when Shao says, "Come with us to Mount Kunlun, Baijiu is waiting for you to cook for him," which to me almost implies that you can have both. You can, if you fulfill your responsibilities, you can also follow your dream, that kind of thing. So when we're introduced to Qinggang visually for the first time, we have a voiceover from Yuanzhao saying, "To be obsessed is to be trapped," which, considering Qinggang's entire character arc, her obsession with freedom and how in a weird way that ended up trapping her, I do wonder about how this could potentially be a mirror for other characters. Specifically, I could not find a direct mirror that is established and then followed through on with regards to Yuanzhao. But if you look at Yearn, you could almost say that his obsession with dying has become his prison, and similarly Yi Chen's obsession with killing Yearn has become his, which then almost implies that Yearn and Yi Chen are each other's keys to freedom. And going back to the idea of following dreams versus fulfilling responsibilities, if they fulfill the responsibilities of the promises they made to each other, would that then set them free to follow their dreams? I wonder. This is where we get our first true sense that Yi Chen's will to kill Yearn is wavering when he's watching Yearn and Yuanzhao holding hands, and Pei Jing asks him if Yi Chen views Yearn as the demon who killed his family or a colleague that he fights alongside, and he confirms that he views him as both. And though Yi Chen says that he can't kill Yearn right now because he carries half of the Baizi token, Pei Jing actually calls him out on it and basically questions whether it's a justification that he's giving rather than the real reason why he's not killing Yearn right now. And then we have Baijiu being kidnapped to lure Yi Chen away, and while Yi Chen is chasing after Baijiu, funnily enough, Yearn ends up chasing after him, calling out to him as Xiaozhou, and I think this is the first time that we hear him using that nickname in a sincere way instead of the more common Xiaozhou Daren that he often uses. Also, he just completely leaves Yuanzhao, Pei Jing, and Yinglei behind without a care in that moment. But this is where we get to address our first pen. We have our first, what I would consider an official damsel in distress moment, and you could almost argue that it's the variation of a person is kidnapped in order to lure the love interest into the villain's trap. but maybe I'm biased, I wonder. And again, the show does a great job of justifying why it happens the way it does, but it doesn't change the fact that the one who is kidnapped in order to lure Yearn into the villain's trap is Yearn and not Yuanzhao. Of course, the show does do a great job of kind of like undermining or attempting to undermine the fact that this is indeed the trope that we're dealing with Yearn even going as far as to comment, a demon catching Xiaojuodaren is like a rat catching a cat, right? And then, as if the question that Pei Sijing posed to Yearn wasn't enough, we even have Qinggang questioning Yearn in this moment, saying, "He killed your brother and your father, yet you still view him as a friend who you fight alongside." And then, something that I kind of can't believe I'm putting into words, but we have Yearn literally being tortured because he refuses Yearn. If you want to talk about tests of loyalty, there is one. Yearn insists that he only follows his heart and that he doesn't take orders from anyone. And even though that is kind of tested when at the end of the episode we see him under control of Qinggang saying that he's willing to kill Yearn, it is very interesting that the show is more or less saying he has to be controlled in order to want to kill Yearn, whereas before it was something that he sincerely wanted. So he can't follow his heart and do that anymore as of this moment. Episode 12 has Qinggang still trying to control Yearn, only for Yearn and Yearn to outsmart her. And the episode ends with Fei telling the group about his and Qinggang's past. While the group deals with encountering Fei, Qinggang uses Yearn's past actions to try and get Yearn to give in to her control. And though it didn't work at the end of the previous episode, this time it does seem to work. Once Yuanzhao and Yearn find the place where Yearn is being held, Yearn starts to attack Yearn under the control of Qinggang. While Yearn is trying to get Yearn to come back to himself, he says they are like-minded, and though in this moment it's very much in reference to Yearn and Yearn both wanting Yearn to die, I did find it quite ironic considering the amount of times that they seem to be on the same wavelength. I think it works as a general sentiment as well. Regardless, once the fight resumes, Yearn is knocked down and Qinggang comments on how willing Yearn seems to be hurt for Yearn's sake, and Yearn clarifies that Yearn isn't just someone, he's a friend. So yeah. Make of that what you will. And despite claiming that Yearn is a sworn enemy in order to fool Qinggang, he ends up helping Yearn up, and they turn to face Qinggang together. And they blessed us with the classic double shots that we not only saw with Yearn and Yuanzhao, but that is quite a staple when it comes to just censored BL couples getting that particular type of shot. And this not only reaffirms that Yearn does indeed see Yearn as a friend, but it also to me solidified the level of trust that they now have in each other. And here is where my personal disillusionment of this being a straight show started. So I kind of want to throw the questionable quote segment in here because what the hell was the scene? First, do what you're good at. Right now, I don't think that's a good time. Acting. I meant acting. Now, obviously, the dialogue itself is quite side-eye worthy, but for me it was amplified by the tone in which all this was communicated, even though I am not including the audio because I just want to try and minimize the chances of this being copyrighted as much as possible. Ultimately, of course, this is not emotion-wise as much of a groundbreaking moment as the moment that preceded it, with Yearn holding out a hand to Yearn and all that. But it's so interesting to me how it was almost framed as if Yearn had the intention of kissing Yearn. Like, was that just me? I honestly don't know what to make of this interaction, and if it was the only slightly questionable interaction that they had, we wouldn't be here. But it was still eyebrow raise worthy for me. And then of course, just to end off this insanity, Yearn asks Yichen, "are you ready?" in like the most suggestive tone ever. So yeah, this moment definitely kind of lives in my head rent-free. Anyway, because we cannot have too much gay at once, Yuanzhao collapses, distracting Yearn and Yichen just long enough for Fei to rescue Qinggang and take her away. And the group of three realize that they have been infected, and while Yuanzhao is already lying on the ground, Yichen collapses and Yearn tries to catch him, putting Yearn once more visually between Yuanzhao and Yichen. At the end of the episode, we find out that despite Fei's gentle nature, he is cursed to bring a plague wherever he goes, and Qinggang is actually a bird demon who was supposed to be free, but because of the situation that they found themselves in, she ended up being trapped. And in perhaps a very cruel illustration of irony, we have the last scene of the episode show a bird landing in Fei's hand and dying because of him. Episode 13 tells the full story of Fei and Qinggang, and it ends with Yearn musing on the current mutual understanding between Yearn and Yuanzhao. Through Fei's story, it becomes clear that he blames himself for the two of them being sealed together and that he carries an immense amount of guilt about it. Fei says the following: "As long as I die, the plague will be gone." And this is what gave me pause. Fei is the best mirror character, in my opinion, for Yearn. A demon born with a power/nature that is inherently destructive, and yet their personalities are the exact opposite of what that power would lead you to expect. But if Fei is Yearn's mirror character, does that mean that there is a mirror character for Qinggang as well? Maybe someone whose judgment was clouded by hatred, someone who believed that the death of the other person would free them from a living hell? Maybe even someone who wouldn't have felt that way were it not for the involvement of malicious energy. And I'm sure you'll be shocked to know that the person who does fit this profile is not Yuanzhao but Yichen. And this for me is validated a little bit, considering Yichen is the one character who is consistently put in clothing that has feather and bird motifs in it, as well as having a character song that is called Broken-Tailed Bird. So yeah, let's just put a pin in that. Coincidences be coincidencing, I guess. To top it all off, we do also have the parallel of Yearn coming in and trying to poison, and in that case succeeding to poison Qinggang's view of Fei. But in contrast, Qinggang tries to poison Yichen's view of Yearn and not only fails, but Yichen even goes as far as to cure Qinggang of her own poisoned mindset by using his blood. It almost seems like in this case Yichen is a cure to Yearn's poison, and even though that feels like a little bit of a harsh statement, considering I do end up actually liking Yearn quite a bit by the end of the show, I do still want to put a pin in this. While we're back in the past via Qinggang's memories of her and Fei's time together, we see them sitting together on the beautiful bridge of bitterness, TM, as I will be calling it, because it's a beautiful bridge, but I have yet to see a couple sit on that bridge that does not have a sad ending. And I do wonder if this was maybe the first bit of foreshadowing that, besides what we were told at the start that Yearn is going to die, but the first bit of foreshadowing that Yuanzhao and Yearn were not going to be getting a happy ending. We come up to yet another pin when we see how Yearn approached Qinggang and used her sadness and pain over losing worshippers to drive a wedge between herself and Faye. As it's revealed that the plague wasn't cured with Faye's death, Yearn comments that at least we'll die together. It could be considered a happy ending. Maybe this is just me, but I found it morbidly amusing considering for a lot of genuine censored BLs, the sentiment is if you can't give me a happy ending for the two of them, then at least have them die together. Don't have like the one character die while the other one is left behind. That kind of a thing. And of course we just have to have Yearn retort with, "I'm so unlucky to have to die with you." And here we have another one of the show's themes peeking through for the first time, and it's started by Chingung and completed by Yearn. There are thousands of laws in the world, but none of them can defeat a single word of willingness. Yearn reveals that the first person who actually saw this written by Chingung was Yearn, and I found it very interesting that they decided to make the strongest connection of this theme be between Yearn and Yearn. We end off the episode with Lilun thinking on the connection between Yuanzhao and Yearn, and while I don't want to undermine the feelings that Yearn and Yuanzhao have for each other, what I found interesting is how often it almost seemed like the show itself was undermining the connection. This is the first time that we hear of the kind of like quote-unquote requirements for the Baizi goddess's connection with the demon who is housing the other half of the Baizi token. And it's very much made clear that there seems to be a need for some mutual kind of trust, but not necessarily a romantic connection. And we also never see Wenar having a demon who is her other half, so clearly it's not a requirement to have a demon half of the Baizi token like you might have expected. And I just found it so strange that they decided to have it not be, number one, a cyclical requirement that you have to have a Baizi goddess and a counterbalanced demon, but also that they have to be in love. They had that opportunity. They almost make it sound like that in the next episode, like that is what is required, and yet the way that everyone around them talk about it, it's actually made clear that it's just a mutual trust or something similar to that that is needed, and not necessarily a romantic connection. Again, not the end of the world, but considering they almost seem to dangle that as a potential requirement, I just found it funny that they didn't follow through on it. Episode 14 follows the curing of the plague, the journey to Mount Kunlun, and then just ends with them waiting for the day of the ritual to arrive. We have Yearn and Yuanzhao quite early on in the episode sitting on the beautiful Bridge of Bitterness, again wondering whether or not that was supposed to be foreshadowing. But I just brought this up because I wanted to show you guys how beautiful the scene is. Like, honestly, as a filmmaker, this was such a visually satisfying show to watch. Even leaving the filmmaker side of it out, it just was such a pleasing show to watch. And then we jump to the group sitting together eating dinner, and wouldn't you know it, Yearn and Yearn are sat together, with Yearn separating Yuanzhao and Yearn. And not that I'm saying that Yearn and Yuanzhao need to be glued together at all hours of the day, but for me, generally, it's the small moments outside of the big gesture moments where they're like sitting together just because they want to, or they're like passing secret looks to each other while sat next to each other as the group is doing their own thing. Those kinds of moments really drive home connections for me in shows, and the fact that we continue to be deprived of those moments I couldn't help but notice. And then we get to the sword dance. I feel like the fact that this exists just says all that needs to be said, but I'm still gonna try and verbalize some thoughts about it. Firstly, I don't necessarily know if this was an intentional parallel, but I couldn't help but notice that while Yearn and Leland's gifts that they gave each other, the rattle drum and the umbrella, while at the start were meant to show goodwill, have kind of become their weapons of war. And yet in contrast here with Yearn and Yuanzhao, we see a sword battle that used to represent the hatred and animosity between them suddenly becomes something joyous and beautiful. And furthermore, much like Yearn and Yuanzhao are each represented by red and blue, they also seem to be represented by opposite elements, fire for Yearn and water for Yuanzhao. And yet in this moment when they are dancing together, you have the stage consist of both water and firing, meaning that for this moment their two elements, which are supposed to be polar opposites, are working in harmony. But again, I want to come back to the fact that the existence of the scene is what truly surprises me. Obviously it's beautiful, obviously it makes my shipper heart sing, but why does it exist? Considering how some of the other moments in the show could have been elaborated on a little bit, they could have extended certain character moments. There were moments that felt maybe a little bit rushed, that they could have drawn out a little bit more, or they could have taken time away from this in order to elaborate more on Yearn and Yuanzhao's relationship. The fact that they chose to keep this in, chose to put so much love and effort into the scene, is truly just something that stands out to me. I feel like this shows where the filmmakers' priorities were. And now we have another moment that feels small in isolation, but that I think is a symptom of a bigger problem, is that once Yuanzhao has the fallout with Baijiu, the person who comes and gives Yuanzhao advice on how to reconcile with Baijiu is not Yuanzhao, but instead Yearn. So why is this important? In this moment, it is Yearn who helps facilitate Yuanzhao's emotional growth, not Yuanzhao. Now, on to the questionable quotes before we end off the episode. 1. There is no greater agony than giving your heart to the wrong person, said about Yuanzhao while looking at Yuanzhao. 2. So what if they've fallen in love with each other? Brotherhood is also love. Friendship is also love. Okay, this one I need to talk about for a moment. I know this is not standard for the questionable quotes. We kind of just experience them and move right along. But Yuanzhao, sir, why are you coping in that direction? It's the direction that pushes Yuanzhao closer to Yearn instead of Yuanzhao closer to Yuanzhao. If you had wanted to have something where Yuanzhao's sentiment would push him up to the same level as Yearn in Yuanzhao's eyes, instead of having Yuanzhao be pushed up to the same level of importance as Yuanzhao in Yearn's eyes, is him maybe saying something like childhood friendship also counts as love. But no, the priority is brotherhood is also love. So why is he coping in that direction? Once again, it's just such a strange creative choice from the filmmakers if you don't want to be undermining the importance and inevitability of Yearn and Yuanzhao's connection to each other. Episode 15 follows the preparations and start of the Baizi ritual, and it ends with Lilun interfering and reminding Yearn of who it was that introduced him to the mortal world in the first place. So starting off, I don't want to put too much weight on what I'm about to mention, but in a story that clearly has themes of willingness and responsibility, having Yearn tell Yuanzhao that he isn't willing to bear the responsibilities of the Baizi token and that he just wants to be a free demon was quite a surprise to me, especially when you contrast it with his willingness to follow through on his promise to Yearn. The thing is, generally I would expect this to maybe be present but be a pivotal part of his character growth, signifying that, oh, he's not willing to bear the responsibility of the Baizi token now because he thinks he's gonna die, and at the end of the show maybe he has decided to live because he is willing to bear the responsibility of the Baizi token. And of course, considering we know how the show ends, that is very much not the character arc that we are dealing with. It's just fascinating that a promise and responsibility that is basically a representation of Yuanzhao is something he's not willing to bear, and not something he ends up being willing to change for. So the meaning of Yearn's human name comes up again, and the imagery that it's associated with in this moment is absolutely beautiful, but considering some of my thoughts around it, it might be strange. I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. Yearn says the following with regards to Yuanzhao. She told me I was like a boat in a sea of bitterness. Just a quick note here that the official English translation that you can see on YouTube says prisoner, but the more direct translation does seem to be boat, which to me makes a lot more sense when it comes to the actual metaphor. And once again, here we have the negative connotation between Yearn and the sea and the representation of it being underscored, and it very much does make sense to me, considering that both the fight with Yearn and the death of Yuanzhao happened beside the sea. But what I found incongruent with this is the fact that Yuanzhao also is often associated with the sea, which makes me wonder why they would choose to have her be so closely connected to the sea in the same way that Yearn is often closely connected to lakes and pond water and water in general, when otherwise the sea is so associated with bad memories. And then we have Yearn actually asking Yuanzhao to kill him using the Baizi token, which establishes that the Baizi token could be a dangerous weapon when needed instead of just a tool for suppression. We reach quite an interesting conundrum in my opinion, because we have the reminder of Yuanzhao saying that Yearn will find someone who makes him want to live again, as he is looking at Yuanzhao. And yet, despite this visual hint and the fact that Yearn also points out, you seem like you want to live again, it's not enough to actually affect the end result of the show. We still have Yearn persisting in his mission to die after this, which for me personally, I take it to mean that Yuanzhao is not the answer we're looking for. It's also worth noting that while the quote does start off with Yuanzhao's face being shown, the person who is actually cut to directly after Yearn has pondered Yuanzhao's words is not Yuanzhao but Yearn. And the editing decision for this was strange, to say the least. Like, it felt quite deliberate because it was so strange. The thing is, we could have had Yearn pondering that, a cut back to Yuanzhao, then passaging and the things that she's doing on her side before going on to Yearn and his practicing that then flows into Yearn coming to talk to him. On to the scene where Yearn has come to talk to Yearn. There's a strange moment of kindness from Yearn where he basically warns Yearn the more he learns of the human world, the less he'll want to die. And Yearn even questions why Yearn would still be willing to teach him what he needs to know in order to kill Yearn, when it seems clear to Yearn that Yearn no longer wants to die. I'm wondering that as well. For me, there was so much to unpack in the scene that I was struggling to put it into words, but we're gonna try. One of the things that was quite noticeable for me is how we seem to have a representation of Yearn's indecisiveness through his dialogue. One moment he's telling Yearn that he should stop teaching him about the Yingguang technique because it'll lead to Yearn being able to kill him, and the next moment he's saying it doesn't matter how attached Yearn seems to the world, Yearn is still gonna kill him regardless. Yearn, for his part, maintains that he won't regret it, but still feels it necessary to tell Yearn that if something happens during the Baizi ritual, Yearn should live well. It's interesting because in that moment I was expecting him to ask Yearn to kill him in the same way that he just requested of Yuanzhao. Of course, later it is revealed that he did go on to ask that of Yearn, but I just found it interesting that on first watch, the takeaway is just, please take care of yourself. Like, if something happens, I'm happy to die, but just please take care of yourself. Also in this conversation, we have a moment where Yearn seems to think that Yearn is going to ask him to protect him. And for me, Yearn's reaction was quite telling. He says, how can that be? Indicating to me that he either didn't think Yearn would be willing to protect him, or that he doesn't feel he deserves protection. Obviously, you could maybe also say that he doesn't, because he's a demon who has immortality on his side, he doesn't necessarily think he will need protection. But the way that he says it just doesn't make that third option ring true for me. It feels way too emotional. And then the episode ends off with a small glimpse into Yearn and the Prime Minister's past, as well as Yearn hinting at Yearn being the one who introduced the mortal world to him. Episode 16 reveals Yearn and Yearn's past and follows the battle of the Baizi ritual, and ends with Yearn looking defenseless while Yearn looks like he might snap his neck. Okay, so this isn't that relevant, but during the flashback to the past, Yearn and Yearn's differing views on the mortal world is very clearly showcased. And yet we do have one moment of happiness between them, and it is when Yearn uses his powers to make a rainbow-colored fan that Yearn is holding spin, so make of that what you will. I also couldn't help but notice that the encounter between Yearn and the Prime Minister, where a expansion of knowledge and a better understanding of the vastness of the world was encouraged, and yet it ended in betrayal, and it very much feels like a similar situation to how Yearn views his past with Yearn, where his knowledge of the mortal world was expanded, and yet in his eyes Yearn ended up betraying him. Just when it seems like Yearn might have Yearn cornered, Yearn sends out a drop of his malicious energy and sends it flying towards Yearn's sword as a call for help. And once said help is received, Yearn says, "Xiaozhou you're indeed reliable," which the levels of trust they already have, and we're not even halfway through the show, but anyway. But unfortunately, the blood moon arrives early, and Yearn is overtaken by malicious energy as Yearn is forced to run in to try and help everyone. So I originally misremembered this as the Baizi token being destroyed before Yearn was overtaken by malicious energy, which was why I thought it made sense that Yuanzhao didn't in any way try to retrieve the Baizi token to suppress or take down Yearn. But on rewatch, it becomes clear that it was destroyed shortly after he was taken over by malicious energy, but we'll get back to that. It was worth noting for me, though, the fact that we don't really see a physical blowback on Yuanzhao as a result of the Baizi token being destroyed, which could have heightened the stakes from, oh damn, this is bad for the world as a whole, to, oh damn, this is bad for the world as a whole, but it's also bad for this one specific person who we care about particularly. But instead of the focus being on Yuanzhao, we see Yearn realize that the Baizi token can't help them, and there's actually a trace of a tear running down his cheek upon this realization. So the reason why I wanted to highlight when the Baizi token was destroyed and the fact that we find out the Baizi token could be used for killing is because that means that the entire scene that we're about to talk about could have been placed on Yuanzhao's shoulders if the creators had wanted it to be. So for a moment, imagine this. Yuanzhao is tasked with killing the person she's only just started to realize she might be in love with. On top of that, killing is something that is completely against her purpose as a goddess. It could have served as a very interesting character dilemma as well as a moment of forced growth for Yuanzhao, especially when she in hindsight realizes that her hesitation to kill Yearn led to the death of Yuanzhao, which would have inadvertently added to the guilt that both she and Yearn must now carry for indirectly causing his death. Plus, then once Yearn reveals that Yearn was the one who killed her master, there could have been the added angst of why didn't I kill him when I had the chance, but also thank goodness I didn't have to make that decision knowing what I know now. You know, there would have just been so much opportunity to force her to reflect and to have growth stem from this moment. And this is what makes the show so interesting to me, because we could have had that, but that is not the story that the writers want to tell. What we get instead is this. Yearn reveals the cause of Yuanzhao's master's death to her at a point in time where there is, I think, the least amount of stakes involved in her finding out. There's no physical repercussions, no decision that she has to make that she would have made differently before she knew about the truth versus after knowing about the truth. While again, the show does do a fantastic job of justifying why it's now that Yearn decides to reveal it versus before, it does mean that the stakes are at their lowest for Yuanzhao finding out. Instead, the entire emotional weight of Yearn's life is put on Yearn's shoulders. And Yearn even goes as far as to remind Yearn that at the final moment, your Cloud Light Sword can kill him. It's revealed that Yearn, Yearn, and Yinglei had actually planned ahead to try and suppress Yearn should it come to it. And interestingly enough, Yuanzhao is never shown to be part of this plan at all. And Yearn almost succeeds in getting to Yearn, only for Yearn to use his one-word spell, Dream, to subdue Yearn. With Yearn unconscious, Yearn's hand comes down on his head. And when I tell you, the first thought in my mind when that happened was, he's gonna snap his neck. And if you know which show gave me that trauma, you can leave a red heart or something down below, some kind of red emoji, because no spoilers, but I feel I'm justified for having that thought first before anything else. Anyway, moving right on to episode 17, Crisis Averted. Yearn does not in fact snap his neck, he instead pats Yearn's head twice. Can we just internalize that for a second? Like, this demon is high on malicious energy, he has murdered countless people before, we know this, and yet he does not harm a single hair on Yearn's head. Also, just to continue the format that we've had so far, the episode follows the aftermath of the battle and ends with a group hug that very clearly excludes Yearn. Okay, so we have the pat not harming a single hair on Yearn's head, followed immediately with Yearn tossing Paisaging into a tree, and then the revelation that Yearn made Yearn immune to his one-word spell ahead of time. The amount of trust that we see displayed in this one action feels immense to me. I don't know whether it's a subconscious or a conscious amount of trust, but it's worth noting that Yearn is the only one we ever know of having this immunity. Yearn never gave it to Yearn while they were still close, And he also never gives it to Yuanzhao, interestingly enough. And ultimately, it's Yi-Chen's Cloud Light Sword technique that brings Yearn back to himself enough that he can ask Yuanzhao to kill him. And this, in hindsight, is actually a very interesting moment to me, because we have Yearn facing the consequences of asking someone who is unwilling to kill him to kill him. And so because this person's unwilling, they choose to sacrifice themselves in order to buy Yearn a little more time. I just want to give props to both Yinglei and Yearn's actors, because the emotions from Yinglei, but also the moment when Yearn comes back to himself realizing what has happened, was so striking. No, it's not relevant to the essay, but I couldn't not mention it. And this moment, I'm not sure if I should be making anything of it, but I will put it out there and you guys can decide. We see reaction shots from everyone in the group. You see how everyone is internalizing what's happened and viewing Yearn differently because of it. And I think that's because Yi-Chen never went into this with blinders on, in the same way that the rest of the group were almost lulled into a false sense of security. He's the only one who had genuinely lost someone knowingly by Yearn's hand from the start, known what he was getting into, and still went willingly. And so I think he's the only one whose perspective of Yearn is actually not altered in this moment, even if he is feeling emotionally affected by it. The next scene has Pei Sijing comforting Yuanzhao and saying that much like how Pei Se-hung didn't have a choice and was under the control of Cheng Huang, Yearn himself also didn't have a choice. We get some flashbacks to Yuanzhao interacting with the group, and while the interactions with Yinglei make perfect sense, I mean, they're family, the other two people we see Yuanzhao interact with is Yearn and Yi-Chen. And yet what Yuanzhao ends up communicating to Yi-Chen is what I would have expected him to communicate to Yuanzhao. We find out that Yi-Chen actually would have been able to kill Yearn during the Baizi ritual, and yet he'd held back because of his promise to Yuanzhao. And this moment, Yuanzhao basically advised Yi-Chen to look at Yearn's back if he wanted proof of Yearn's pain. And so we get a justifiable reason for Yi-Chen splitting open the back of Yearn's robes to look at said bareback. Also, a part of me can't help but wonder, like, when else did Yuanzhao think Yi-Chen would have a spare moment to look at Yearn's naked back? Like, that's just something that they would happen to do on a regular or casual basis. Now, considering that Yearn seemed to expect Yi-Chen to kill him in that moment, the shock that you can see on his face upon the back of his robe being split open, totally fair. And even though I think the subtext in this moment is pretty obvious, I do still want to take a moment to discuss it, because the fact that it's there is shocking to me. Yearn explains that the black lines on his back are from self-inflicted punishments. So generally speaking, I think it's well established that a person's back is viewed to be quite vulnerable. You know, in battle, the whole stabbing in the back metaphor, all of that. And yet, in this moment, when Yearn is literally bearing his back to him, inviting Yi-Chen to literally stab him in the back to kill him, Yi-Chen refuses. And instead, much like how Yearn was there to offer Yi-Chen words of emotional support and growth when it came to making up with Bai Zhou, Yi-Chen now, in a very strange way, is the person to talk life back into Yearn. He's the one who says, you know, you dying is not gonna fix anything. You dying is not the answer. You living and making it up to the people who you've wronged is what you should be doing. He gives him a reason to keep living at this moment, as harsh as those words might seem. And so he helps facilitate Yearn's emotional growth. I do want to mention that I don't blame Yuanzhao for needing a bit of distance from Yearn at this point. She just found out that he was responsible for the death of her master, and considering their dynamic started off the warmest, I would say, like Yearn's the closest to her at the start in comparison to all of the other members of the group, it does make sense that the midpoint, the turning point, would then force them to be apart. But it doesn't change the fact for me that it's just such an odd choice. Generally, I would expect the romantic partner to be there for them in this moment, to seize the opportunity to form a deeper connection because of this horrible thing that they had to go through together, where everyone else abandons Yearn, and yet there's one person there for him to support him and see his side of things and just help him not spiral. And the scene ends off with Yearn actually leaving his coat draped over Yearn's back. And obviously they couldn't do it in a romantic way, it was basically tossed onto Yearn. But the fact remains that he still gives Yearn a coat to shield him from the cold and to hide his vulnerable back once more. Then going on to the next conversation we see between Paisajing and Yuanzhao, it left me feeling quite conflicted, honestly. Paisajing equates Yuanzhao to a tree that will be there for Yearn when Yearn falls. And yet Yuanzhao wasn't truly there for Yearn 8 years ago, which I would not have thought much about had she been here for Yearn in this moment, in this episode. And yet she's not there for Yearn in this moment either. That alone would have made Paisajing's words feel slightly hollow to me, but when Yuanzhao even sort of confirms this, she says, a tree can't catch someone who is destined to fall. And while, yeah, that does actually end up being true by the end of this, Yuanzhao is not the tree who catches Yearn when he falls, she does not manage to change the outcome of the story. But it's just such a defeatist attitude for someone who the story is kind of implying Yuanzhao loves, and who Paisajing just credited as being Yearn's last hope. And then something that I was wondering if I should mention, but I just kind of want to hear people's thoughts on this, because it was such a strange thing to mention considering the connotation, just for the sake of having it reframed. And that is where Yinglei and Baijiu talk about cut sleeves, and then Baijiu reframes it as to cut a sleeve is to be separated. And I'm just like, what? Considering the specific Chinese cultural relevance of cut sleeves and the fact that it is so often brought up in censored BLs, why was it mentioned here? It's so strange, because I checked, I could not find a different cultural meaning that is relevant to China specifically that would justify the existence of this line. Episode 18 follows the group's encounter with Li Lun in the wilderness, and it ends with Li Lun freeing the demons from captivity while Yearn is infected with the ever-burning wood. And so we finally get Yuanzhao having a damsel in distress moment when Yearn captures her almost as soon as the group enters the wilderness. I just wanted to note it, considering I did note when Yearn had his first damsel in distress moment. The group are asked about their identities as humans and demons, and we see that neither Paisajing, Yearn, or Yearn have any hesitation regarding their identities. In Yearn's case, considering the constant weighing of identities, I found it interesting how certain he is of his identity, despite the hints that we've seen in other parts of the show that he doesn't necessarily want to be a demon. And in contrast, Yearn's certainty about himself being human ends up being quite ironic. But of course, this is followed by Baijiu being trapped by the tree spirit under the premise that he is lying. And interestingly enough, we see Yearn say that he only trusts his sword when it comes to judgment calls, which I can't help but feel like there is subtext there, considering this is the first time that his sword fails him, not because Baijiu is a demon, but because he has god blood and the sword can't account for that. It very much felt like a physical metaphor for Yearn's clear view of black and white starting to break apart without him realizing it yet. And once again, Yearn's status as a ghost tree is mentioned while he's talking to Yuanzhao. Specifically, he mentions that pagoda trees are known for attracting malicious energy. To me, it almost read like he was trying to justify his connection or link to Yearn. But what's sad about it, if that is the case, is that it's a negative connection, and yet it's something that he still holds on to. It almost comes off as a toxic relationship rather than the mutually beneficial relationship that Yearn seems to be framing it as in his mind. Yuanzhao and Yearn also talk about the rattle drum, and I can't help but wonder if there's something to the idea of a rattle drum, something so innocent, suddenly becoming something more similar to a war drum, because of the misunderstanding and hatred that has grown between Yearn and Yearn. When Shao reveals that she knows about the story behind the rattle drum and the directorial choice for this moment, I found very interesting, because since when Shao found out about this while in Cheng Huang's sundial, we could have seen the revelation of this through Yuanzhao's eyes. It could have helped characterize a moment of appreciation from Yuanzhao to Yearn as she sees the way that Yearn deals with mortals, view them as equals, is very kind to them. But instead, the revelation is given to us via a flashback to Yearn and Yearn, and thus the person and relationship that is more characterized, that benefits the most from the scene, is the dynamic between Yearn and Yearn. Of course, neither of these approaches are wrong, it's just that the goal, intention, and end results of both of these vary quite a bit. Yearn sneers at the idea of friendship, but Yuanzhao is quick to point out that he still holds on to the rattle drum, and we get the revelation that Yearn was actually the person who gave Yearn his umbrella, which obviously then becomes quite tragic once we learn that gifting of an umbrella signifies separation. The next bit is something that I didn't originally think would really matter for the purposes of this video essay, and yet on rewatch I think it's worth mentioning. We have Yearn asking Yuanzhao whether being human or being a demon is better. And Yuanzhao says, "I don't have to choose because heaven has already chosen for me. I was born human, so I can only ever be human." And yet we know that Yearn ends up disproving this later on, which to me confirms that Yuanzhao's view on this matter is not correct by the filmmakers' standards. Yearn and Baijiu are separated from Paisajing and Yearn, and Yearn approaches them while Yearn is trapped in a cage. giving Yearn a final challenge if he wants to see Yuanzhao again. Yearn asks Yearn if he is willing to sacrifice his life for Baijiu's, and Yearn says the much-loved words, "I'm willing." However, it's very clear that Yearn is unsatisfied by this, potentially because he doesn't feel that this is tormenting Yearn enough. So Yearn instead changes the options. Baijiu or Yichen, one to live and one to die. Though Yearn doesn't answer, on a rewatch, the show indirectly seems to answer for him, considering who we know isn't taken over by Yearn and who doesn't die. I guess it could also just be as simple as it being foreshadowing, but I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. Regardless, it feels like Yearn is challenging Yearn while actually knowing of Yearn's true feelings, because he says this: "Is it hard to choose? Baijiu's your friend, but Zhou Yichen is your enemy." Under normal circumstances, the choice should have been obvious, but the tone with which Yearn delivers this line makes it seem like he knows that Yearn doesn't truly view Yichen in that way. Episode 19 concludes the face-off between Yearn and Yearn, with Yearn seeming to die, and then Yearn is captured by Chongwu camp, which ends with the reveal of Baijiu's betrayal. The flashback to the past highlights how differently Yearn and Yearn views the protection of the wilderness, and Yearn questions not only if the group views Yearn the same way that he views them as friends, and why, if that is the case, Yearn would want to be friends with such nobodies. Yearn counters this by listing out all the qualities that he admires in each of the group members, and while I absolutely adore every positive thing that he says about everyone, obviously for this I'm going to be focusing on what he says about Yichen. As for Zhou Yichen, I don't want to flatter him, but he is indeed a dignified gentleman with a righteous heart. He has an unbreakable will and a character as strong as gold. Yichen is the only one who he connects to the idea of will/willingness, which, considering how often this occurs in the show, I feel has some importance. Baijiu's divine power is revealed, and Yearn passes off Baijiu to Paisajing and Yichen, assuming that he will have to face Yearn alone. But he is proven wrong, and we once again get the classic BL shots, well, romance, I would say, team up shots. Beautiful. Not only do I love that Yichen is always there to help Yearn against Yearn, but in this moment, Yichen's the one who answers Yearn's question. Do they view you the same way? Yichen stayed behind, so one can infer yes. And again, we have the fact that Yichen is part of the who will you choose game, not once, but twice, when Yearn materializes Yuanzhao, for lack of a better word, and Yearn is forced to choose between Yuanzhao and Yichen. Yichen is pitted up against the female romance lead. Why? Much like we saw in The Illusion of the Sundial, Yichen does not allow Yearn to choose, either because he doesn't want Yearn to have to choose, or maybe because he doesn't think he will be chosen. Whichever way you want to interpret it, I do think it sends a very clear message of how Yichen views his place in both Yuanzhao and Yearn's lives. And the battle leads into the revelation that Yearn is slowly being destroyed by the ever-burning wood that Yearn accidentally hits him with. As Yearn lays dying from the effects of the ever-burning wood, we find out that Yearn and Yearn had actually sworn a vow together to protect the wilderness in a very similar way to Chenghuang and the original goddess's vow, creating a parallel that I was not expecting or even noticed when I watched it the first time. Then we have Yearn's fake death scene, which obviously in that moment Yearn is under the impression is real. Let me just put it this way. based on the amount of emotions that both Lilun and Jian's expressions are conveying in this moment, you cannot convince me that they are not ex-lovers. I'm sorry, they're not beating those allegations in my eyes. In the aftermath of Lilun's death, they ponder what they can do to fix the Baizi token, and Jian basically says that if they can't fix it, then Yichen can just kill him early. And though Wenchao's like, how could you think that way considering we just thought together, what really hit me in this moment is what Yichen says. He says that everyone born should live well. That includes Jian. I think it's a nice subtle way to show how Yichen's perspective is continuing to shift where Jian is concerned, because originally he wanted him to die for his sins, then he was like, you have to live to make up for what you've done, and now he's to the point where he simply says, you were born, you deserve to live well. It's only when Yuanzhao actually brings up her contract with Jian that Yichen throws in, oh, you know, you still need to repay what you owe me. And then we get to the Chongwu camp waiting for them as soon as they came out of the wilderness. And though this is not super plot or essay relevant, the fact that Yichen is the one to object directly to Chongwu camp taking Jian, which results in Jian just having to wink at him to reassure him that he has everything under control, is like, why? I mean, thank you, but why? The audacity of both this demon and the show as a whole is surprising. And again, we have Yichen put in the kind of moral dilemma that I would expect to be reserved for either the male or the female lead towards each other, and it is that all the official powers that be demand Yichen kill Jian ahead of schedule. And this is where I believe Yichen's previous timid uncertainty is kicked into a full moral crisis, and he for the first time reiterates Yuanzhao's sentiments. He says, Yuanzhao killed my brother and my father under the influence of malicious energy. The real murderer is the malicious energy that transverses the world. Yuanzhao just happens to be the blade. Not only does he show compassion for Jian in this moment, but he even goes as far as to express admiration for him, which I think just shows a massive growth in character up until this point. And then the episode ends with the epic team-up between Pei Sijing and Jian, and unfortunately also the revelation of Baijiu's betrayal. Episode 20 has Wenshao fleeing to the Situ household after she is framed for the murder of the Prime Minister, and the group manages to reconcile with Baijiu before the Chongwu camp corners them at the house. As Wen Zhongyu is explaining how he manipulated everything, my attention was drawn to the fact that while Wen Zhongyu is the one who volunteers information regarding Wenshao and how he manipulated her, the one that Juyan actually asks after wanting confirmation on whether or not he knowingly or unknowingly betrayed Jian is actually Yi Chen. Even Xiao Jiudaren is one of your pawns. Back at the bureau, when Shao asks Yi Chen if he would still kill Jian, were they able to restore the Baizi token, and Yi Chen basically says that he doesn't want to answer that question because he doesn't want to put hope in such a hopeless sentiment, which is a much less definitive answer than he would have previously given. And then we get Wen Shao being suspected of not only murdering someone, but of also potentially being a demon. At face value, this is almost a copy-paste of the predicament that Yi Chen will later find himself in, and yet the way that it is treated is not nearly as serious as that, going as far as to have humor added in when Wen Shao is jailed in the next episode. Granted, there was no sense that Yuanzhao had a fear of becoming a demon in the same way that is established for Yearn. But it does beg the question of, if they had the opportunity to give that character arc, that character growth, that character sense of crisis to Yuanzhao, why did they instead undersell this and focus on Yearn? Now, there's a somewhat small moment that we have when Yearn shows up at Baijiu's house, but it, to me, did quite a good job of illustrating the strangeness of Yuanzhao and Yearn's dynamic throughout the show. So I want to take a moment to highlight it. Yearn and Jing show up unexpectedly, and Yuanzhao seems almost displeased to see him, but not to the extent that I could attribute it to her still conflicted feelings regarding his involvement in Wanara's death. And by contrast, she seems super happy and smiley when she sees Jing. Now again, maybe I wasn't reading that right, maybe the displeasure is from her still being unsure how to feel about Yearn, but from what we were shown, Yuanzhao was never aware of Yearn and Jing's plan, so for all she knew, Yearn was captured and maybe potentially tortured, because it's made very clear that Chongwu Camp does not have a kind view of demons. So from her perspective, Jing betrayed the group by giving Yearn over to Chongwu Camp, and Yearn might have been seriously abused and at the very least potentially been in danger from the Chongwu camp. So I would have expected her to have a massive sense of relief upon seeing Yearn, and yet that is not what we're shown at all. Again, we're told that Yuanzhao was worried for Yearn, wanted to protect him from being taken by the Chongwu camp, and yet no emotional weight is given to Yearn's arrival and his and Yuanzhao's reunion. Then we have Baijiu returning to his home, and while it's not always the case, I find that more often than not, you will have either the male or female lead be the one to kind of bring a character back to the light side as a show of their kindness, their compassion, their understanding, whichever of the characteristics you want to be highlighted, but generally it will be accredited to either the male or the female lead. And yet in this case, Yearn is the one who manages to get Baijiu to come back around, and though of course it does make complete sense considering their dynamic, I once again have to wonder why Yearn keeps on being so censored in so many of the conflicts and the resolution of said conflicts. After the truth about Baijiu's mother is revealed to Baijiu, we get this iconic line from Yearn regarding righting your wrongs. The sea of suffering is endless. As long as you return to the shore in time, there will still be a brilliant sunset waiting for you. It's an interesting choice to have Yearn say this line, and it's a line that I want you guys to put a pin in. It's also worth noting that Yearn's face is focused on as Yearn delivers this line, which to me kind of insinuates that Yearn himself very much wishes he could follow Yearn's advice as well. Episode 21 has Yearn fleeing from the group in an attempt to control his malicious energy, and the group having to set out to try and prove Yuanzhao's innocence. It ends with Yearn seeming to be affected by Yin once they're at the brothel. The group and Chongwu camp engage in a standoff, and despite the threat of Yearn's 5 senses being sealed, Yearn catches a spiked arrow to save Yuanzhao's life, and malicious energy threatens to consume Yearn as a result. Everyone's reactions to Yearn's slow loss of control is shown, but out of the entire group, it's only Yuanzhao and Yearn who you can actually hear calling out to Yearn. Both Baijiu and Jing's voices are muted. And the last person who is focused on from Yearn's perspective, and maybe even for the longest time, is Yearn. For Yearn's part, I feel like his reaction is quite telling with regards to his priorities. You see him flexing his fingers, getting ready to potentially have to use his sword against Yearn, but you never actually see him draw his sword, and the moment that it looks like Yearn is gonna collapse, he immediately stops reaching for his sword and goes to try and check on Yearn instead. And despite the malicious energy seeming to almost overwhelm Yearn, he manages to escape without harming any of the group members. And this is so not plot relevant, but can we just take a moment to admire the shirtless Yearn? Please and thank you. Again, I know it's not plot relevant, but yeah. Anyway, moving on. Now we get to what I think is probably my favorite Yuanzhao Yearn scene, sequence, whatever you want to call it. It is so incredibly beautifully shot as we see Yearn kind of daydreaming about what the perfect quiet life with Yuanzhao would be like, and both the visual and the music just gave me absolute chills, even though unfortunately it does have a little bit of a bittersweet undertone in my opinion. Then, because that sequence takes up quite a large part of the episode, I'm going to skip on to our three musketeers and their antics as they tried to capture Yearn. And boy, if Yearn didn't embody the uncomfortable with women vibe while he was in the brothel. And the one thing that I wanted to mention for the end of this episode is when we see Yearn impersonating Yuanzhao to try and get Yearn to leave her alone, I realized they actually missed out on an opportunity to really lean into this idea of Yearn's unrequited love for Yuanzhao, in the sense of we could have had him consciously know that this isn't Yuanzhao, this is Yearn, and yet kind of want to live in denial a little bit just because he so badly wants that kind of affection from Yuanzhao. They had a moment where they could have used this scene as an emotional weapon against Yearn to underscore his feelings for Yuanzhao, and instead it's very much played for comedy. Episode 22 mainly follows Yuanzhao trying to revive the Baizi token while Yearn goes off to try and deal with Yearn, and it ends with Yearn as he breaks the barrier around Yearn's home. So on a first time viewing, this is kind of where the misdirecting surrounding Yearn really starts until we get the reveal regarding Baijiu and Lilun. And honestly, to me, it almost acted like a camouflage for how his actions are interpreted versus what they might truly mean. So yeah, I just want you guys to kind of keep that in mind as we move through both episode 22 and the start of episode 23. On first viewing, the general assumption is that Yearn was either replaced by Yearn or being controlled or something like that. In reality, this is the moment where Yearn challenges Yearn not only with regards to his intentions to kill Yearn, but also just his identity as a demon hunter in general. And then later we are once again hit with Yearn's guilt over having to kill Yearn, but this time in relation to how it will affect Yuanzhao. Despite us having a temporary hope of the Baizi token being fixed, it does ultimately seem like the task of killing Yearn will be once again put onto Yearn's shoulders, and we see him continue to struggle with that. We see Yearn remembering the promise that he made under the Jianru tree with Lilun, the promise to protect the wilderness, and a part of me can't help but wonder if that tree dying was also symbolic of the relationship between Yearn and Lilun withering away. But what really surprised me was when we for an instant see Lilun change into Yearn in Yearn's eyes. It honestly surprised me. Part of me wonders if it was supposed to be foreshadowing for the fact that Yearn and Yearn's powers are going to merge at one point, but the theories that I'm more leaning towards are as follows. So the more obvious of the two theories that I have is that this might just be the filmmakers trying to enhance that sense of misdirection of, oh, something's not right with Yearn, he's not himself, maybe he's been taken over by Yearn, that kind of a thing. But a second option that I can't help but wonder about is whether or not this is supposed to indicate that Yearn is slowly taking the place that Yearn used to have in Yearn's eyes of someone that he can trust to have the same goals and values and kind of outlook on life as he did with Yearn. And unfortunately, I don't think it's necessarily all the good of it. I think it could also indicate that just like with Yearn, while he has come to value Yearn and view him as someone that he trusts to have the same goals as him, he still fears a similar betrayal from Yearn that he experienced with Yearn. And again, it just brought me back to thinking about Yearn's question to Yearn of who he would choose, considering while we are led to believe that Yearn has taken over Yearn, in actuality, Yearn is never the chosen one to betray Yearn, if that makes sense. And here is where I once again want to address some strange choices that were made regarding Yuanzhao's characterization. And please bear in mind, this is all just from the perspective of why were these choices made rather than other choices, not a judgment on the character herself or the actress who plays her. So while Yuanzhao and Yearn are talking about Yearn's promise to kill Yearn, it suddenly struck me how strange it is that we never see her attempt to do any research or perform any actions that would suggest she's trying to help Yearn break free from this promise that he made as both of them start to come to care for Yearn. It feels like it should have been a natural progression for her character, considering how well researched she is underscored to be, and considering that she is apparently in love with Yearn, and yet it's an action that she never thinks to take. Instead, she says with regards to Yearn having to kill Yearn, "What's the use in worrying? I know you will." Which, again, it doesn't matter whether or not Yearn ends up living or dying. It's just the same defeatist attitude that we saw her exhibit when she was talking to Paisajing about a tree not being able to catch someone who is destined to fall. It also, to me, added to the unbalanced feeling that Yuanzhao and Yearn's dynamic has, where Yearn is always shown to be the caring, nurturing one who tries his best to save Yuanzhao whenever she needs help, while Yuanzhao is very much framed as someone who has the book smarts and the emotional smarts. Either way, it would have been totally within her means, and the success of the effort is not what matters here. It's the fact that we never saw the effort being made. Now, to counter that, we do at least have a lot of effort put into fixing the Baita token, and this might be my bias speaking, but I think for me, because this was a group effort, it did feel a little bit less impactful than any of the other things that I suggested might have been. The fact that we were robbed of some of Yuanzhao's character growth is also highlighted to me when she says, "I used to be like you, now I just want him to live," in reference to the fact that she used to be like Yearn and now just wants Yearn to live. To me, it very much feels like an indirect acknowledgement that the character growth from someone who used to hate demons because of what happened in her past to someone who can tolerate and then actually grow to care for them and love them the way she does Yearn happened completely off screen before the show even started. So I know I just spent a lot of time on Yuanzhao's characterization in the start of this episode, but for me it did a big job of highlighting how pale Yuanzhao's convictions were when compared to Yi-chen's, considering that Yi-chen's entire character arc is centered around Yearn. And the thing is, they had the opportunities to make her convictions either as strong as Yi-chen's or maybe even stronger, depending on how they played it, by highlighting her desire to live, making her basically the exact opposite of Yearn, who just sincerely wants to die. They could have at the start of the show shown her and the deceptive beast having a connection because she's trying to find out information about the Baizi token because she knows her time is running out and she really just wants to fix it because she wants to live. It could have then also strengthened that interaction when she was in her dream and unable to kill herself because she is so afraid of death, because that's all she's ever felt she was heading towards. And if you had really wanted to push it into like the tragic but beautiful realm, you could have even had the fixing of the Baizi token be a situation where fixing it would help her but would harm Yearn. And then she would have been left with a fantastic moral dilemma of she wants to save herself, but suddenly there's something else that she values just as much as she values her own life, and now she doesn't know what to choose. It's funny because instead a very similar situation to the last bit that I just mentioned is given to Yi-chen with regards to Yearn, but we'll get to that later. Back with Yearn as he battles his inner demon, pun intended I guess, we have Yuanzhao and Yi-chen verbally placed on the same level when Yearn thinks about them. You killed Yuanzhao's master, why would she still care for you? You killed Yi-chen's father and brother. Do you think he'll still show you mercy? After which Yearn starts to become overtaken by the malicious energy. Theoretically, Yinglei could have been added to this list of people that Yi-chen was feeling guilty over. He also lost someone because of Yearn, and that would have made the scene a lot less focused on just Yuanzhao and Yi-chen, rather just Yearn's general sense of guilt. Or alternatively, you could have just had him go malicious after thinking about Yuanzhao. So back at the bureau, Yi-chen tells Yinglei about the tradition of drinking wine before going off to battle, either because they want to celebrate the victory ahead or have a last drink should they die. And for the first time, Yi-chen actually mentions wanting to have a drink with Yearn, which is not very plot relevant, but it did feel like a small full circle moment, considering that the very first thing Yearn says at the start of the series is that he wants to have a drink with Yi-chen. The box containing Yuanzhao's flowers is shown for the first time, and this is an interesting moment for me because there were a lot of times throughout the show where I genuinely thought Yi-chen was getting mentally prepared to sacrifice himself to ensure Yuanzhao and Yearn's happiness, and yet we know that that's never followed through on. Then we have Yuanzhao go into the sundial in order to grow a new tree for the Baizi token, and this is generally where I would expect to see the showcasing of devotion, the highlighting of hardships in order to really hammer home how loyal Yuanzhao is being towards Yearn. We even have it mentioned that this is going to take 300 years, it's going to feel like forever for her, and it could have carried a lot of weight had the writers wanted to focus on it more. But instead it's skipped over in about a minute of screen time here, and then even when it's referenced again, I think it takes up less than 5 minutes of screen time. But I want to talk about that more once we get to it. And while what Yuanzhao does in this moment is amazing, because of the way that the situation is set up, I found it interesting that we completely miss out on the opportunity to have Yearn offer Yuanzhao moral support regarding it. And what she did is also never revealed to Yearn for him to appreciate in hindsight. The episode ends off with Yuanzhao and Yichen's plan to save Yearn being revealed and the hope that comes with it being destroyed when everyone fears that Yichen is being controlled by Lilin. Episode 23 focuses on the group saving Yearn, as well as the reveal that Baijiu is being possessed by Lilin, and it ends off with Yichen passed out and the Cloudlight Sword broken. Yichen finds Yearn in his home and tells him that he not only wanted to share wine with him, but also the journey we walked together with all its past events made me feel that maybe oaths can be broken and fate can be changed. And I think this is the clearest statement of indecision that we have seen from Yichen up until this point. And I found it very interesting that here Yichen talks about wanting to change fate and break oaths when you put it into the context of the Unintentional Big Dreams lyrics, where it says, if you go against fate, you become immortal. Going back to the actual story, not only is it very clear that Yichen is feeling very affected in the situation, he actually is crying as he sits across from Yearn. Then we get the very abrupt transition into battle. And while on first viewing, besides it being absolutely terrifying, honestly, it also led me to believe that Yichen was being taken over by Lilin, which I think was an intentional thing on the creators' part. But on rewatch, all I can interpret this as is that a high on malicious energy Yearn views Yichen as Lilin and sees him as a threat. Cutting back to the rest of the group, the Baita token is restored only to be immediately snatched away by Yearn, and Baijiu is knocked unconscious, which then reveals that Lilin is actually in control of Baijiu. While Yichen and Yearn are fighting, Yichen fully admits that he doesn't want to kill Yearn, and he even goes as far as to say, "This time, I've bled myself for you." Yichen stabs Yearn in an attempt to immobilize him so that he can insert the needle he thinks will help Yearn. And here, before we go any further, is where I want to bring up Yichen's sword, because it cracks. In the next episode, it's shown that the Cloudlight Sword basically answered Yichen's call as he was crying over it, wanting revenge for his brother and father's deaths, which to me basically says that the Cloudlight Sword's original awakening was because of Yichen's hatred for Yearn. I'll go more into detail when we get to that part in the next episode, but it truly made it so much more impactful to me that at the height of Yichen's indecision, Yichen's unwillingness to kill Yearn, to go against the very thing that he originally wanted the Cloudlight Sword to awaken for, that's when the sword cracks and breaks. When Shao manages to stop Yichen from using Lilin's needle on Yearn, and he leaves her to deal with Yearn as he goes to help the others. There's a small intermission where Yichen metaphorically stands between Lilin and Yearn as he reassures Lilin that Yearn is fine, he doesn't have to worry about it, which was just so petty, I kind of loved it. And then we go back and there is a moment where it genuinely seems like when Shao and Yearn are about to kiss. So let's talk about that. I fully convinced myself that, it's fine, it makes sense that they were never shown kissing because it's not like any of the other couples kissed throughout the show. I was lying to myself. Both Cheng Huang and the original goddess and Rini and Miss Qi kiss during their episodes. So it's not like kissing is completely not present in the show. It makes sense that Faye and Qinggang never kissed. I'm very happy about it because the actress for Qinggang is quite a bit younger than the actor for Faye. But that being said, why, where Yuanzhao has just more or less brought Yearn back from the edge of insanity, and we've seen all the thoughts and emotions and everything, dreams that Yearn has regarding Yuanzhao and the life that he wants to live with her, do we not get a kiss? Like, it would not have dampened the mood to have Yuanzhao tell him, it's real, you're not dreaming, and then have them kiss. We still could have had that, and then maybe you could have the contract interrupting them after they'd already had a beautiful kiss. And like, just slightly judging Yuanzhao in this moment, because personally, if a contract had freaking interrupted my opportunity to kiss the man of my dreams, that thing would see the inside of a shredder so fast. Just saying. Obviously, delayed gratification with regards to like, well, they won't, are they gonna kiss, is not a new thing at all. But if the creators do go that route, then it does kind of set this expectation that when they do kiss, it's gonna be the most romantic thing ever. You know, it's gonna be very memorable, it's gonna be very worth the wait. And now we have the revelation of what actually happened to Yuanzhao during the 300 years that she raised the tree for the Baizi token. And I actually was a little bit inaccurate when I said it was just less than 5 minutes. It's less than 2 minutes of screen time that is dedicated to showing the struggles Yuanzhao went through as she was raising the new tree. Though it is beautiful just like everything else in the show, because such little time is spent on it, to me it very much did lessen the weight of her struggles, especially when compared to some of the other characters' struggles that we see throughout the show. But what was truly the missed opportunity for me in this moment was that Yuanzhao never shares the fact that she essentially mentally aged 300 years in the span of a day. So while yes, we do get a little bit of a sense of new understanding from Yuanzhao, it's not a mutual newfound sense of bonding and understanding between Yuanzhao and Yearn. It's very one-sided instead. And Yuanzhao goes as far as to minimize it to 3 years. We go back to Yi Chen's side of things as Li Lun destroys the Cloud Light Sword. Now, obviously I understand that the amount of physical abuse that you can comfortably put Yi Chen through versus Yuanzhao through differs greatly. But because of how absolutely brutal this attack on Yi Chen was, it ended up making this attack from Li Lun feel so much more personal than anything he had ever done to any of the other characters. And while I was in absolute denial about it, I was 100% convinced Yi Chen was gonna die at the end of this episode, which of course raised the emotional stakes by quite a lot. And to me it very much came across that Li Lun in this moment stopped seeing Yi Chen as just one of the group and instead started seeing him as his own individual threat. Of course, Yi Chen really pushes himself to his limits before being dealt a knockout blow, after which Yuanzhao and Yearn arrive, with Yearn taking the lead as he runs. Episode 24 has Li Lun finding out the truth about Wen Zongyu's schemes, while the group deals with Yi Chen's spiraling condition, and it ends with an out-of-control Yi Chen strangling Yuanzhao. We find out that Yi Chen has a soul connection to the Cloud Light Sword, which means that with the sword broken, Yi Chen is in danger of dying. Again, this is such a contrast to how the destruction of the Baizi token was originally handled, But to be fair, we do have Yuanzhao being poisoned while using the Baizi token to kind of counterbalance it. And of course, Yearn now has the cracking of the Cloudlight Sword to add to his pile of growing guilt. Going back to points of comparison, if Yuanzhao truly had been meant to be the focus of the story the way that the summary seemed to indicate, then it's surprising to me that Yearn's life and death does not hang in the balance because of the Baizi token, but instead because of the Cloudlight Sword. And I think the Baizi token could have believably been given the ability to purify human bodies of demon possession or something to that effect if they had wanted to go that route. While Yearn is unconscious, we get the fullest version of his past with the Cloudlight Sword, and it's revealed that originally neither Yearn or Yearn were able to awaken the sword. It was only when Yearn was begging for a way to avenge his brother and father, and a tear fell on the blade of the sword, that the sword was awoken. Side note of something that just made me smile was the fact that the stone that can fix everything and heal Yearn's sword was a rainbow iridescent stone. Anyway, though now that I've said it, the fact that the rainbow colored rock was interfered with by the evil X. Yeah, let's not go further down that rabbit hole, because some things are too far even for me. Anyway, we have Yearn chasing after Yearn just to beg him to spare Yearn's life, and once they're back in the room, Yuanzhao has the stone in hand. They could have used this moment where Yuanzhao has the stone and it starts to grow hot to the touch to emphasize Yuanzhao's commitment to her friend and maybe play up the potential of it, like, oh, you know, maybe Yuanzhao does have some feelings for Yearn if they had wanted to, by showing how long she refuses to let go of the stone despite it growing so hot that it starts to burn her hands. It could have had a similar effect to showing Baijiu's commitment near the end of the show when he's trying to save Yearn's life. With the stone broken, Bingyi's blood enters Yearn's system, and it's revealed that Yearn's plan was actually to turn Yearn into a demon, officially realizing what we've been told to be Yearn's worst fear. Yearn catches a glimpse of Bingyi's memories, and here is the first time where we get a sense of the mirroring between Yearn and Bingyi's fates. For the greater good, I don't mind dying. Yinglong, you don't mind dying, but have you ever thought about my feelings? We have the first recounting of the past between Bingyi and Yinglong that we later find out to not necessarily be this accurate, with them saying that Yinglong was a vicious demon who wreaked havoc and Bingyi only turned on him once he realized he'd made a mistake. It's also revealed that even though Bingyi was viewed as a god by the world, in fact he and Yinglong were both demons. This not only hints to the unreliableness of the legends, but it also further emphasizes the eventual mirroring that we will see between Yearn and Yearn and Bingyi and Yinglong. And of course, with the demon blood in Yearn's system, Yearn is now basically double doomed, because even if they were to be able to fix the sword, Yearn would still die because he doesn't have an inner core with which to deal with the power that Bingyi's blood has. So though there's a lot to look forward to with regard to Yearn learning to understand Yearn, in this moment we actually see Yearn empathizing with Yearn. Sometimes people become independent not because they're sensible, but because they're lonely. As if that wasn't enough, we also have him saying this as he comforts Yuanzhao. Xiaozhou isn't the boy he used to be. He has us. I love the scene originally just because of the amount of care that we see Yearn starting to exhibit towards Yearn, but The more I looked at it, the more I felt there was more to it. And that is with regards to what I would normally expect from the story structure at this point. It makes sense for Yuanzhao to be showing this level of care, but it is surprising that Yearn is basically shown to be just as concerned for Yearn as Yuanzhao is in this moment. And not only that, I would have actually expected the person who is comforting Yuanzhao to be Pei Jing, so that the focus of the emotions being felt is on Yuanzhao and kind of the way that Yuanzhao is experiencing it, rather than the show of concern being split almost equally between Yearn and Yuanzhao. Also, though I understand from Yearn's perspective why he might want to undermine the connection between Yearn and Yuanzhao, the fact that Yearn keeps referring to Yuanzhao and Yearn as aunt and nephew really gutted any romantic inclination that I might have felt between the two of them, even though up until this point they had read really best friends rather than romantic interests to me personally. But back in Yearn's room, Yearn startles awake, clearly not in control of himself, and before he ends up strangling Yuanzhao, we see that both Yuanzhao and Yearn are present and kind of waiting by his bedside. Now we're into the last 9/10 episodes of the show, with the start of episode 25, which follows Yearn's descent into despair as he tries to deal with his new identity, and it ends with Lilun and Aoyin under an umbrella. With Yearn under the control of the demon blood, we see him injure both Yuanzhao and Yinglei before he leaves the demon hunting bureau. I don't know how intentional this was, but the fact that Yinglei and Yuanzhao were the two people Yearn ends up harming was very interesting to me, because they are not only the two people who Yearn is arguably most close to of the group that is left, but they are also the two people who were directly affected by Yearn when he was under control of malicious energy, which to me very much increased the mirroring that we see playing out regarding the two of them throughout this episode. Yearn is the first person to rush to Yearn's side when they find him passed out in the village, and he ends up cradling Yearn in much the same way that he was cradling Yuanzhao a few minutes prior. And some might even call him helping Yearn circulate the demon energy dual cultivation, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, this scene is just very interesting. I feel like there is so much to unpack. We have Yearn almost instinctively turning to Yearn to find out what had happened when he hears that he might have killed someone, to me showing how much he trusts Yearn to not sugarcoat things. And Yearn responds by trying to keep him calm when Yearn believes that he killed Yuanzhao. Then Yearn actually drapes his cloak over Yearn, reciprocating the gesture from Mount Kunlun, and I can't believe we got that. And then we have Yearn holding on to Yearn as he struggles to process what has happened. And all of this happens before we even have Yearn commiserating with Yearn over this experience. Before we do get into the dialogue, I also just want to take a moment to emphasize how stark the contrast is with regards to every one of the group members' reactions to this. So Yinglei, while not directly accusatory, is very clearly uncomfortable, silent, unsure how to approach this conversation. And Pei Jing, in comparison, is directly very accusatory, which to me was a bit of a frustrating experience, considering she never showed this level of cruel confrontation when it came to Yuanzhao being suspected of being a demon and having killed the Prime Minister, nor when it came to Baijiu's original betrayal indirectly leading to multiple people's deaths. And yet here she's unwilling to even give Yearn the benefit of the doubt. The writers went out of their way to make Yuanzhao unable to be there for Yearn in this very emotional moment, and instead the one who is there supporting Yearn as this revelation happens is Yearn. And now on to the dialogue. Yearn says, "I know the feeling. Every time I was controlled by malicious energy." It's worth noting that Yearn never once makes excuses for himself and what he does while under the control of malicious energy, and yet here in this moment, to comfort Yearn, he's willing to admit how out of control and scared he feels when he is taken over by malicious energy. Now, maybe I am being too generous towards Yearn in this moment, but despite Yinglei being amazing, playing devil's advocate for Yichen's benefit in this moment, though at first glance one could interpret Yearn's doubt in Yichen as him being like, you know, I saw it happen, I don't trust you, I actually think it was more likely to be a reflection of his own trauma playing out, where he doesn't feel like he can trust himself not to harm other people, and so he is extending that to Yichen. And then one of the shots in the show, there are so many, but that I sat and watched it the first time, I could not believe we got this direct of a mirroring situation, was when Yichen is in the jail cell while a emotional Yearn is on the outside looking in. And let me just add, the pain in Yearn's eyes as he looks at Yichen in this moment is not subtle. It's okay, I'll save you. Legit, this is generally the kind of thing I would say is strictly reserved for romantic leads, but apparently not. And Yearn ends up doing most of the heavy lifting to prove Yichen's innocence. Thank you, Yearn, I appreciate. And of course, as soon as the group go out to try and capture Yearn, Yichen is outed while Yearn stands protectively in front of him, only stepping away when he has to calm down Yuanzhao. I want to take a moment to really emphasize how much choice went into Yichen's character arc playing out the way that it did, all the things leading up to this, and the fact that this scene even exists tells me how much of a priority Yichen was in the telling of the story, because they could have so easily avoided the scene as a whole. There was no real reason for Yichen to have to accompany them in trying to find Yearn, so he could have stayed home. The scene at the brothel could have been more or less minimized to the Chongwu camp making themselves look good and taking the credit for capturing Yearn, and that's it. But clearly, Yichen's character growth was very important in this moment, and that's why it instead plays out the way that it does. So Yichen is ridiculed and pelted with food, and the reaction shots we get from the other characters is telling. As Yichen is thrown with food, Yearn is the only one whose gaze is never shown to falter or move away from Yichen, which results in him being the first person who notices when Yichen starts crying, and the gay rage button is instantaneous. Like, I honestly can't believe we got to witness this on screen. Yearn literally loses control of his malicious energy for Yichen's sake, or because of Yichen. I don't know how else to word it, but like, what? I mean, he's literally seeing red and shedding tears because of what people are doing to Yichen. And we also never see, that I can recall, a similar moment of rage-induced protectiveness from Yearn to Yuanzhao, and that just kind of blows my mind. Also, there was a solid opportunity here for the focus of the scene to shift for a moment to Yuanzhao and Yearn's bond by having Yuanzhao be the one to step in front of Yearn and actually be able to calm him down. And yet instead we have Pei Sijing trying to do it, and it's only because of a distraction from Chongwu camp that Yearn ends up de-escalating. Yearn ends up leaving the brothel on his own, and we see him sit down in the rain next to a small stream or river, whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's like a tiny moat. And much like how we had a Dark Night of the Soul kind of instance for Yearn at Mount Kunlun, I would say this is Yearn's. Here follows another one of my favorite scenes where in Yearn's darkest moments, Yearn comes to try and push him over the edge. Okay, for me, this conversation with Yearn speaks a lot of volumes, so I want to try and keep it as organized as possible. First, we have Yearn asking, do you know what Yearn hates the most? He hates demons who kills humans the most. This not only showcases to me Yearn's fundamental misunderstanding of Yearn, because it wasn't the two guards who had harmed demons that made Yearn truly turn against Yearn. It was the murder of the innocent, unrelated people afterwards that caused the rift. But it also raises an eyebrow for me. This moment is not just meant to hurt Yearn, it's meant to hurt Yearn, who by most people's standards should hate Yearn and thus not be really caring what he thinks about Yearn. And that's what's so surprising to me, because there are so many angles that Yearn could have chosen with which to needle at Yearn in this moment, and he does get to those, but it suggests that the thing that he knows will hurt both of them the most is Yearn despising Yearn. Visually, we see Yearn kneel down in front of Yearn at this moment so that they're more or less eye to eye. And this is followed through with regards to the dialogue, when it becomes clear that Yearn wants to see a mirror of himself in Yearn. He wants to be on the same level as Yearn, and maybe even that he feels Yearn holds the position in Yearn's life that Yearn once held. Yearn asks if Yearn understands, and Yearn says, what do you expect me to understand? To which Yearn replies, me. And here we finally get to come back to some of the pins that I made note of in Qinggong and Fei's arc. We saw Yearn drive a wedge between Qinggong and Fei by using the worship of the people and the way that people turned against Qinggong in order to fan flames of discontent and hatred. And here we see him try to use the same tactic with Yearn. When people knock down a divine statue and trample and spit on it, they never get it up and kneel before it to worship it again. Yearn points out that Yearn wouldn't be accepted by either humans or demons because of the fear that humans have towards demons, and the fact that Yearn has killed too many demons to not have made enemies out of the demon race. And while Yearn is attempting to isolate Yearn, we have the mention of Yearn being viewed as an outcast or anomaly once more. But despite this being Yearn's darkest hour, we still see him draw a line between himself and Yearn. And what makes this better is that we see Yearn defensively trying to come back with what he views as an insult. You're too cowardly, just like Yuanzhao. And while Yearn has sat idly by and listened to Yearn verbally abuse him up until this point, the moment Yearn insults Yearn actually stands up and attacks him, confirming that he too has a protective rage button where Yearn is concerned. He ends up knocking Yearn into the small river or stream, whatever you want to call it. Visuals wise, something that was very satisfying was that while Yearn is the one in control of the conversation, while he is looming over Yearn, so to speak, we see mostly darkness, and the moment that Yearn takes a stand against Yearn, more of the scenery is revealed, and along with it, all of the lights that light the area. Very much reflecting Yearn's words of a little starlight, a candle flame, and a street lamp left on for travelers can all pierce the darkness, and you. And subtly or not, this seems to be Yearn equating Yearn to a dark night that Yearn has had to escape from. Yearn takes pity on Yearn in this moment, and I think it's because he sees a part of himself in Yearn, the lonely person that he used to be. And he maybe realizes that, unlike himself, who now has a found family, Yearn remains alone. And if up until this point Yearn taking pity on Yearn wasn't the biggest power move I'd ever seen, Yearn really seals the deal for me with this line. I will never understand you, but now I understand Yuanzhao. So you're telling me that the tactic that worked to separate friends, if not lovers, Qinggang and Fei, of 100+ years was not enough to break the relationship between Yearn and Yearn. If anything, it actually brought them closer together. Not only that, but are you telling me that Yearn's entire character arc up until this point was so that he could learn to truly understand Yuanzhao? That sounds very straight to me, you know? Before we jump into the next episode to continue the amazing growth of Yearn's character, I want to take a moment to focus back on Yearn here. Not only did Yearn just admit that he now feels he understands Yearn, something that Yearn has never been able to do despite his own best efforts, we see that when Yearn leaves, visually speaking, the thing that is left behind is a lonely kid. And unlike Yearn, who was shielded by Yearn's umbrella when he was attacked at the riverside, the only person who is there to shield Yearn is Yearn. I swear you can see the moment Yearn registers the umbrella before he looks back, and I think for a moment he legit hoped it was Yearn holding that umbrella, Yearn protecting him, choosing him. Episode 26 focuses on Yearn and Yearn's new level of understanding as they try to find a way to fix the Cloudlight Sword, and it ends with our bromance frozen in ice. Yet another editing filming choice is the fact that once Yearn does show up at the bureau, they choose to cut it before we actually see the hug between Yearn and Yuanzhao, though it's very much shown that it is gonna happen. Now again, don't get me wrong, one small moment of them not prioritizing Yuanzhao's reactions, even when it would make sense, doesn't make or break a dynamic, but it's a different story when it keeps on happening. And so instead of lingering on Yuanzhao and Yearn's reunion, which I would half expect were they the romantic rival situation that we are led to believe at the start of the show, we cut to not a group reunion, which would have maybe made similar sense and kind of given us a similar effect to the Yuanzhao Yearn situation. We cut quite quickly to Yearn finding Yearn in his room. And here is where I interrupt all the queer discussions to once again highlight how beautiful the cinematography for the show is. This shot is stunning. Enough said. This entire scene is something I can't believe actually exists. There's this look of understanding between Yearn and Yearn when they first lay eyes upon each other and Yearn is asking these questions, but because it's done in more of a voiceover fashion where we never see Yearn actually verbalizing these questions, it very much gives the feeling that these questions were never voiced but instead just mutually understood. And here is something that I think is so indicative of both Yearn and Yearn's personalities, because while Yearn is here offering comfort to Yearn takes the moment to actually turn it around and offer some kind of recognition for Yearn's emotions as well. Not only is Yearn's affirmation of Yuanzhao, I understand you now, devastating, but the amount of emotion that's reflected in Yearn's face at this statement is something else. There's this look of dual grief and joy, and then we have Yearn's answering small smile, which just looks so quietly happy, and it just broke me in the best way. And again, it just for a moment brought my mind back to how we didn't get that sense of mutual understanding when Yuanzhao went to Yearn at Peach Blossom House, and there was the discussion, or lack thereof, of Yuanzhao's 300 years lived in a day. And then we have Yearn admitting that he was very torn about killing Yearn, and even though he is the one facing an identity crisis and the possibility of dying, he still takes the time to validate Yearn's experience in this moment. Not only that, but Yearn reiterates that had the sword not been broken and he was forced to kill Yearn, he definitely would have had regrets. So Yearn tells Yearn to do what he wants to do, to become what he wants to become, in the sense of whether or not Yearn is a human or a demon. Basically, it doesn't matter. That's not what defines you. Which I think shows us why the filmmakers might not have validated Yuanzhao's view of you can only be what you were born as, because at the end of the day, that wasn't what was supposed to define everyone. So, small moment, but the amount of fondness that we see from Yearn when he admonishes Yearn is so hard won, and I think that's what truly for me makes Yearn and Yearn's dynamic so compelling. There was so much work that each of them had to do in order to be able to come to this point of mutual understanding, and it's a journey that was so beautifully and painstakingly crafted to be shown to us as the audience. And we have yet another pun coming back at the perfect time when Yearn asks Yearn if he wants to be demon or human. I've never changed. I've always been a great demon seeking death. Yearn looks incredibly sad, but he still says, "You really are an anomaly." I almost want to cry at the amount of character growth that one can read into just that single statement, because it is something that we twice have confirmation to be viewed as a negative by Yearn, once in his past and once during the discussion with Yearn. And yet here he says it with a clear level of admiration aimed towards Yearn. And to emphasize it, we have the flashback with Yearn where his brother tells him that one day he will meet someone who he considers an anomaly or an outcast, and he will have to use his heart to determine his feelings. So considering the overall context of that discussion with Yearn, the answer in Yearn's heart, the answer to his loneliness, is Yearn? Question mark? This is immediately followed by Yearn saying, "We will always be with you," and yet it's only Yearn's face that is shown in this moment. It's not like the show has shied away from montages before, so we could have had Yearn thinking back to all the found family moments that they have experienced up until this point to try and be more of a counterbalance to the absolute queerness that is currently smacking me in the face, and yet they chose not to do that. And though yes, the entire found family are indeed oddballs, Yearn is the only one besides Yearn who is this directly associated with the term. So that, coupled with the "you'll find one person," the Yearn, I can't help but think that though they soften the blow by including everyone at the end, this very much is meant to focus on Yearn's role in Yearn's life rather than just the group as a whole. And then I want to focus in on the meaning that we find out Yearn and his father associate with Yearn's name, because it's an important pin that I want to add to the list. We have him saying this. Father said the meaning of Chin is actually a roof that shelters all. With a roof, people can shelter from the wind and rain. With a roof, there's a home. And again, I was so focused on the explanation of what Yearn's name means in this context that it took me way too long to realize that he is coming to this realization of feeling like he finally has a home again when it's just him and Yearn and no one else is present. If the focus of the show had genuinely only been on the found family aspect and there wasn't supposed to be something special about Yearn and Yearn's dynamic in particular, I would have expected this realization from Yearn to maybe happen in a moment similar to what we had at episode 14 when they were just drinking and making merry after solving the cause of the plague. And yet, this was the moment that they chose for that instead. And of course, we have to have Yearn put a damper on things by saying, but Xiaojuodaren, you're the only one who can fulfill my wish. So please. Because nothing ruins the romantic mood quite like asking someone to kill you. So Yearn says that he might not live long enough to fulfill his promise to Yearn, but at the very least he hopes he'll live long enough to save Baijiu. And when he tries to make a final request from Yearn stops him, saying that he hates final requests. There's two things that I find interesting about this moment, because the request was very clearly with regards to hoping that Yearn will take care of Yuanzhao, but it not only instead serves to emphasize that Yearn doesn't want Yearn to die, but also that he is not willing to make that promise of taking care of Yuanzhao to Yearn. And funnily enough, out of the three main characters, Yuanzhao is the last person to receive the getting a cloak draped over her shoulders treatment. Now, this interaction between Yearn and Yuanzhao, we have Yearn saying that Yearn asked him to take care of her. I didn't think much of this on my first watch because I didn't realize that Yearn never actually got to say it. We just discussed that Yearn interrupted him before he could. And yet this shows that Yearn actually knew exactly what Yearn was about to ask of him, and yet he wasn't willing to have it be asked. He wasn't willing to make that commitment. Which means that when Yearn follows it up by saying that he didn't actually say it, he's not just talking about Yearn not actually asking Yearn to marry Yuanzhao, but also admitting that he never allowed Yearn to ask that of him. And Yearn follows it up with this: perhaps you're the one he cares about the most and worries about the most. I realize there's a different way to interpret this than I did originally. It could have read as a jealousy from Yearn towards Yearn over Yuanzhao, but now to me it reads more like Yearn doubting and being unsure about how much Yearn cares about him in comparison to Yuanzhao. Again, it's just so odd to still see Yearn this adamant to die that he is unwilling to make any promises to Yearn about keeping Yuanzhao safe should Yearn die. To put it very crudely, we're 26 episodes into what is supposed to be a straight romance focused on Yuanzhao and Yearn, and Yearn doesn't love Yuanzhao enough to commit to staying alive for her sake. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we could still have the ending be the way it is. It's not about whether or not Yearn succeeds in staying alive for Yuanzhao's sake. It's the fact that up until this point, we never see him try. And this for me was take 2 of a moment where I genuinely expected Yearn and Yuanzhao to kiss, and they still didn't. This conversation with Yuanzhao, however, was a fantastic moment in my opinion to get an even better sense for how Yearn views himself. Yuanzhao asks if anyone has ever applied ointment for Yearn, and he says, "I'm a demon, my wounds can heal immediately, no need to apply ointment." AKA, I'm a demon, so no one needs to take care of me. Yuanzhao comments that the wound in his heart can't be healed, and Yearn visibly withdraws, which is a very stark contrast to the vulnerability that we just saw him show with Yearn. We return to Mount Kunlun to restore the gate between the mortal world and the wilderness, and I can't help but wonder at the significance of that first attempt with the Baizi ritual happening while Yearn and Yearn were still at odds, and it at that point failing. And now, when it seems like their relationship has fully mended, we almost have a complete character arc for Yearn. Now they managed to fix the gate. All sources converge, yin and yang reflect each other, and heaven and earth work in harmony. Unite. Symbolically speaking, typically in a straight romance, this breaking apart of understanding versus the mending of understanding and the healing of the situation between the mortal realm and the wilderness, I would expect to happen after a momentous turning point or shift in understanding between Yearn and Yuanzhao, since one might assume that they'd be the representatives of mortals and demons being at odds. And yet the most significant recent occurrence is, as I mentioned, Yearn turning into a demon and the mutual understanding between Yearn and Yearn. Anyway, they head off to the Bingi clan's forbidden area, and Yearn tries to revert to his old ways of doing things alone. While Yuanzhao and Paisijing try to argue against it, it is Yearn who now verbalizes Yearn's thoughts with their new shared sense of understanding. Shaojuodaren is in a dilemma, right? Yearn confirms that he would rather die and potentially give up on saving Baijiu than run the risk of putting the others in danger. And then we have 2 gut punches in relative succession, starting with Yearn saying that everyone will be better off if the sword is restored, because I get to die like I want and everyone else gets to live. But the truly astonishing part is Yearn's response. Even if it's restored, please don't die. So Yearn is basically literally using his life as a bargaining chip in order to get Yearn to value his own. Yuanzhao, if you promise me that, I'll go in with you. We might have just watched Yearn's heart heal in real time, because he says, I can't promise you I won't die. My life is in your hands. All I can promise is I won't seek death anymore. So let me get this straight, or gay in this instance, I guess. The demon who for 26 episodes has always sought death just promised that he won't anymore, and it wasn't because of or for the female lead's sake. And Yearn seeks reassurance from Yearn about this when Paisijing and Yuanzhao have walked ahead. Don't forget your promise to me. Yearn is left alone, and he actually sheds a tear as he admits that though he will try and keep all his promises to Yearn, he has made so many that he hopes Yearn won't blame him if he actually can't end up keeping them. And the thing is, they had the chance to keep that sentiment but lessen the direct connection to Yearn, and thus the emotional weight being placed specifically on the promises he's made to Yi Chen, because he has made quite a few promises to Yuanzhao as well. He could have easily said something to the effect of, I've promised a lot of people a lot of things, or I've promised all of you a lot of things, instead of the simple you. And to clarify, he definitely says 你的 and not 你们. So there is no doubt here, he's not talking about a collective you, he is talking about Yi Chen specifically. And now we enter the Bingyi cave to Yearn and Yi Chen having entered a full married old couple mode. And not only that, but where before we would always see Yuanzhao, Yearn, and Yi Chen paired together as a trio with Yearn in the middle, now we have the two of them more or less visually paired off together alone, and Yi Chen is in the center, visually separating Yuanzhao and Yearn. And here we come to Yi Chen being put in a position where he has to choose between sacrificing one of them or sacrificing everyone. And while Yearn looks ready to put up a fight, Yi Chen stops him in the most intimate way possible for two straight dudes in a straight show. Yi Chen gives Yuanzhao the box with flowers in and saves his conversation with Yearn for the last. Need I point out that generally in these kinds of life or death, about to go off to die situations, they'll leave the most important person for last. So the conversation that Yearn and Yi Chen have at this moment, the amount of emotions, all of it says so much, but unfortunately from Yearn's perspective, I think this to him confirms his earlier sentiment to Yuanzhao that Yuanzhao is all that Yi Chen cares about. Yi Chen once again asks Yearn to take care of Yuanzhao, this time doing so successfully. And yet Yearn says, but you won't listen to me. Almost as if he in this moment is trying to use Yuanzhao's life as the bargaining chip in the same way that Yi Chen just used his life to convince Yearn to stay. We'll note here that while Yi Chen is ascending the stairs, Paisajing is only heard calling out to him once, while Yuanzhao and Yearn call out to him equal amounts of times. And Yi Chen chooses to sacrifice himself in order to protect everyone else, saying that once he's dead, the Cloudlight Sword will choose a new owner and they need to ask that new owner to save Baijiu. Then at least he won't die with regrets. While Paisajing tries to break the ice with arrows, it doesn't work. And so Yearn is the one who, through sheer force of will against a magical snowstorm, climbs the steps with Yi Chen as his only point of focus. I honestly don't know how to justify the fact that this level of dedication was focused on Yi Chen and not Yuanzhao. Look, all I'm saying is if you've seen enough straight shows, then this visual will probably look familiar to you. As Yearn ascends the stairs, he says this: I'm a 1,000-year-old great demon. I don't believe I can't break your ridiculous and heartless ice with all my power and all the malicious energy in the world. He reaches out and casts his one-word spell, break, only for both of them to freeze. And this is where I want to talk about my thoughts and potential interpretations for this scene. Firstly, this means that even though we've been told that Yearn is willing to die for all of the members of the group, this is the first time that we actually get to see him match words to actions. And not only that, but it means that Yearn was willing to die if it could be with Yi Chen. 2. Plot twist wise, we know that it is Yearn's previous acts of care and protection towards Yi Chen that meant he gave Yi Chen immunity to his one-word spell, and that is why he is unable to now break the ice on Yearn. But symbolism-wise, I felt there was a lot to unpack. One of the options is that I'm to infer that Yearn was willing to freeze himself as an act of love and care for his friends, and thus no amount of malicious energy was enough to destroy the love that Yearn holds for said friends. And not only did it refuse to be destroyed, but it was enough to engulf Yearn as well. Obviously, I might be reaching here, but please bear with me for a moment because the show has definitely shown that it's not oblivious and actually uses symbolism quite a lot, which as a rule makes me believe that it's safe to assume that the creators are quite aware of the messaging that is happening throughout the show. For argument's sake, let's walk through the alternative. Had it played out in a way where Yearn was broken free from the ice, because you could maybe argue that the spell is not being cast on Yearn, it's being cast on the ice on Yearn, then the messaging that would have sent was, at the end of the day, maliciousness wins. And that's very much not in line with the messaging of the rest of the show that we've seen so far, that very much to me carries a message of hope. So alternatively, if you did want to argue, no, he had to freeze because of the immunity to the one-word spell, regardless of the fact that you can maybe fudge it a little by it being like, no, it's the ice that is being affected, not Yearn and his immunity. But if you did want to have him be immune in a way where it made it impossible for Yearn to break him free, the crux in that is that we didn't need to see Yearn try and yet fail to save Yearn, were it not, assumedly, for the sake of the emotional growth and the symbolism regarding these two characters. There is no plot-related reason, not character development, plot-related reason for Yearn trying to save Yearn. It could have still played out in exactly the same way. We could have had Yearn be the one to realize that he doesn't want to be inactive in Yearn's death. He doesn't want to force Yearn to have to take his own life to spare Yearn from the guilt. All of that could have still happened without Yearn being the eyes through which we saw all of this. And Yinglong could have still been moved by the rest of the group's attempt to save Yearn. None of this would have demanded what we saw Yearn do. So all of that to say, I'm convinced there is indeed symbolism here. I think it's just up to the audience to decide how they interpret said symbolism. Episode 27 delves into Yinglong and Bingyi's past, and while Yearn gets a core, they also find out that a dragon scale can be used to restore the Cloudlight sword. We're less than a minute into episode 27 when Yinglong says the following: and the demon who was destined to be killed by him was willing to be frozen with him. Willing, the show's favorite word. Much like the theme of dreams, willingness seems to be a reoccurring thing in the show, and interestingly enough, up until this point it seemed to have almost exclusively really been used when referencing Yearn or Yearn, only now having Yuanzhao say, I'm willing to, but I'm not strong enough. I'm always not strong enough. I hate myself for that. But actions speak louder than words, and in this case it was the actions of the creators not making Yuanzhao strong enough to actually follow through on what her words are saying. And she didn't need to be physically strong. They could have had her trying to subdue Yearn via the Baita token to at least save him if she felt that she couldn't save Yearn. She could have begged Yinglong to take her instead, and he could have refused because we know that he is actually capable of freezing people. That's how he kept them stationary despite their intent to leave. So there are a lot of attempts that Yuanzhao could have made if they had been more intent on showing her willingness, and yet she's never given that opportunity. Again, as I've mentioned multiple times before, it's not that any of Yuanzhao's attempts needed to succeed. Jian's attempt didn't succeed either, but it left a massive impression because of how hard he tried. And the fact that the creators chose to focus in on that instead of focusing on how Yuanzhao is trying to save her friend and her beloved is telling to me. I will say I really appreciated the moment when Paisajing was holding Yuanzhao after she attempted to take her own life, even if I don't think that moment of Yuanzhao trying to take her own life hit as hard as it should because of the lack of establishment of her character otherwise. Then we find out that the dried flowers Yuanzhao gave Yearn originally is now Yearn's gift back to her. And while this might have read as an indirect confession from Yearn without the flashback as context, it is instead framed to be Yearn's way of telling Yuanzhao to let go of him. Now, to be fair, some might argue that this was indeed supposed to be a romantic gesture, and it's more that Yuanzhao misunderstood the gesture as him telling her to forget him, and not that that was actually Yearn's intent. I personally kind of wondered at it because the flowers somewhat resemble forget-me-nots, which is a flower that is referenced in one of the OSTs as well. But if, despite the explicit stating that it is Yearn telling Yuanzhao to forget him, even if that's not the case and it was supposed to be romantic and Yuanzhao misunderstood all of it, they never cash in on that. It's never revealed or clarified to the audience that Yuanzhao misunderstood, that those were forget-me-nots, and thus it was actually telling Yuanzhao the exact opposite of what she thought it was meaning. None of that is clarified later on, and it didn't need to be clarified to Yuanzhao if you wanted to keep Yearn's emotions unspoken towards her. It could have been clarified by an offhanded comment that Yearn makes towards Baijiu when they talk about those kinds of things later on. There are many opportunities where it could have just been hinted at very clearly to cash in on the tragedy of, oh, he was confessing, she misunderstood. But instead, they give us an explicitly opposite message, and I can't really do anything but believe them. Yearn wanted Yuanzhao to forget him. Then, of course, Yinglong, moved by their care for Yearn and Jian, decide to put Jian and Yearn through a final test, after which he will set them free if they succeed. And now we get to a story element that is so insane I kind of can't believe it exists. I know it's not in the way that it doesn't make sense, it's just, it feels so BL coded that I don't know how it made it in here. Like, they basically gave us star-crossed lovers across multiple generations type vibes. I don't know what else to make of that or how else to interpret it so that it just comes out looking straight, you know? Because even though Wenar was never stated to have a demon companion and she only ever gave the Baizi token to Jian once she was dying for safekeeping and for his health, we were still kind of led to believe that Yuanzhao and Jian shared this one-of-a-kind bond only felt between demons and the Baizi goddesses that they were tied to, I guess you could say. But suddenly we find out that there's an even older connection that is destined to repeat between Jian and Yearn, of two demons destined to kill each other and sacrifice, one by giving his own life and the other with the guilt that they have to bear by killing someone that they care about. Not only that, but Yearn and Jian's situation almost perfectly mirror Bingi and Yinglong's situation, whereas I struggle to, off the top of my head, think of a very obvious mirror that goes on between Yuanzhao and Jian and, for example, Cheng Huang and the original goddess. So Bingyi asks Yinglong why he has to be the one to kill Yinglong, and while Yinglong explains that his death can save the rest of the world, Bingyi still can't bring himself to actually kill Yinglong. This is the first solid proof that we have that the legends were far from true. Yearn, watching this from afar, decides to put himself in Yinglong's mind and says the following: "One should follow one's heart, but forcing my best friend to kill me is too cruel. I'll do it myself." And so we see foreshadowing of what Yearn is probably gonna do when/if it came to it and he didn't want Yi Chen to bear the guilt. So with the test passed, Yinglong and Yearn talk about Bingyi and Yi Chen respectively, and we get this: the people of his clan are all soft-hearted, which feels very much like a reference that we have from the song, if you'll remember. It's said with the most softness as well, but let's just put a pin in this. We also get confirmation once Yi Chen rejoins Yearn that Yi Chen saw the future, and I can only assume that from this moment onwards he had been thinking of ways to potentially keep this future from happening. It's not what you want, but it will come to pass eventually. I can't help but wonder who Yinglong was talking about here. Of course, it could be that he is talking to Yi Chen because it's confirmed that Yi Chen does not want Yearn to die, but this could also be a subtle hint that Yinglong knows what's going on in Yearn's mind, so this could be confirmation that at this point Yearn no longer wants to die either. As they talk, we get confirmation that Yi Chen would have seen the future, and it made me wonder whether it was at this point that Yi Chen not only kind of took note of what he had seen in the reflections of the past and maybe hoping that he could pull something similar off to save Yearn's life, though it doesn't, I guess, really matter. Yi Chen rejoins Yearn and Yinglong, and all I will say is they said 好久不见, and I don't think they ever looked at each other the same way again. So, two things. Yearn points out that Yinglong was viewed as a villain because of the legends, which is something that I want to put a pin in. But then he also continues on to say that it turns out being human or demon is simply a matter of title and identity, aka how you choose to define yourself is all that matters. But that leaves me wondering, this question that we then got up until this point of, do you choose to be a human who wants to return to their hometown, or are you a demon who only seeks shelter under a roof? Is this question then moot? And then Yi Chen echoes what Yearn told him in the previous episode: just become what you want to become. So they decide to take on all future challenges together, and the tone with which this conversation took place, I was not at all prepared for. And so, despite all the amazing queer subtext we have gotten up until this point, here, for me, is one of the most important moments. Yinglong says, Bingyi once said, "The two most beautiful things in this world are a false alarm and a reunion after a long separation. Having a Jiji who truly knows you, you'll have no regrets in life." The quote does continue, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But this bit, I need you to put a pin in. It is very important to me. So the rest of the quote is as follows. "I've been looking forward to the return of my old friend. Unfortunately, you have his demon blood, so meeting you is another kind of reunion with him. At the end of my life, I got to witness the deep bond among you four. I hope in the future you can still travel around the world together and have adventures in the sun and under the moon, so that my sacrifice to rebuild this world can be worth it." Yi Chen explains that there are 5, not 4, poor Yinglei, and that they did all they did to save the fifth person. Side note, what the hell happened here? Like, why was Yinglei totally sidelined in this moment? Were there originally only 5 characters and they added the 6th and forgot to change this line? Like, no one caught it in the continuity, anything like that? It just, that hit me very strangely, even during the first watch. Anyway, we actually have Yinglong dropping the title on us as he is wishing Yichen and Jian well on their journey ahead. Then, I hope when you reach to the end, all your hardships will turn out to be false alarms and Fangs of fortune. It's a great line, but it was here as I was writing the script for this that I thought to check the native title of the show, because I had heard the word Meng in that sentence, which means dream in Mandarin. So you could imagine my surprise when I found out what the actual title was. And so with that said, the direct translation then becomes something similar to "May all your hardships turn out to be false alarms and a return to a big dream." Which, if I thought the original translation that we were given hit me hard, this one hit even harder. And the sentiment on its own for me was quite a big thing. But the fact that it said, well, it's just the two of them looking out at the sea of suffering together, visually speaking, choices were made, okay? Back in reality, with the two of them frozen and being released from the frost, I cannot tell you how much the scene of them being freed impacted me. I feel so silly, feeling almost emotional thinking about it, but just the way that that entire thing played out, and then they end up looking at each other as the lyrics of "I found you" are sung into my ears. Let's just say I'm not going to be getting over it anytime soon. Now, back to the straight romance. Considering we had Yuanzhao calling Jian her beloved person, while Jian and Yichen were frozen, I legit would have expected the scene to involve a confession, a kiss, some kind of super heartfelt, emotional, but ultimately loving reunion between Jian and Yuanzhao. Basically just some kind of declaration of love, I guess. And unfortunately instead we get Yuanzhao hitting Jian, which I don't want to invalidate that, because sometimes when emotions are super high, anger is the default reaction, even though we have not really seen her be the angry kind of person in most other situations, where I honestly would have wanted her to be like a little bit indignant and angry for her friends' sake. But we see her hit him, see him pull her into somewhat of an unwilling hug, and that's more or less the total of what we get after a near-death experience in which Yuanzhao was convinced that she had just lost the love of her life. And we get all of that as well while Paisajing and Yichen are looking on with what I can only kind of describe as pained expressions on their faces. So, full disclosure, if you were to ask me when in the show do I think their feelings towards each other would have canonically started to shift and change, it would be during/after the scene. And all while both of them are under the impression that the other is in love with Yuanzhao. You have Jian looking on as Yuanzhao hugged Yichen, and similarly you have Yichen looking on as Jian consoles Yuanzhao. So of course, whether or not that's the case is up for debate, but we do see Yuanzhao visually separating Yichen and Jian here. Yinglong offers to give up his life to give Yichen a inner core, but warns that that will fully make him into a demon. And Yichen's response is great. He says, "After seeing what I have in the illusion, I don't care about that anymore." Yinglong calls Bingyi stubborn as the remnants of his soul dissipate, and I will get back to that in a moment. And finally, we have one questionable quote. "Great, you're the same now. You've been such a bad influence on me." The level of old married couple energy just increased exponentially, in my opinion. We have Yearn calling Yi-Chen a stubborn male super soon after Yinglong had referenced Bingyi being stubborn. And not only do I think it does a nice job of strengthening the connection between Bingyi and Yi-Chen, but it could also be considered a nice bit of foreshadowing for what Yi-Chen ends up doing, copying Bingyi. And once again, choices are made by the creators when, here at the end of the scene, despite Yearn and Yuanzhao just reconciling after almost having lost each other, the people who you see paired up together is Yuanzhao and Pei Sijing and Yi-Chen and Yearn. With the group back together, they're discussing how to sort out Li Lun, and when Yi-Chen compliments Yinglei, I swear I saw jealousy on Jian's face. Like, look at this. Yi-Chen and Yuanzhao talk, and we have her say the following. "Walking alone at night, one would think the darkness goes on and has no end. But as long as a light is on, even just a glimmer, no matter how weak it is, you can follow it to find a way out." Visually, we see that the light Yuanzhao was talking about for her was Yi-Chen, which I kind of want to like because it does strengthen the emotional connection between her and Yi-Chen, and kind of like that bond that you want to build if you were to try and make Yi-Chen a good love rival for Jian. But I still couldn't help but find it a little bit odd that it was Yi-Chen when I would have expected it to be Wanar, who had saved her after her father's death, or even Jian when he met her as the great demon while they were hanging out with Wanar. Out of all of those, Yi-Chen was last in line when it came to picking her up after she'd fallen, quote unquote. And again, though Yuanzhao doesn't have to be interconnected with Jian in every single way, it once again meant that Yuanzhao's emotional growth did not stem from Jian being her light, and also it kind of to me confirmed that her character growth happened off screen before the show even started. So when I was watching the show for the first time, I fully expected episode 26 and 27 to be anomalies, and that we would more or less be returning to the old status quo between Jian and Yi-Chen moving forward. Not in the sense that they would be regressing, but just kind of like dialing back the amount of focus and tension that was going on between them. So imagine my surprise when that didn't happen. Anyway, episode 28 follows the group acquiring the dragon scale from the Dragon Princess and ends with Li Lun and Ayin failing to steal a said dragon scale from the group. While Jian and Yuanzhao are waiting for the Dragon Princess, Jian more or less says that he will always come to Yuanzhao's aid, and then promptly calls this his words of love to Yuanzhao, which, if those are classified as words of love, what is everything that he's been doing with Yi-Chen up until this point in the past 2 episodes? And again, Yuanzhao's reaction to this is kind of the opposite of what one would expect, where it's very much played for comedic effect and as a play on his name, instead of gravity being given to the words in the way that similar sentiments towards Yi-Chen were given gravity. Also, if Jian's words to Yinglei at the end of the previous episode counted as words fueled by jealousy, then I feel like Yi-Chen does a good job of reciprocating said vibes in the scene. Then when Xiao uses the excuse that she's poisoned and wants to spend her life with Jian to ask for the scale from the Dragon Princess, and again her feelings are kind of played for a joke, where Jian looks super shocked and you have Yuanzhao kind of like gripping him super tightly to not have him refute that in any way. And to add to that, we have Yinglei making gagging sounds to it, all for the joke, of course. And then we have this line from the Dragon Princess, which I originally read as projecting when I didn't know how the story would end, but now I more read as foreshadowing. When a human and demon fall in love with each other, it's destined to be a tragedy. And again, we have the Dragon Princess and Wen Zhongyi sitting on the beautiful Bridge of Bitterness. And now we get to the princess's compromise, because considering the story that when Shao told the princess about why she wants the dragon skill, she wants it so she can live happily ever after with Yearn, the princess's response makes me raise an eyebrow. She more or less ends up telling Yuanzhao that she would give Yuanzhao the dragon skill on the condition that she gives up the love of her life as far as the dragon princess is concerned. So from her perspective, this is a test in selfishness, seeing how willing Yuanzhao is to give up the supposed love of her life to save her own. She could have been sincerely disgusted by the idea of having to potentially give up the person she supposedly loves so much in order to save a different person who she cares about. It would have been natural for her to immediately refuse. Yearn could have calmed her down and told the Dragon Princess that they would think about it, which not only would have sold their romance to the Dragon Princess more, but it would have shown us how much Yuanzhao had come to care about Yearn. And instead, we get none of that. Now, onto the scene where Yearn pretends that he has to give up his core. Again, this scene was such a choice, because we know that Yearn and Yuanzhao are more or less equally matched in the brain department with Yearn. And instead of having Yearn concoct this plan all his own, and then having just Yuanzhao or maybe Yuanzhao and Yearn be none the wiser about what he's pulling off, and only cluing in Pei Jing and Yinglei, we have the only person who can 100% be guaranteed to be giving genuine, sincere reactions end up being only Yearn. So what he says in this moment ends up carrying so much more weight. And where does he start? He starts by saying that he won't give up Yearn's core for anything. Something I can really only appreciate on a rewatch is that when Yearn says that it's his inner core, he gets to decide what to do with it, and Yearn responds with "don't push it." Yearn's answer really hit me the second time round. I'm not pushing you, I just don't want you to face this hard choice, so I'm going to choose for you. It's eerily similar to Yearn's ultimate choice to try and take the guilt from Yearn during the final episode, though we know how that plays out. Yinglei says that if he has to choose, then he would choose Baijiu, and even though obviously later on we find out that all of this is an act, Yearn still seems quite saddened by this. And I think it's because he genuinely believes Yinglei's words to be true, even if Yinglei himself didn't mean them. When Shao points out that maybe Yearn also wants to be chosen firmly, and yet she completely skips out on this opportunity to say, I want to choose him firmly. Instead she says, malicious energy chose him. In the end, the only one who makes a decisive emotional declaration is Yearn, and it's despite the pressure that Pei Jing and Yinglei are putting on him, and that, to his knowledge, is sincere. Today, anyone who wants to take Yuanzhao's inner core has to defeat me first. And maybe it's just me, but this seems to be genuine shock on Yearn's face. And again, the first reaction shots after Yearn pretends to take out his inner core is from Yearn. And who is at the front when it comes to trying to catch Yearn? Yearn again. The fact that it's an act is revealed, and when I tell you, Yearn honestly to me looked like a man who was in trouble with his wife and unsure about how to make it up to her. I think it's one of my favorite moments of this episode. And then we even have a subsequent fondness from Yearn when everyone is talking about how Yearn is too honest for his own good and to have been able to pull off the act that they needed. Now on to the next scene, we have Yuanzhao and Yearn sitting on the beach where all the tragedies have come to pass, it feels like. And we, for the first time, get Yuanzhao talking about perceiving life as a dream, fearful that she will wake up to a vast expanse of nothing. To me, this was the first time that I felt close to trying to understand her character and potentially the deep sense of loneliness that she carries with her throughout the show. And yet I just felt that it was a shame this was not more explored. She could have been a great mirror for Yearn, and I think it would have also helped enhance her connection with Yearn had it been more thoroughly explored. Still, Yearn states, "No matter how long the dream is, we will wake up. We'll go back into reality, but we'll remember the dream forever. So don't be afraid." Finally, we get Yuanzhao asking Yearn to live. It's 2 episodes after Yearn did it, but I guess better late than never. But truly, the most baffling choice of all for me is that we get the kiss, and yet they choose to cut away from it. They had, by my count, 2 optimal moments where a kiss could have been delivered. It could have been magical, romantic, intense, well earned. And yet, this for me was not that high of an emotional stakes moment. And then they decided to cut away from the kiss. Like, why tease the audience with it multiple times and then decide not to deliver on it when it does happen? And I'm still unsure that it actually happens because of context that we get later on. And just to wrap up where we're at in the story, the dragon scale is given to Yinglei for protection and then is stolen by Yearn, and it's revealed that the dragon scale was never with Yinglei to begin with. Episode 29 deals with Yearn trying to bargain with Wen Zhongyu in order to save Yuanzhao, only for Wen Zhongyu to die, and it ends with Yearn sacrificing herself in order to save Yearn. While it's revealed that Yearn took the scale from the box before giving it to Yinglei, Yearn also admits that he knew, and yet he only waited to confront Yearn about it once it became clear that he was keeping it from the group and potentially putting the group in danger by keeping it from them. But that being said, he's also notably the one who gives Yearn the benefit of the doubt despite being the one who reveals this. And so we get confirmation that Yearn not only knew about Yuanzhao's poisoning, but it also reveals that the moment we thought was a kiss turned out to maybe not be. Obviously, it's also possible that there was still the kiss and this happened after or before the kiss, but the fact that that is so debatable is very strange. And so Baijiu's mom reveals that when Yuanzhao gets to join the might need to die in order to save the world club, because that feels like it's every single member of this group's fate at some point in the show. Yearn admits to Yearn that he still can't find a home, someplace he can call home, despite how hard he looks. And we get a reiteration of Yearn's words to Yearn, which to me very much showed how much Yearn's words got to him. Yearn and Yuanzhao talk, and Yearn admits that he feels a lot of guilt over the fact that she, who loves life so much, has to die, while he, who wants to die, gets to live. Now, honestly, I had a lot of mixed feelings about this and the way that Yuanzhao's potential demise was handled. The Baita goddess as an entity doesn't, from what we are shown, have a very good track record of living a peaceful life. Heck, Wanar and the original Baita goddess had absolutely tragic endings. So I had thought that when Shao went into this just assuming she would have to give her life for the sake of the wilderness or the mortal world at some point, because that was the ending for both of the previous generations of Baita goddesses that we saw. And from a different perspective, she not only threatened to end her life 2 episodes ago, but she actually threatened to take her life in episode 2 in order to spite Yearn, and it wasn't played as a bluff or a joke at that point, which just counteracts all of these suggestions of how much she values life and how unprepared she is for death. And the thing is, I don't mind people not wanting to die. I think that is a very logical, normal reaction. I can totally sympathize with that. It's just strange to me that they felt the need to almost frame it as if she extra doesn't want to die, when we were shown 2 instances where she counteracted that, and there were moments where they could have emphasized her desire to live, and they chose not to. And then we get to when Shao finally tearing up the contract that has been hurting Yearn since super early on in the show, and it just felt like a missed opportunity if the priority in the show is the straight romance the way that they claim. The question that immediately came to my mind was, why now? What's different about him being hurt in this moment versus all the other times before that he was hurt and sincere, and yet the contract was not torn up? In this moment, she thinks she's gonna die, so it might actually be kinder to kind of punish him for the feelings that he's feeling in order to try and dissuade him from getting more deeply involved with her, because she's gonna die. She wants to spare him further hurt. You know, it's quite a classic trope that we see play out in both BLs and straight romances, where, oh, I'm going off to my death, so I am gonna reject you now to try and lessen the hurt of my eventual death. And the thing is, I feel like they could have justified it if they had wanted to, in the sense of, I'm dying, I know it's selfish, but I just want to be happy with you for as long as I have. Something like that. Considering how much Yearn verbalizes throughout the scene, the fact that we never get clarification on where Yuanzhao's mind is at with anything, there is no verbal affirmation from her side to reciprocate everything that Yearn is saying. It just ends up making it feel very one-sided, and again leaves the door open for me to speculate about why Yuanzhao did what she did, instead of just understanding it because of the verbal affirmations that came along with the actions, you know? Then we move on to seeing Yi Chen's side of thing, where he stands up and heads off alone, leaving a jar of wine behind. And considering what we know, he attaches to the idea of drinking wine, seeing someone off as a hero, or seeing them off in case they don't return from a battle. This to me says that he maybe thought the confrontation with when Zhongyu would lead to his demise, and he didn't let anyone know about it. And I'm convinced that from this moment onwards, Yi Chen had more or less resigned himself to potentially having to die in order to try and ensure a happy ending for Yuanzhao and Yearn, though that never came to pass. Back from his meeting with Wen Zhongyu, Yi Chen and Yearn find out that the ever-burning wood is needed in order to repair the Cloudlight Sword, and that the use of it will leave Yearn weak afterwards. And again, we have a beautiful show of trust from Yearn to Yi Chen when he says this. So before my demonic power is restored, I'll have to ask Xiao Ren to protect me well. And so the Cloudlight Sword is restored with Jian's help. And it just felt like such a powerful statement. So much symbolism could be read into it. The fact that something that originally was awakened because of the hatred that Ji Chen felt towards Jian was now reforged with the love that Jian has for Yi Chen, whether it is platonic or romantic, doesn't matter. And Yi Chen barely waits for the sword to finish glowing before he's checking on Jian. As if all of that wasn't enough, we have Yi Chen putting his hand on a very specific stone while Jian, from his perspective, sees Li Lun and Yi Chen's figures bleeding in together and then separating again. And I think it's because Jian is seeing the kind of person that he thought Li Lun was. Someone who is like-minded and determined to protect both the mortal and the wilderness, no matter the cost. All of it embodied in Yi Chen. 小九家人, from now on, we will protect the wilderness and the mortal world together. Promise me. Now, before we move on, we get to go back to a pin that links to this moment. Very obviously, this moment mirrors the promise that Li Lun and Jian made under the Jianru tree, but what I didn't realize upon first watch was the fact that it not only mirrors that moment, but it also mirrors the moment between the original Baizi goddess and Cheng Huang, the demon who loved her. And it's worth noting that there is not a mirroring scene of this between Yuanzhao and Jian. Now, if the scene was only a mirror of Jian and Li Lun's dynamic, then you can maybe excuse it as like, oh, just, bros being bros. But the fact that this so closely also resembles the oath between a demon and Baizi goddess who were stated to be in love was, say the magic words with me, a choice. And not only was that a choice, but so was the fact that the only stated ambition that Jian has, wanting to protect the wilderness, is so clearly linked to Yi Chen and not Yuanzhao. And then, just for a cherry on top, we have Yi Chen catching Jian as he collapses. It's weirdly funny to me that we have the scene of Yi Chen catching Jian. We cut to a very short scene of Yuanzhao sitting by an unconscious Jian with no real purpose to that scene being included. And then we immediately cut back to Jian joining Yi Chen while he's drinking wine. So we're going to be spending quite a bit of time on the scene, so I wanted to apologize in advance, but I did feel the scene was quite important. And yeah, let's just smack our questionable quote section right in here as Yi Chen rebukes Jian for wanting to drink while he's unwell. The ever-burning wood's torture makes the malicious energy in me flare up. I want to drink some jade ointment to relieve myself. I won't drink it if you say so. I'll listen to you. It's the kind of drama king flirting that he's mostly reserved for Yuanzhao up until this point. But what really got me was Yi Chen's response. He humors him. We've known each other for so long, I can't believe I've never had the opportunity to drink with you. Yi Chen reveals that they almost had the opportunity to share a drink when Jian was controlled by malicious energy back at Peach Blossom Manor, and Jian says that he doesn't want to have that kind of a drink with him. Granted, it could mean that he doesn't want to face Yi Chen while controlled by malicious energy again, but my brain immediately went with, oh, you don't want to die anymore? And so Jian raises a toast to the fact that though they have a blood feud, they can still drink together. And Yi Chen corrects him. In the past, we indeed had a blood feud. In the past? In the past. And Yi Chen elaborates even further, explaining how his feelings changed once he got to experience similar things to what Jian went through. And he ends it off by saying this. Between us, there is both enmity and gratitude. To you, I harbor both loyalty and hate. While crying, mind you. It truly shows how far both of them have come And this was the kind of verbalization that I was expecting from the previous scene between Yuanzhao and Yearn, a clear verbalization that communicates how much they have grown because of each other, where they stand now, and that being a direct contrast to where they started. Yearn expresses his conflicting feelings and then also says, however, since I chose to be your closest friend, there's no need to talk about this anymore. Now, the obvious logical this that Yearn is referring to is the sense of loyalty, enmity, gratitude, and hate. And while I think that is totally fair to just take that at face value, on rewatch I couldn't help but consider it also as, from this perspective, being, since I've decided to be your closest friend, there's no use in exploring my other feelings for you anymore. And honestly, as much as that is probably me just reaching, the thought still devastated me. And now we get to the glorious moment of Yearn just casually tossing out the word soulmate. Specifically, he uses the word "zhi", which is the platonic version of zijin, which is generally acknowledged to be a platonic form of soulmates in Mandarin. But for the most part, I only ever really see this word being used when it comes to censored BLs that are trying to feed the fans despite the censorship. Granted, obviously I have not watched all Chinese shows. I have in fact watched a very limited amount of Chinese shows, so it could be a more common reference between sworn brothers, that kind of a trope, than I am aware of. But it does still feel very deliberate. It also feels like they kind of try and quickly move past that moment by having Yearn then directly address the group as a whole. But let me remind you that the only other time we had the word "zhi" used was between Yinglong and Bingyi. So despite the creators' attempt to move past this, I do feel like there is a strong case to be made that this was not talking about the group as a whole in any way. This was specifically from Yearn to Yearn. So I tried to listen if we ever see the romantic version of that word used, which is, as far as research shows, Jiyin. But none of the translations ever reflect the use of soulmate besides this one instance, though it's possible that the translators might have missed it. So if that's the case, feel free to let me know. Now we get to the three toasts. First, Yearn says, "The first toast is for your sincerity towards me." And to me, it very much seemed like right after this, Yearn suspected that something was amiss, and you can almost see him suspect it and yet decide to still trust Yearn regardless. The second toast is to thank you for giving your all to reforge the Cloudlight sword for me. The eye contact throughout this entire scene is a lot, and then we see Yearn hesitating before he proceeds to the third toast. With the third toast, he thanks Yearn for his life-saving grace, and you can very much see the moment that the realization dawns on Yearn. Maybe I'm giving Yearn too much credit here, but for me, I really appreciated the fact that Yearn never actually betrays Yearn. He doesn't go for a surprise attack. He clearly states what his intentions are and almost seems to ask for permission, knowing that Yearn would happily grant it. Yearn asks if this is the only way, and though in hindsight you can maybe say he was reserved about the idea of giving the ever-burning wood to Wenzhongyi, in this moment it really just read to me like confirmation that he really doesn't want to die anymore. And side note, the red and blue coding in this moment is so apparent. And not only that, but you actually have the opposing water and fire themes at the same time as well. And with the ever-burning wood now extracted from Yearn's core, Yearn is officially the person who has lifted one of the burdens that Yearn's been carrying since the start of the show. Yearn attempts to exchange the ever-burning wood for the cure for Yuanzhao's poison, and unfortunately it's revealed that there isn't actually a cure, and a demon would have to willingly extract the poison into their own body in order to save the person. And funnily enough, Yearn could now technically fit that bill since he is a demon. So let's put a pin in that. We have Yearn extracting the poison from Yearn while Paisajing and Yinglei watch on, and I found it funny that out of all the hetero relationships that are showcased, this most closely mirrored what we see happening to our main couple. It's one where one of the two are willing to sacrifice their own life to save the other, and we also know that they have a little bit of an unbalanced master-servant relationship, though worth distinguishing the fact that here it's very much a unrequited love as far as I can tell from Yearn to Yearn. I don't doubt that Yearn cares for Yearn, I just don't think he loves her in a romantic sense. On the plus side, if we were to assume that this is a mirror from Yearn to Yearn and Yuanzhao and Yearn, then in the same way that Yearn and Yearn seem to see each other for who they truly were from the start, one can then infer that Yuanzhao and Yearn saw each other for who they were from the start as well, which I do think tracks with what we are shown in the show. Now, it's been a while since our first song intermission, but I thought it would be good to have one here before we jump into the next episode. And in this one, I will be covering Yuanzhao's song Spring Breeze Does Not Ask, as well as the one that I personally associate with her and Yearn, which is Dream's Candle Clothes. Spring Breeze Does Not Ask's lyrics go as follows. The small city traps the small us. The morning and evening go round and round. At the heavy door, who waited so foolishly? Reluctant to leave, unwilling to ask, unwilling to accept. So even from the start, for me, Yuanzhao's character songs were some of the best glimpses into her character as a whole that I felt I had throughout. For me, this first bit seems to reference when Yearn dropped Yuanzhao off at the Demon Hunting Bureau and told her that he would return. So she is there waiting for him, hoping for him to return, unwilling to leave this waiting behind, but at the same time not willing to actually voice or expect anything. The pillows of the past retain the warmth of a dream. Yesterday's dust clouds my eyes. The person in the dream is silent, waiting one step at a time, reluctant to leave or turn around. To me, this very much feels like the impression that Yearn left on her 8 years ago has yet to let go of her. Spring Breeze, she seems to have many stories. There's a name in her heart. In this world, the writing is mottled, love and hate are absurd and wrong. I can't write about this cause and effect. So interestingly enough, here we get the first personification of the Spring Breeze as connected with Yuanzhao, and then we also get the idea that the coexistence of love and hate are absurd and wrong from her perspective at this point. Spring Breeze, she seems to have too many things on her mind. There is a blank space. In the mortal world, the impermanence of all things, the end of the sea of suffering, a dream, a pair of hands, a glass of wine. And here I feel like I might be reaching, but to me it seems like it's saying Yuanzhao has a lot of things on her mind regarding her duty, and yet she maybe feels torn between said duty and this idea of a dream, a pair of hands, a glass of wine, which I think is in reference to Yearn. Then it ends off again with the small city traps the small us, the morning and evening go round and round. Behind the heavy door, whose youth is it? Reluctant to leave, unwilling to ask, unwilling to accept. I'm waiting for a light, a person. I wonder at the words of the small city traps the small us and how that might potentially imply that their history and their connection remains trapped within this small space and cannot exist outside of it. But besides that, we also have a reoccurrence of the first few lines, but with a slight change at the end. So there's two ways for me that this final bit could be interpreted when it comes to whose youth is it, because in other songs it's a reoccurring thing that Yearn seems to be referred to as a youth. So this could be Yuanzhao on one side of the door, Yearn on the other, and the door being the thing that separates them. But it could also be her having waited so long that her youth has been left behind. What I found really interesting in this moment is the idea that Yearn might have been framed as her light, her person in this final sentence, and yet it's not something we really ever see clearly portrayed throughout the show, and it leaves me with questions. So for me personally, I feel like Dream's candle clothes fits perfectly with Spring Breeze Does Not Ask and follows on from it quite beautifully. And while it seems to me like Spring Breeze Does Not Ask speaks more about the past, I can't help but think that Dream's candle clothes reflect more of the past with a view from the present. There is a light shining in the distance, there's wounds nourished by rain. The window blown open by the wind sways gently, yet the years hide in a hurry. You cut off the candlelight and used it as clothes while waiting for the dawn. I hold onto the heartache and think about it year after year. My hometown in the dream is covered with frost, and there is no noise even in the hustle and bustle. So again, it seems like we're back in Yuanzhao's perspective and her seeing the years pass after Jian's departure when he took the light with him in the form of clothes. The wind blows across the river and every hillside. The brightly colored mountains and flowers are unwilling to fall. I've seen all the colors of the world. Which flower belongs to me? And while I lean more towards the idea that this is from Jian's perspective, even if it's from Yuanzhao's perspective, I would interpret this as throughout the journey of life, they have seen these people who could potentially be people that they love and who love them, but they don't feel like there is specifically a person who they can say, this person loves me, they are mine. How many people understand the song until the end? Long and short, to no avail. How many years have I been singing about the unevenness of fate? A little forget-me-not. And here is the mention of the forget-me-not that I question whether or not it links back to the flowers that Yuanzhao gave to Yearn. But if you take that uncertainty out of it, what really gets me here is the talk about the unevenness of fate, as well as this idea that this song might not be what it seems at first glance, because you haven't heard the full song yet. You left the candlelight and took your luggage to a distant place. I wipe away my heartache without thinking about it. The appearance in the dream is unforgettable. You will brew wine with me and try it again. So interestingly, this to me feels like where we switch over to Jian's perspective, with the idea that Yuanzhao left him behind, but at least she left the light that her presence had created for him, but also because during the Peach Blossom House scene where he has all those illusions and dreams regarding Yuanzhao, we do see them have wine together, seem to make wine together, so I do feel like there is a definite connection there. The wind blows across the river and every hillside. The brightly colored mountains and flowers are unwilling to fall. I've seen all the colors of the world. Which flower belongs to me? At the end of the song, the eyes of those who understand it are red and hot. Even holding our hands tightly, we do not say, Watch the rise and fall of the world of mortals, the candlelight in the wind. It remembers you and me from that year. And so I look at these words and wonder, because to me, the story the song is trying to get us to understand seems to be a tragedy? Question mark. It's one that leaves eyes red and hot, one where the relationship and the important feelings are left in the past and everything remains unsaid. And on that cheerful note, let's get into episode 30. Episode 30 deals with Lilun and Jian's face-off as well as Yinglei's death, and it ends with Jian and Yi Chen walking away from Lilun's birthplace while Yi Chen supports Jian. The opening shot is Lilun waking up with Yi Chen's words circling in his head. You really are pitiful. You're the loneliest person in the world. I highlight this because the words that are currently eating away at one of the main antagonists of the show are not said by Yuanzhao. They're also not said by Jian, but why does it matter specifically that they're not said by Yuanzhao? For me, it's made clear throughout the show that Lilun is one of Jian's biggest weaknesses. He was a trusted friend who betrayed Jian and who Jian can still not truly face at full capacity. He always ends up holding back in some way. So generally in romance, when you have an antagonistic force framed in that way, portrayed in that way, you would have the partner of the person affected be the one to face off against that antagonistic force as a showcase of not only their love, but also of being the one who is able to take care of their loved one's weaknesses, so to speak. More or less being the shield for Jian against a person that he can't defend himself against. So again, traditionally, the person who you would expect to be the person who got under Lilun's skin because they're not letting him get to Jian the way that he wants to should be Yuanzhao, and it's not. Now let's move on to the actual confrontation between Jian and Lilun. Aesthetically, I have to appreciate the fact that the creators went the extra mile in giving Jian and Lilun a go set with colors representative of the two characters, and as they're having their final confrontation, we find out that Jian indeed gifted Lilun the truth eye, which he originally possessed. It's such beautiful and I believe intentional irony that they gave the person who is the most blind to understanding everyone and himself the truth eye. And then because Jian is terrible at choosing his words when it comes to Lilun, they start fighting. Yi Chen is once again the person who catches Jian when he falls back due to Lilun's attack, and it not only visually puts Yi Chen against Lilun, but we then have it verbally enforced when Yi Chen more or less says, "The one you're facing is me." We find out from Lilun that Jian is actually quite weak at the moment, and Yi Chen asks whether it's because of the reforging of the Cloudlight sword, to which Jian kind of dodges the question. "No, I'm here to save Baijiu." Like, I can see the correlation, but it still feels like a dodge to me. And again, it's just so interesting to me that they chose to have his weakness stem from something related to Yi Chen, the reforging of the Cloudlight sword, instead of having it be because of the extraction of the ever-burning wood, which would have then been linked to Yuanzhao and like wanting to sacrifice that in order to save Yuanzhao from the poisoning. Basically, if they had wanted to hammer home the fact that Jian is super devoted to Yuanzhao and he's doing all of this and giving all of these things up for her sake, they're throwing away a lot of nails. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to be discussing the scene in which Yinglei dies because honestly so much of that scene frustrates the hell out of me, despite the fact that the actor did an absolutely amazing job with it. I honestly feel like the show has had some of the best death scenes that I have seen in a C-drama ever. And Yinglei's his and Baijiu's are like on par for me as number one. So yeah, just it's amazing, it's frustrating, and we're gonna talk around it because I need to not cry. So during this scene, we find out that Yearn entrusted Lilun's safety to Yearn, which is, again, a massive show of trust, considering how much damage Lilun has done, to know that Yearn would put all his personal feelings aside and still do what Yearn asked of him. And we also have Yearn grabbing Yearn's hand during the flashback, which appreciated. But then it suddenly struck me when Lilun spoke in a previous episode regarding even leaves want roots to go back to, while he felt homeless. It's only when Yearn placed Lilun's root back in the cave, freeing it from his possession, that I realized Lilun had been rootless, homeless, because his home was with Yearn. And I feel so dumb. Anyway, here we have the confirmation that indeed Yearn's current weakened state is because of the reforging of the sword, and that he specifically didn't tell Yearn about it because he feared Yearn wouldn't have the heart to go through with it, did he know the cost Yearn would have to pay. We have a scene where Yuanzhao is comforting Paisajing, and the way that Yuanzhao is talking about Yearn while doing this gave me pause. Dayao is strong. He needs us sometimes. Now obviously, she does indeed mean that he is strong, and yet he needs us sometimes. But we just found out that Yearn is now more or less mortal. And yet the way that Yuanzhao talks about him in this moment doesn't seem to account for that. She still mostly seems to view him as this strong, impenetrable figure. That was not the right word, but we're gonna leave it in. The emphasis is instead always placed on him having to stay alive to protect her. And while yes, that is just a reference to the contract, it feels like a perfect illustration to me of their continued dynamic. In comparison, Yearn is there stepping in for Yearn when he needs it, helping and supporting him at the first sign of trouble. I have to admit, this is 100% a personal preference of mine, but because of how Yearn doesn't seem to view Yearn as infallible, and we see how many times he is there to help Yearn, recognizing that Yearn needs help, it makes their relationship feel much more equal to me, while the dynamic between Yuanzhao and Yearn often makes it feel like Yuanzhao still views Yearn as this distant figure who is always stronger than her. And once again, I will refer back to the fact that even though part of it is her character constraints, her not physically being able to jump in and fight for Yearn's honor, even if she can't be the physical strength, in moments like this where Yinglei has just died, Yearn has just lost a friend of several lifetimes, I would expect her to be there to emotionally support Yearn and not currently be sitting next to Paisajing. And that is difficult to me because I don't want to undermine the relationship between Yuanzhao and Paisajing. I truly love their connection as well, but it's in these moments when Yearn is at his most vulnerable that the person who is chosen to be by his side matters the most. Again, I really love the friendship, so I personally didn't mind it, and I have my ship between Yearn and Yearn that keeps being strengthened by these moments, but it is just something to note that in vulnerable moments where the romance could have been strengthened, it isn't. So while Yearn and Baijiu are talking, Yearn seems somewhat off, And when I was watching this the first time, not knowing how the show would end, I had a flag of concern raised within me that Yearn was considering dying in order to give Yearn and Yuanzhao their happy ending. We also have Yearn wanting to talk about Yearn in the sense of who needs to be taken care of, but he's interrupted before he can actually fully say anything about Yearn by Joe remarking how strange he sounds, which just heightened my sense of concern at that point when I was first watching it. And as if to say, oh yeah, no, Janae, you're completely right about being stressed, we have this flashback from Yearn where for probably more or less the first time, we have Yearn lying straight to Yearn's face and not admitting that there is a way to save Yuanzhao by a demon taking the poison from her body, which to me would say he's either willing to let Yuanzhao die, which we know that is not the case, or he's planning to take the poison from her body when it becomes necessary, because he knows that if he admits to that being an option, Yearn would jump on it. But as if that wasn't bad enough, what really threw me was the fact that we find out Yearn knows. He knows that a demon can take on the poison and save Yuanzhao. And what does he do? He asks Yinglei and Pei Jing to not tell Yearn, because from his perspective, he knows that Yearn would die for Yuanzhao as well. And this is the strangest potential love non-confession that I have ever seen, because we have two demons willing to die for Yuanzhao in order to prevent the other demon from dying for Yuanzhao. I didn't think a love confession, non-confession like that could exist, but also I don't feel like I'm reaching here. And once again, the person who is there when Yearn almost collapses in Lilun's cave, the person who's there during one of Yearn's weakest moments is Yearn. And as if all of those small actions aren't enough, I want to take a moment to talk about the shots that we have surrounding this cave, shall we say. The doorway to and from Lilun's cave are used for framing purposes quite a few times throughout the show, but there are 4 times that seem so important that 3 of them are included in the intro of the show. And it's something I almost miss because I make it a rule to not watch the intros of shows because I always fear that there are going to be spoilers, and it's only on the rewatches that I caught this at all. So on a first watch, for me the mirroring was as basic as, oh, we had Lilun sitting there in black, lonely, and then we have Yearn sitting there alone in mourning robes next to the root that is Lilun's home. And the person who is framed outside of the door to Lilun's home, Lilun's domain, the place that Yearn and Lilun at some point shared, is not Yuanzhao but Yearn. The parallels when you have the 3 of them placed in succession with each other is quite clear, and we do indeed have them placed in succession during the intro. And it's a visual that is never given to Yuanzhao, even though I'm sure they could have found an opportunity if they had wanted to. Whether Lilun and Yearn's relationship was friendship or something more, even though their relationship didn't start out as toxic, I do feel like they became trapped in toxicity after their viewed mutual betrayal from each other. And so, while on the surface, Yearn is there supporting Yearn during the loss and grieving process of someone that he considered a friend, subtextually, to me, it almost feels like Yearn was there, standing outside of the mess that was Yearn and Leland's dynamic, came and entered the space and was the one who carried Yearn out of it. And honestly, the very specific framing that we have of not just these three moments, but then also the final framing of this episode of Yearn and Yearn leaving this place together really solidified my belief of there being a deeper meaning. Since we have a very big part of Leland's character arc settled by this point in the show, I wanted to take a moment to have another intermission. They're going to become more frequent as we wrap things up, and this one is going to be looking at Leland's OSTs. First, there's Heaven and Earth Unravel. The first two lines are as follows. Widely experienced in the vicissitudes of life, I wait for regret to blow over the barren world. The inscription is difficult to decipher, and the oaths have been worn away by time. Going according to the progress of the story, I would assume that the oath being spoken about here is Yearn and Leland's oath to protect the wilderness, and how that promise was worn away because of the situation they found themselves in. The world is turned upside down, and the broken yesterday cannot be recovered. How to turn back time and move forward. Then, interestingly enough, we have the mention of a horse. I'd like to break through the cliffs and turn into a white horse. It continues. Bite into all the struggles and let the suffering blossom. I write about attachment with no emotion and spend a lifetime remembering a moment. Vows of undying greatness, to die together. This not only to me exemplifies Leland's loneliness, but it also to me speaks a lot about how he is unwilling to forget about past pains. Laughing at the world's confusion and illusions, I can't let go. The sea of bitterness is endless. And here we have the first mention of the sea of bitterness, which very much to me echoes the idea of the sea of suffering that is often mentioned in the show, and reflected in the lyrics. Leland is nowhere close to getting out of this sea of bitterness yet. No fear, there will always be a home at the end of the world. Use the sunset to warm the scars along the way. This part was quite sad to me, and I interpreted it as obviously Leland missing his home, but also potentially the sense that if he just waits long enough, it might return. The mountain moon is still awake, waiting for the rain to fill every regret, whose eyes are still looking back at yesterday. The vicissitudes of life and the red dust are rolling in, but we have stopped moving forward. You send the figure away in silence. We get another mention of the regrets of yesterday, but then also the first mention of red dust rolling in, and the idea that all of it made them stop moving forward. So I can't help but wonder whether the red dust rolling in is either a hint towards the malicious energy or the idea of the ever-burning fire, which is also kind of coded as red, and how that destroyed their relationship. The world is vast and life is vast. I exist in the black and white dividing line between day and night. The years never stop. Mountains and rivers come, and 1,000 boats can't carry them. Outside the world, waiting in the big dream. I can't help but interpret this as Leland not seeing himself as either good or evil, and this idea that maybe the only way for him and Yearn to reconnect is outside the big dream, aka life. So only being able to reconnect in death, potentially. We get a large part that is a repeat of the start of the song, so I'm just gonna read it as is. I'd like to break through the cliffs and turn into a white horse, bite into all the struggles and let the suffering blossom. I write about attachment with no emotion and spend a lifetime remembering a moment. Vows of undying greatness to die together. laughing at the world's confusion and illusions I can't let go. The sea of bitterness is endless. No fear, there will always be a home at the end of the world. Use the sunset to warm the scars along the way. Then it changes. Use the sunset to warm a body full of scars. Which for me just feels like Yearn is at this point much further along in his journey of life, waiting for the rock to blossom and the fools to laugh at me. This part became more interesting to me once I looked at it in the context of Yuanzhao's as well, where it's mentioned that the idea of a flower blossoming is affection for a person, and in this case it kind of feels like Yearn views Yearn as a rock, so the feelings between them won't ever be able to blossom. If you don't want to view it from a romantic sense, at the very least it does to me feel like he's saying he's waiting for a rekindling of their friendship, and it feels like he's hoping for the impossible. There are many words, but I was already hoarse before I spoke. And again, we have someone who has a sense of hopelessness when it comes to trying to communicate their emotions, a sense that he has left a lot of things unspoken. No worries, the dark night takes me home. Don't be afraid. Will the starlight remember me? And here it feels like he's trying to comfort himself, viewing his destructive behavior represented by the dark night as a new home, while still hoping that the person he's turning away from will remember him. It's super depressing if I'm being honest, but it feels very true to Yearn's character as a whole. So moving on to Plants Do Not Grieve, I do want to clarify that this is not sung by Yearn's actor, and thus it can't be confirmed to be connected to Yearn, but considering the fact that our only other plant-related character is by Zhou, I feel pretty safe in saying that this is another one more focused on Yearn. The grass and trees in the world sway in the wind. Dust is stirred up under the Bodhi tree. Whose destiny is it anyway, drenched in black and white? Mulberry fields can't be helped by the ocean, but the moon shines in the heart. A lamp is like a dream. The years are numbered, and I see the immortals entering Penglai. The first is the mention of mulberry fields by the ocean, and implying a potentially incompatible relationship, which I can only assume to be referring to Yearn and Yearn. And the other is the idea of the lamp being like a dream, which reminded me of the conversation that Yearn and Yi Chen had, where Yi Chen said, "A lamp light can pierce the darkness." So theoretically speaking, would a dream then be able to pierce reality or responsibility, one of the things that's commonly associated with the dream metaphor? The wind blows outside the mountains. The glaciers enter my dreams. I'll ask you to drink at the Copper Sparrow Terrace, where the stars can be plucked. I'm curious whether the Copper Sparrow Terrace is a fictionalized version of the Bronze Bird Terrace, which was created by a warlord and could maybe hint at the idea of Yearn and Yearn feuding while also drinking wine together. But unfortunately, I don't know enough about Chinese history and the meaning that goes along with it to be able to truly speculate. But what I do want to focus on is the first line of "glaciers entering my dreams." It could very likely not have a bigger meaning than wanting to sound pretty and be very poetic feeling, but considering how often Yi Chen is associated with the idea of water and ice and coolness as a whole, I do wonder if this maybe refers to Yi Chen coming in and from Yearn's perspective interfering with his dream of reuniting with Yearn. Life and death are just a moment. Love and hate are just 3 or 5 years away, beyond cause and effect. Heaven and earth are eternal. Red dust for millions of generations, rock and moss. Now, I don't know if I'm reaching with this, but to me it felt very much like these lines conveyed that Yearn is fine with his relationship with Yearn in whatever state it's in, preferring it to just exist and not really caring about if it's a healthy relationship or not. Look at the lonely boat between the sky and earth, drifting into the clouds and smoke, one after another. May the sorrow of separation not be overtaken by the river. The mountains and the moon sleep differently. The sighs are deep, and I regret that love is deep and fate is shallow. Here there is a reference to the boat, in which case I hope you can now see why I hammered so much on Yearn's mortal name being connected to the idea of a boat. So it very much does feel like Yearn is talking about Yearn in this moment, but that would then by extension mean that he is talking about his love for Yearn is deep, but their fate is shallow. So I'll just leave that there. And also we have the interesting thing then of it implying that Yearn doesn't want the sorrow Yearn feels over their separation to be overtaken by the river. And we have reasonable imagery that connects Yearn to rivers and water. So again, welcome to me overanalyzing everything for 6 hours straight, I think. Probably, that's my estimation. Destiny is unpredictable. The heart is calm and has no sorrow. Love and hate are coming turbulently. Winning and losing in life is like a flower that fades and blooms again. A big dream is like drowning in the sea of misery, and it's hard to endure. Embrace decay with passion and look at the snow-covered world. And sadly, this feels like Yearn's big dream has become filled with misery and covered in snow. Which, again, the snow could be a reference to Yearn, but at the very least, there's the sense that something Yearn has been striving towards is ruined. And then the first part of the song is repeated again. Episode 31 deals with Yuanzhao's emotions regarding finding out that she is poisoned, as well as the poisoning of the townspeople, and it ends with Yearn and Yearn realizing that they need Yuanzhao's help to defeat Yuanzhao. The revelation of the plague in Tiandu has Baijiu trying to find a cure, and while he and Yearn are having a discussion, it once again sounds like Yearn is thinking that he's about to die. Xiaozhu, you have to believe that you can cure it. There is still time, but I have no more. It once again makes me wonder if he was planning to sacrifice himself. Alternatively, maybe it was referring to him feeling like his time with Yearn or Yuanzhao was running out, though that doesn't quite ring true to me. Then we have Yearn admitting to liking Yuanzhao under Baijiu's probing. This was such an interesting scene for me, considering the fact that Yearn is never treated the way you would typically expect a love rival to be treated, and even here at the end, he pulls back from admitting that he loves her, saying instead that I don't understand it either. Personally, for me, Yuanzhao and Yearn's relationship always read more like friendship than any romance, but even taking what he's saying here at face value, I never thought that Yearn and Yearn's feelings for Yuanzhao was the ultimate hurdle to their relationship. Instead, it feels more like that can be given to the fact that Yearn doesn't seem to realize how important he is to Yearn and vice versa. What I do want to take a moment to focus on as Yearn is describing the different types of like is the second kind that he describes. Watering it every day, removing insects, watching it flourish and sway in the breeze, becoming more beautiful. It's a beautiful description, but it's one that I can't help but notice is not exclusive to the way that he treats Yuanzhao alone. For example, providing jade when the person needs it, a shoulder to lean on, standing between friend and foe alike for them, making sure that they understand that they are important. I could carry on. So obviously the hetero view of this is that the moment he pauses, the moment he is unable to finish the thought of, oh, that isn't like, that is love, is him fully refusing to admit to himself that he is indeed in love with Yuanzhao. But from the angle that this video essay has taken, it could just as easily be the moment that Yearn realizes he has feelings for Yearn. If you were to ask me when I think Yearn fully realizes that he is in love with Yearn, from my perspective, this would be the moment when he is laying out all the different things that people do when they care for someone and realizing that it is not like but love, something he's unwilling to name. And what's great about this is that if you're here for the Yearn Yuanzhao ship, you can obviously read it that way. That is very much the way that the show at face value wants you to take it. It's just interesting to me that the dynamic with Yuanzhao is not the only one that can withstand that type of scrutiny and definition. Moving on to the next scene, we actually have a moment where it seems like Yearn is gonna ask Yuanzhao to marry him. The dialogue seems to tease it for a moment, and then he turns around and says he's gonna go back to the wilderness instead. And I just found it odd because it was so vague that I couldn't for sure say whether or not he meant he's gonna go to the wilderness alone or he's inviting Yuanzhao to come to the wilderness with him. But then they didn't look particularly happy in that moment, or at least maybe not as happy as I would expect them to look if he had just asked her to return to the wilderness with him. But from the way that I'm reading it, it feels more like he's saying, I'll help you find your dad before I leave. Baijiu finds a potential cure for the plague, and Yearn and Yearn are sent to fetch branches from Qinggeng's tree. It's not plot relevant, but it was just so funny to me how they looked like people who just rolled around in the hay together. We get the revelation that Wen Zhongyu is still alive, as well as Yearn and Yearn simultaneously figuring out that it's because of the Phoenix Pearl, and not only that, but they're in sync enough that they're able to work together to kidnap Wen Zhongyu and remove him as a form of danger from Yuanzhao. And here is one of the biggest moments that to me proved that Yuanzhao isn't truly being treated like the female lead as the summary claimed her to be. The important thing to remember here is that a character's constraints is a result of the creator's decisions. All the things the characters, and in this case Yuanzhao specifically, is and isn't capable of doing is as a result of story choices. And so it's just such a strange choice to have the female lead be completely removed and uninvolved with the final takedown of the main villain. Of course, I'm aware that she still has a hand in dealing with the ultimate plan that was set up by the main villain, but if she and Yearn were the main characters and main couple as portrayed by the synopsis, I would genuinely still have expected her to be present for this. Even taking into account the fact that she isn't the best fighter, we have seen her be able to fight before. It's not like she doesn't have a knife. We've seen her stab people with it, we've seen her stab Yearn with it a few times, but even putting that aside, her Baizi Eyes of Truth could have been utilized here. It's something that's even hinted at the end of this episode. Alternatively, we could have had her powers be established in a way that could have been helpful instead of making them unusable against Wen Zhongyu. We could have had a Jafar becoming a genie type of situation where, because Wen Zhongyu is effectively a demon now, he suddenly has demon weaknesses which relate to the Baita token and how the Baita token can suppress and control demons, and from what Yearn had implied, also potentially kill them. If they had wanted to empower Yuanzhao in this moment, we could have had Yearn come in with the idea that, oh, he's gonna be the one that they have to rely on to take down Wen Zhongyu. Then Yearn uses Yuanzhao's favorite Huanling powder in order to momentarily subdue Wen Zhongyu, and Yuanzhao sealed the deal by suppressing him using the Baita token. That is the way this could have believably played out if they had just played their cards a little bit differently. And even if they hadn't wanted that kind of thing to play out, she could have helped Baijiu in figuring out that the ever-burning wood's ashes needed to be scattered in order to weaken Wen Zhongyu. But none of that happened. The point being, there were a lot of opportunities that they had to include Yuanzhao in this final takedown of Wen Zhongyi, and a lot of story choices that were made that resulted in the opposite happening. And none of it is wrong. You get to tell the story that you want to tell, but it very much to me communicated that Yuanzhao is not the focus of the story. And so, the two people who ultimately end up facing Wen Zhongyu is Yearn and Yi Chen, and Yearn even points out how well suited Yi Chen is to taking Wen Zhongyu out, as Yi Chen possesses the opposite element to Wen Zhongyu's fire, ice. Also, I love that, whether by accident or not, before Yearn and Yi Chen were opposite elements, enemies, and now that fire has been removed from Yearn, removing him as an enemy, and instead they're facing the new enemy together. Back to the plot, Yi Chen is poisoned by Wen Zhongyu, and so a dream begins. I have to admit, I had to watch this a couple of times because on first viewing, I had thought that Yearn and Yi Chen, despite Yearn trying to seal himself against the poison, had still somehow been poisoned and ended up in the dream together with Yi Chen. But now, after multiple viewings, I have concluded that that is definitely not the case. Yi Chen is the only one who's actually in that dream and not a part of it. To support this, we have the fact that, number one, Yearn does in fact seal his senses against the poison. Number two, we never see Yearn having to be detoxified in the same way that Yi Chen has. And I say this because I want to make it very clear what perspective I'm coming from as I try and dissect the meaning of this dream. So to me, it seems clear that the poison of indulgence starts off as a very sweet dream, and the more the dreamer tries to fight against it, the bigger and more violent the backlash of the dream. So considering the fact that this is not a joint dream the way that I originally perceived it to be, I want to walk through the dream again with the new, to me at least, perspective in mind. So the first person Yi Chen sees in his dream is Yearn, no one else. Then Yi Chen sees Yearn be distracted, or at least that's the way it seems, by what he assumes to be Yearn's dream. Yi Chen's dream attempts to present him with what he wants, which is his found family, all well, healthy together, happy. But nowhere in this dream do we see Yi Chen's brother, father, or mother, which I found very interesting. And I believe I might have an answer for it, which is that this is technically Yi Chen's dream, but from his perspective, I think that this is the dream Yi Chen believes Yearn is having. And so it reflects what he thinks Yearn wants. With that puzzle piece in hand, all I can think is that this is Yi Chen's form of like/love showing through once more. An attempt to water the plant and watch it grow by allowing Yuanzhao and Yearn to be happy together. and not allowing himself to get in their way. And yet, in the dream, he can't seem to help himself. His subconsciousness steps in, separating the dream Yearn from Yuanzhao with the fear that they are once again trapped in a dream. And again, even though originally I thought I might be reading too much into the swing talk when it came up earlier in the show, we have the swing analogy as a form of caring coming back again. Dream Yearn basically says that he's willing to push the swing for Yuanzhao forever if need be, while Yearn, for his part, points out that Yearn doesn't like pushing the swing, kind of questioning why he would put himself through something that he clearly doesn't enjoy. And Yearn reminds him that this isn't real. Yearn says, "Of course I know, I just want to consciously be delusional for a moment." Again, reminder that this isn't actually Yearn talking, this is what Yearn believes Yearn would want. And yet, Yearn looks almost relieved when Yuanzhao ends up disappearing, confirming that this is indeed a dream. We find out that the poison is called the poison of indulgence, and here we have our first potential backlash that the poison gives, where it attempts to convince the dreamer to take their own lives, which we'll see reoccur later on. But luckily in this first instance, Yearn's instincts protect him and he turns the blade on Dream Yearn instead. Again, the dream attempts to pull Yearn under once more by saying, "But what if this isn't a dream?" But Yearn's subconscious cannot be convinced, and so it shifts to reflect the reality that he left behind. And so, what does this new version of Yearn's indulgence look like? Yearn and him facing off against a greater evil together, while Yearn is willing to catch him when he falls. This continues on to episode 32. Episode 32 has the return of Qinggang and Nilun, and it ends with Pei Jing waking up from her nightmare. So I'm gonna be skipping over the beginning of the episode, which has Yuanzhao facing off against her demonized adoptive father, as well as Pei Jing's fight against Jin Mei. And then we're back to Yearn's dream, and we literally see a visualization of Yearn wanting to protect Yearn, not only with him physically putting up a shield against Wen Zhongyu, but also by trying to send Yearn and Baijiu away. And yet the dream of indulgence betrays him, giving us a glimpse of what he maybe actually wants, and that is that it seems like Yearn wants Yearn to stay beside him, stay with him. But then either because of the dream of indulgence's backlash, or because Yearn maybe either doesn't believe he deserves it or doesn't think Yearn would actually do that for him, Yearn actually staying behind for his sake results in Yearn being injured because of him. To me, this really feels like it shows that deep to Yearn's bones, he believes Yearn choosing him, choosing to stay with him, will lead to the destruction of everyone and everything that Yearn holds near and dear to him, including Yearn. And so, in an attempt to wake up, Yearn tries to take his own life. And that's when we actually return to reality, where Yearn is physically holding the sword in order to keep Yearn from killing himself. I also low-key love that one of Yearn's biggest strengths is generally his analytical mind and his ability to analyze and think through a situation, and in this moment it's actually become his biggest weakness, one that he only survives because Yearn is there to protect him, to shore up his weak side, so to speak. We see in the recap of what actually happened that Yearn caught Yearn when he fell and is now holding the sword so tightly that it's cutting into his hand. We literally have Yearn shielding Yearn, catching him when he falls, unwilling to abandon him even as it seems like death is coming their way, all of the things that Yi Chen wished so deeply for, that it manifested in his dream of indulgence, and yet he is unconscious and so does not know that it happened. And then Li Lun interferes and saves both of them, and honestly, I couldn't be happier, but also this is the kind of thing you would expect a secondary character to do for the main couple. But anyway, so for someone who used to view Yearn as at least a best friend, if not a lover, and who cares for him so much that he's willing to give up his primordial spirit for Yearn's sake, the fact that out of all the characters, the person Li Lun chooses to help Yearn with being Yi Chen is quite telling. There's just so many interesting things about the fact that the one who is put in this position opposite Li Lun is Yi Chen and not Yuanzhao, especially because they did send up the sense of Li Lun not approving of Yuanzhao for Yearn right when we first met Li Lun for the first time. So this could have been a great opportunity to kind of have Li Lun give Yuanzhao's blessing had Yuanzhao been the one in Yi Chen's position, or Yearn be the one in Yi Chen's position and Yuanzhao being the one protecting Yearn while he is powerless. I'm sure they could have, if they had wanted to, contrive a situation where Yearn sealed Yuanzhao's senses and so did not have time to seal his own, so he is trapped in the dream and Yuanzhao is the one protecting him, proving herself to Li Lun and evoking his sympathy so that he ends up interfering. All of that culminating in a subtext of Li Lun finally approving of Yuanzhao and blessing Yuanzhao and Yearn's relationship. But that's not what was done. Instead, the person that Li Lun is so sure Yearn cares about that he feels the need to help them for Yearn's sake is Yi Chen. Unfortunately, his attempt to save Yi Chen with the truth eye fails, and so something is brought up that could have theoretically, if they had wanted to give us a happy ending between Yearn and Yuanzhao and spared Yi Chen in the process, could have been used to save Yuanzhao, and that is that Yearn summons Qinggang. And then we have Wen Zongyu hitting me in the face with something that in hindsight feels so obvious. I can't believe it took me until I was writing notes for this essay to notice it. He says, "Zhao Yuanzhou, as a great demon, you have the strongest power in the world, but you lost your demonic power for a mortal, covered with wounds." As if context clues weren't enough, we are also given an actual shortcut to Yi Chen's face as Wen Zongyu says it, clarifying that the mortal Yearn gave up all his powers for is indeed Yi Chen. This is further underscored by Wen Zongyu saying that Yearn and Li Lun are equally foolish, and if Li Lun's actions don't speak of some kind of love, I don't know what does. Which by extension means that whatever we can potentially infer Li Lun to be feeling about Yearn in turn feels about Yi Chen. We have Qinggang willingly giving up her core and essentially committing suicide in order to save Yi Chen. And again, it just baffled me that when we had a very obvious answer to something that could have potentially saved Yuanzhao if the hetero romance had been the priority of the show, instead Yi Chen is once more prioritized. And so Yi Chen wakes up, and the look on Yearn's face when Yi Chen does wake up is just something else. To finish off this episode, I will just say that the team up of the three of them, Li Lun, Yearn and Yi Chen together, was so satisfying to witness, even when it did end in an explosion and just left us there on the cliffhanger. Episode 33 focuses on Yearn and Yearn taking down Wen Zhongyu with Li Lun's help, and it ends with Yearn and Yearn separating after the defeat in order to go check on Yuanzhao and Baijiu respectively. So we start with the tragic death of Pei Se-hung, and again the show just does an immaculate job with the death scenes before we cut to the wreckage on Mount Kunlun. Li Lun wakes Yearn up but actually stops him from waking up Yearn, presumably because he knows that Yearn would refuse the plan that Li Lun proposes to Yearn. Li Lun says, "Zhou Yichen, I'll give it all to you. Don't let me down." And to be fair, I don't think he's just talking about his powers. And as if Yearn and Yearn didn't have enough linking them before, now they both also share a half of Li Lun's core. And Li Lun also gives Yearn his truth eye. And honestly, the amount of symbolic giving and taking from Li Lun to Yearn regarding Yearn is just very surprising, honestly. And with the giving of the truth eye and going off to face Wen Zhongyu, we have the final piece of Li Lun's character growth when he says, "I hope you can see the world clearly. Don't be like me." And honestly, a part of me wonders whether this is not just Li Lun saying don't fall for trickery like me, but also Li Lun saying don't be driven away from Yearn's side like I was because I couldn't see things clearly. And of course, the look on Yearn's face as Li Lun dies is devastating, to say the least. Now let's return to one of the earliest pins between Yuxuan and Yearn, when Yuxuan told Yearn that he will find someone who is like him, who his heart will recognize, and I quote, "With one wing it's hard to keep, with two wings you can soar." So with that in mind, who is it that literally gives Yearn wings so he can soar as they take down Wen Zhongyu? Honestly, the happy look they exchange when they think they've won will probably sustain me forever. But then, of course, because symbolism is just everywhere with the show, they have a barrier still separating them. Yearn is ready to hand over both his and the half of Li Lun's power that he has in order for Yearn to be able to break the barrier and save the world. And here is where I just kind of want to stare at the camera in silence, but we have the moment that just kind of broke my brain a little, because the person who the show deems important enough to Yearn for him to be held hostage by the main villain of the show in the climax of said show is Yearn. Not Yuanzhao, Yearn. I honestly just like this was the point where I was like, is there even a point to me making a 6-hour video? Not that I knew it was going to be 6 hours ish, I don't know, at the point that I was writing it, but is there even a point in me making this video? And then I was like, you know, their love deserves to be celebrated, so we're making the video regardless. But it's just, it feels surreal, it feels insane. I can't believe this was committed to film. And then I understand that it's all thanks to Yuanzhao's existence that we are where we are today. Anyway, Yearn tells Yearn to break the barrier, but Yearn delivers this devastating line, "But you're still inside." Obviously, we know for a moment Yearn tries to comfort Yearn, thinking that because he's unaffected by the one word spell, everything will be fine, until they realize that he was just affected when Yearn gave him wings. The one word spell is effective on you. You'll die too. Also, I'm just firmly jumping past all the pain they are intermittently putting Baijiu throughout this, because if I think about it too much, I might cry. Yearn looks like he's accepted his death when Yearn says break. So I guess you could technically try and dig for queer subtext in this moment, like the fact that Yearn
is literally shown to not be Lilin 2.0, as he is willing to give away all of Lilin's power to Yearn and is willing to die for not only the wilderness's sake but for the mortal worlds as well, very much echoing Yearn's sentiments. But honestly, why dig for queer subtext when the raw emotional looks on these two's faces is more than enough? I don't mean to be rude, but generally this is where the love rival would die. If not sacrificing themselves for the female lead, then here, right now, this moment makes the most sense for Yearn to die, and yet he doesn't. And Yearn is instead left kneeling in the snow, clearly helpless, until Yearn is revealed holding out a hand to help him up. And then we're not only blessed with a full hand grab while Yearn cannot take his eyes off of Yearn, but they also start crying as they're looking at each other, and Yearn quietly says Yearn's name. I don't feel like I could make any of this up if I tried. And then I was left with the realization that Yearn gave Yearn at least half of his powers, aka half of himself, because you can still see Yearn's demon marks on Yearn's skin. So he gave his heart to Yearn right before he thought he was gonna die. Yes, no, maybe. And then, of course, because we cannot have too many nice things all at once, we have the lovely shots of Baijiu smiling at death before Yearn and Yearn separate to go check on Yuanzhao and Baijiu. And now we're on to an intermission where we're going to be looking at Yearn's songs, and I felt it quite noteworthy that he has 2 character songs sung by the actor, so more or less dedicated to him, while everyone else only has 1. To be fair, it does seem like, just from what it sounds like during the scene with Baijiu, that they maybe got Baijiu's actor to sing that specific version of Broken-Tailed Bird when Baijiu is dying, but my ears could be lying. I'm not 100% on that, because Yearn's actor is the one who is credited for singing both. So the first one, as I mentioned, is Broken-Tailed Bird, which to me read like the song of Yearn's youth. Has anyone seen a broken-tailed bird? The rain soaked its feathers. It has no trouble in its eyes. It just wants to find a roof to sleep under. The bell is ringing and ringing. My troubles are going back and forth. Who knows what it will look like when it grows up? Life is great, but also small. May everything go well. So, considering Yearn's outfits throughout the show having so much bird motifs going on, and also the fact that this is sung by the actor and does seem to be a character song of Yearn's, I don't think it's a leap to assume that the bird in this scenario is symbolically Yearn. And since Yearn, for his part, as we know, turns into rain right at the end of the show, I also don't think it's a leap to assume that Yearn is the rain in this instance. So as sad as it is, to me this seems to be talking about the innocence that Yearn lost when his father and his brother were killed by Yearn. Then it continues. Has anyone ever seen a broken-tailed bird? It makes feathers out of starlight. Snowflakes gently pressed against the corner of its eyes. It hasn't cried or fussed for many years. Which, thinking about what we learned throughout the show, very much feels like it references him having to grow strong and independent through the years after his family's death. Rivers run east and west. Moonlight shines north and south. Lonely eyes cannot survive the dawn. The years are quiet, but also noisy. How many flowers have fallen? So, holding onto the idea of flowers representing affection, I can't help but feel that this maybe hints at all the potential people he could have felt an affection or a connection with that he let pass him by because of his deep sense of loneliness throughout the years. My heart is burning and the snowflakes are flying, a heartbeat of cold and heat. The world is beautiful yet troubled. It's going home. I am going home. And yet he does find someone who dislodges the cold that has settled over him and makes his heart burn again, enough that he wants to establish a new home. And whether you believe that this is in reference to Yuanzhao or Yearn, that's up to you, but unfortunately it does make the final lines of the song quite tragic. Has anyone ever seen a broken-tailed bird? The rain soaked its feathers. Its cry has never been heard. Only I know its story. To me, it just says so much about Yearn's character that he doesn't want to burden the person he's feeling these feelings for with them. He will keep them to himself, regardless of whether it's Yuanzhao or Yearn. And so let's move on to his second character song, which only seems to enforce what was kind of suggested with the end of the previous song. Which only seemed to enforce what was kind of suggested at the end of the previous song, just going off of the title, which is "Do not yearn, do not make noise. One step at a time, the wind blows away the sorrow. I will never forget the direction of home. Slowly carving down growth with a sharp blade, looking back, you're still in the same place, wandering." So I'm assuming that this is very much in reference to how much Yearn was forced to grow throughout the years after his family's passing, and yet there's this unnamed person who he can look back to and they seem unchanged. The song is ringing, can you hear it? It's hoarse, a lonely year of sprouting and blossoming. The ballad is ringing, do not forget, the white horse of time. The cliffs are covered with soft snow, return home again. Now, this is curious to me because it kind of puts Yearn's song in a little bit of a different perspective for me, because it's the only other time we have a mention of a white horse in the songs that we've covered so far. And it made me wonder whether in Yearn's song it meant that he wanted to become the white horse of time, something that is able to erode even cliffs. So considering the horse is in this scenario a reference to time, it made me wonder if this was implying that despite everything, despite Yearn's inherent sense of loneliness, he still found himself wanting to connect with people and find a new home again. So for the next two lines, there are two different versions of the translations, but either way, I feel like the second line in either translation gives us a potential clue of who the first line is talking about. Sunset, old tiles, flowers on the other shore. It's hard to make friends with one lonely wing. Alternatively, sunset, old tiles, red spider lily, lone wing, hard to stay, a double-edged sword. When you look at the first version of the translation, it seems quite vague and like it could potentially be talking about Yuanzhao, and yet the second version of the translation is a little bit more explicit, talking about a red spider lily, and considering Yearn's deep association with red throughout the show, my mind can't help but connect that more to him. But coupled with the second line, I can't help but feel confident that this is more about Yearn than Yuanzhao, considering it says that with one wing it's hard to make friends, and we just covered how Yearn was the one who gave Yearn the wings needed to soar. The ballads are ringing, can we meet again? The evening sun is red with tears. When the heart is covered with frost, it turns into white moonlight. The songs are ringing, the night is long, and the sadness is quietly polished away. The bell is shaking unintentionally. There is nowhere to hide. And here it talks about meeting again, which feels like it very much eliminates Yuanzhao, at least in this one stanza, as there is no true significant separation that we ever see play out between Yuanzhao and Yearn throughout the show. The most significant might be when he flees from the group while having his dark night of the soul moment with Yearn. The one that he meets again is actually Yearn. And then it's followed by this idea of feelings that cannot be spoken or known of or heard, since generally white moonlight is connected to the idea of something that can be looked at but never touched. The song is ringing, can you hear it? It's hoarse, a lonely year of sprouting and blossoming. As the ballads ring, I held the light and wanted to go in the direction with you. The bell is shaking unintentionally, not yearning and not making a sound. And unbelievably, we have Yearn admitting that he wants to go in the same direction as the person who he's yearning for. Winter, snow and spring rain grows wildly, the fluttering broken clothes. I built a wall with my strength to trap my sorrow. Looking back, youth is still in the same place. Let's just bear the word youth in mind, considering how often Yearn was connected to ice and snow and coldness, and we've established that Yearn was connected to rain. I can't help but wonder if this first line refers to both of them growing together, and that Yearn has now been able to let go of his sorrows enough that he could find some of his youthfulness again. Unfortunately, there is also a sadder interpretation of this, where Yearn has grown and had to leave his youthfulness behind. I'm also a bit curious about the mention of fluttering clothes, shall we say, but let's just make a note of that and continue on to episode 34. I can't believe we're already at episode 34, but it follows the conclusion of the main storyline and it ends with Yuanzhao standing alone in the rain. So I do want to mention the start of this episode, which is when Yearn goes to Chongwu camp to find Baijiu, because the way that he saw Baijiu lying there and then just instinctively looked away and had to force himself to look back was, I think, one of the most visceral viewing experiences I had ever had watching a Chinese drama. Again, cannot overstate how good the death scenes in the show is, but that particularly got to me. After the painful scene of Yearn trying to carry Baijiu home, we cut back to Yuanzhao still dealing with her demonized adoptive father, and only on seeing this did I truly internalize the fact that we hadn't seen her throughout the entirety of episode 33, and even in episode 32 she was largely absent. 2 of the last episodes leading up to the finale, and she was barely present. And what I found so truly sad about this was the realization that Yuanzhao had to deal with all of this on her own. I mean, even in most wuxia that have sad endings, the main couple will still be fighting together at the very last minute up until one of them has to sacrifice themselves for the world. So it just was a stark contrast for me. Yearn only arrives as she's holding her dying father in her arms, and afterwards Yearn gives Yuanzhao the love token that he carved. And yet maybe I'm misinterpreting this, because it could be that what ties her up in the end is not an extension of the token that he gave her, but on first viewing, to me it looked like he had given her the token with the ulterior motive of tying her up. So there are some incredibly cynical ways in which to view this moment between Yuanzhao and Yearn, but here is kind of how I'm interpreting it. It was established from the very start that Yearn wanted to die in order to save a different demon from his fate of having to carry the malicious energy of the world, and thus potentially bring destruction to the mortal world and the wilderness that he loved. And not only that, but I think as time went on, he wanted his death to benefit Yuanzhao, Yearn, and everyone else as much as possible. But that being said, all of this sets up the contrast to how Yuanzhao would have approached the situation versus how Yearn does. And as sad as it is to say, I think Yearn knew that Yuanzhao would never allow or respect his decision to die. We see her arguing with him about it over and over. It's the kind of argument that, considering Yearn's character arc, I would have expected between them much earlier on in the show, in the similar ways that we see it play out in things like The Last Samsara, where the struggle to understand each other's determination to save the world is the bulk of the show, and the conclusion of the show, without giving spoilers, supports the journey that they took to understand where each of them was coming from. And so after trying to argue with her about it, Yearn ties her up and leaves her behind. I also found it sad and morbidly interesting that while Yearn makes a point to never use his one-word spell to negatively affect Yearn, going as far as to make him immune to it, here he does cross that boundary with Yuanzhao, as well intentioned as it may be. Yearn heads to Yearn's room to explain why he was able to give Yearn wings before, and here is where I want to talk about and wrap up some of the earlier pins that we put in place. Yearn explains that his one-word spell recognized Yearn as Yearn because of Yearn's power being present in Yearn at that moment, and that when Yearn gave Yearn's power up, the spell was able to recognize him as Yearn again, allowing him to remain immune once more. He ended by saying that Yearn had always intended to destroy Yearn. So, being on Yearn's side here for a moment, I actually interpreted his actions much more generously. I assumed that Yearn was showcasing he realized that they weren't good for each other, and he was handing Yearn's care over to Yearn. In fact, from my perspective, he viewed him as so worthy that he was willing to share half of his power with him to try and ensure Yearn's safety. But if you want to take Yearn's word as fact, that leads to a different, if no less queer conclusion, and this is where a lot of my pins come in. So, as mentioned pretty early on, Yearn is noted to be a pagoda tree demon or a ghost tree demon, a tree that is generally associated with feeding off of malicious energy and with having a very intense root system that can destroy a home's foundation. To me, that immediately read as a potentially toxic relationship that fed off negative emotions. And then add to that the fact that the person who Yearn seems most hell-bent on destroying, by Yearn's own admission here at the end, is someone whose name is stated to be connected to the idea of a roof/a home. Yearn tries over and over again to destroy this new home that Yearn seems to have found, but not only does Yearn's foundation not crack, he goes as far as to protect and shield Yearn at every turn. An example being Yearn's darkest hour and how he stood up for Yearn against Yearn. And so, going off of Yearn's own logic, this would make it Yearn's final attempt to destroy Yearn's new home. And yet the home remained standing. And just like how Yearn was able to free Qinggong from Yearn's control, he in turn was in a sense able to free Yearn from Yearn's control as well, if Yearn's interpretation is to be trusted, because he was willing to give up his own life if it meant protecting demon and the human world. It confirms that Yi Chen's priorities and values align with Yearn in a way that Li Lun's never did. With all of those interpretations laid out, my question is, why address it now? If it was simply to address the potential plot hole, it could have been quickly figured out and kind of just tossed aside as a noteworthy thing before they departed to check on Yuanzhao and Baijiu originally. And sadly, I can't help but wonder if it was Yearn's attempt to reignite Yi Chen's old anger towards demons because he feared that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to kill him the way he needed him to otherwise. Or alternatively, is this Yearn admitting that despite his wish for a happy ending, life is rarely so simple? We also have Yearn apologizing as he has to ask Yi Chen to bear the same guilt that Bing Yi had to bear for Yinglong all those years ago. It once again was just such a strange contrast to the other straight wuxias that I have watched, where the couple will generally fight tooth and nail to try and defy fate, only to realize at the last second that despite their best attempts, if they want to keep to their moral principles, then they will have to be okay with and even support the other person sacrificing themselves for the sake of the world. Like, personally, I hate those kinds of endings because it just kills my overly romantic soul, but the messaging, at least in those instances, are very clear. And it makes sense that if the main focus in a show is the romance, that said messaging would come to us through them as a medium. And yet, in this instance, all of that struggle and decision making is left to Yi Chen and Yearn instead of Yearn and Yuanzhao. And as Yearn holds its hand out to Yi Chen, asking for Yi Chen to follow through on their promise, a song plays in the background talking about love and hate. Also, I don't know how intentional this is, and it's relatively small in comparison to everything else, but if you were to compare the outfit that Yi Chen wears in this final scene, this one has a lot of different pops of red throughout. And if you're up for a little bit of reaching, it makes me wonder if this symbolizes that Yearn has had such a big impact on Yi Chen's life that the color he is most associated with, red, has now integrated itself into Yi Chen's very being. And so, the final scene between them begins. Honestly, the small way in which Yi Chen's voice cracks in that moment sent me into another orbit. But regardless, Yi Chen points out to Yearn how unfairly the legends will paint him. And when Yearn asks Yi Chen to kill him one last time, we have Yi Chen's hand shaking before he pulls out the sword. Yearn says that he knew Yi Chen wouldn't be able to do it, and so he decided long ago that he would, and before he can finish, Yi Chen stabs him. And this gave me pause because a part of me instinctively wondered, why did they have Yi Chen do that? And then Yi Chen answers it. Essentially, he would rather bear the guilt of killing the person who he considers to be his best friend for the rest of his life than force Yearn to have to kill himself, putting Yearn's actual needs above his own in a way that we don't see any of the other characters do for Yearn throughout the show. You don't need to bear it for me. I can't help but read it as, you have suffered enough for everyone else's sake. You don't need to suffer for my sake as well. If I look a little bit emotional, it's because I'm feeling a little bit emotional and that's making me feel stupid, but we're gonna continue because I need to finish this. Xiaozhou, you're still so... We don't get to hear the final descriptor because Yearn pulls out the sword to cut Yearn off, likely unable to bear hearing what Yearn was about to say to him. But considering the longer conversation between Yinglong and Yearn, I can't help but conclude that the sentence would have been as follows: Xiaozhuo, you're still so soft-hearted. And if that's indeed the case, it to me shows a deep understanding of each other. And here I'm left with a question mark. So are we to assume that Yearn knew his death would free Yuanzhao from her binds with enough time for her to come and witness his death, but not be able to interfere with Yearn killing Yearn, and also with enough time to be able to quickly detoxify her before he dies? Or is it a simple case that Yearn didn't consider anything past the fact that he wanted to die to save the world, and was okay with Yearn being the last person he saw before he did? So the first thing Yuanzhao says to Yearn as she's holding his dying body is, "The poison in my body," and he interrupts and says, "I've absorbed it all, don't worry, it's fine now." It's such a contrast from Yearn, who has just put Yearn's emotional well-being above his own in the most visually impactful way possible, I guess you could say, to Yuanzhao's first concern not being, "Why did you do this? We could have found a different way. I don't want you to die." None of that. Dialogue is so important, especially as a show or a movie draws closer to its end. And the fact that that was the choice made for Yuanzhao's dialogue is just so strange. If you had still wanted to convey the fact that Yuanzhao's poison was removed but made it more romantic, then I think a better way would have been to not have Yuanzhao shoulder the questioning at all, and instead have Yearn broach the subject, something along the lines of, "The poison in your body, I've absorbed it all. Now you're free to live well." Because that also illustrates that he is thinking about what she wants out of life, that he is willingly making the sacrifice, and that it's not something that's at the forefront of Yuanzhao's mind necessarily, it's at the forefront of Yearn's. And again, Yearn instead tells Yuanzhao, "Life is short, you shouldn't be sad for too long." Once more, even to his dying breath, putting Yuanzhao's needs above his own. And as Yearn starts to dissipate, his eyes move from Yuanzhao to Yearn and never leaves Yearn until the end. It's interesting because Rennie's sentiments at the start of the show very much feel like a reflection of why Yearn made the decisions that he made, and maybe the motives behind what got him to this place. "I am a sinful man. I don't know how to face all the promises I made. I just hope she can consider it a dream. The road is muddy in the dream. She'll see the light when she wakes up." And similarly, Yearn's disembodied voice says, "Meeting all of you was like having a long, beautiful dream. But dreams always end, and it's time for me to leave now." But then the question remains, who is Miss T to Yearn's Rennie? Let's continue to put a pin in that. Yearn turns into rain, the rain that both Yuanzhao and Yearn were there to hear him promise them. Before Yearn had dissipated, Yuanzhao said to him, "You won't die so easily. You said you would always be with me. You lied to me." And Yearn echoes a similar sentiment as he stands in the rain looking up at the sky. "Zhou Yuanzhou, I fulfilled my vow, but you didn't. You liar." And Yearn's disembodied voice gives context to what vow Yearn may be referring to. "The road ahead is filled with hardship and dangers. 小卓大人, from now on you will have to protect everyone on your own." The person who embraces the rain first out of the entire group is Yearn, who steps into it and gets fully drenched, and the episode ends with Yuanzhao thinking back on Yearn, saying he would turn into rain to stay by her side. Now we're on to the final interlude before we discuss the special episode, because even though after this there will still be one song left, I wanted to do the special episode and that final song in tandem with each other. Now it's finally time to discuss Yearn's character song, which is called Yuanzhao's Youth. A boat drifts between the world, the heart is bitter and sweet. Unable to tell the difference between night and day, on the edge of dreams someone is yearning. A whisper cannot bring back the past. We see the symbolism of Yearn as the boat, and the idea that said boat is filled with both joy and sorrow, and there's a lost sense of someone who wants to return to simpler times, the past. The heavens and earth give a sigh of relief, half in love and half in hate. The years are filled with grievances, the yelling summer cicadas, the heavy sleep in the winter snow. No delusions, no hope for eternity. And then there is the mention of a relationship consisting of half hate and half love, and yet there is no identifier to give us a sense of whether it's about Yuanzhao or someone else. The words also seem to make it clear that at this point Yearn has already more or less given up on life. Who has seen the juvenile in bright clothes and on an angry horse, one step at a time chasing every yesterday? The sun's rays stranded everything in the world. You appear in my dreams. So firstly, here we have the mention of an angry horse, and I can't help but wonder if that's a reference to Yearn's time with Yearn, but also we once more have the sense of wanting to return to a simpler time, the past, and it finishes off with a mysterious you being in his dreams, and I can only assume that this references Yuanzhao, considering she's the only one that we ever actually see portrayed in Yearn's hallucinations / dreams. The flower in the palm of my hand, ever-changing quicksand at fingertips, struggling repeatedly, endlessly suffering. The spring breeze asked him why he had grey hair. So here we once again have the idea of a flower potentially representing affection, and yet interestingly enough it seems to say that the affection is something that changes. It's not a consistent affection that stays the same. It might become a different flower in a sense. And considering here we also have the mention of the spring breeze when Yuanzhao asking Yearn why he has grey hair, it made me wonder why she was not more explicitly connected with Yearn's affection at other points throughout the song, considering this direct connection was made here. A lamp, a fire, a crescent moon, a vow of life and death. You left with tears in your eyes, yet without saying goodbye. My heart is filled with liquor, I don't need to borrow it. My black hair is not stained by snow. In another month, we'll see the sun set again. And once again, we have a sense of vagueness here with regards to the topic of a vow of life and death, considering that while, yes, you could argue that there is something similar to that between Yearn and Yuanzhao, the one between Yearn and Yi Chen is much more explicit, and I feel like if they had wanted to, they could have been more specific in a way that would have connected this to the contract between Yuanzhao and Yearn. It's also worth noting that the two people who are associated with drinking together is Yearn and Yi Chen. Not only that, but considering the rest of the lyrics, the fact that Yearn and Yi Chen are most commonly associated with the idea of drinking together, as well as the fact that between Yuanzhao and Yi Chen, I would argue that Yuanzhao had a very clear moment of saying goodbye to Yearn as he was dying, while Yi Chen just watched on. All in all, it's just interesting that it's vague enough where it could theoretically apply to both of them. A boat drifts between the world, the heart is bitter and sweet, unable to tell the difference between night and day. The heavens and earth give a sigh of relief, half in love and half in hate. Do not forget the past years. And once again, we have the mention of half love, half hate, while Yearn refuses to allow himself to forget about the problems of the past. Who has seen the juvenile in bright clothes and on an angry horse? My steps are staggered, yet I never ask about tomorrow. The sun's rays stranded everything in the world. I see you in front of me. And once more we have this idea of lost youth as Yearn staggers through the pain of time. And yet there is someone in front of him, assumedly someone who would represent hope. Who misses the juvenile who remained vigilant on the abyss of suffering? He shouted loudly, wanting to be heard by the world. The cruel debt of fate can be replaced by willingness. The wind blows, and Yuanzhao comes ashore. And so I can't help but interpret these final lines as the song asking if there's someone who cared enough to notice the youth who, despite himself, was wanting to be heard, wanting to be seen. And then these last two lines are what I find truly fascinating. The cruel debt of fate can be replaced by willingness. Again, one could plausibly argue that the debt of fate being referenced here is the one that Yearn owes Yuanzhao for killing her master. But the only one that is ever explicitly stated to us as being viewed as a debt from Yearn, and that Yearn is willing to sacrifice himself for to make up for it, is the one that he owes Yearn. And so the following line seems to imply that by fulfilling that debt that Yearn feels he owes the person is what will finally bring Yearn peace, or allow him to come ashore from the sea of suffering. And so when considering the song and then considering who it was who made him able to die, who granted his wish and essentially set him free, makes the answer to the song feel rather obvious to me. Generally, the special episode in most C-dramas is notorious for giving the fans the happy ending that they, for one reason or another, didn't feel fit with the final episode of the show. So I'm gonna be extra analytical with this one. It opens with a storyteller explaining how Yearn turned into rain to save the people of Tiandu. And here is the first appearance of a pin for this episode. And fair warning, there are gonna be a lot of pins being wrapped up in this one because obviously we're at the end. That being said, we only ever really saw the discussion of the unreliability of legends and how unfairly Yinglong was portrayed in said legends between Yearn and Chen. We even have Chen mentioning it to Yearn in their final conversation. And so even though it's never confirmed, I can't help but think that the one who spread a legend that made sure to frame Yearn in a good light was Chen, because he didn't want Yearn's sacrifice to be remembered unfavorably or to be misconstrued. And also, I'm trying not to overthink the fact that Yearn's love token is covering Chen's face before we get our first shot of him. And oh, when I tell you the reveal that this was, because not only does he bear some resemblance to Yearn, how we knew him for most of the show, but it also has Chen bearing the white streaks that Yearn characterized as being a part of a demon's standard of beauty, which I think really tells a full story of the journey of self-acceptance that Chen has gone on. And whether or not he's sporting this look in memory of Yearn is up for debate, but regardless, I really appreciate the showing of Chen's completed character arc in this small way. Chen seems to want to say something about Yearn, but he never
fully completes that sentence, though he does call Yearn Ren multiple times instead of Yao. And then it's revealed that Chen managed to save a part of Yearn's soul. So we have confirmation that the person who can technically be credited as being the one who will save Yearn is Chen. And not only that, it's revealed that his sword is the only thing that can detect that part of Yearn's soul, which, again, such a choice. I don't know how else to word that. Like, they could have easily, especially considering it's a special episode, fudged the numbers a little bit and have, when Xiao buys a token, have that kind of a feature so that she's the one in Yi Chen's position, not Yi Chen. But going back to the storyteller, we have Yearn and Wen Xiao's love story being equated to one of the legends involving Chang'e, the moon goddess. So one might naturally assume that the legend regarding Chang'e is the one that involves her and Huoyi, where in the happy version of the tale, even though they are eternally separated, Chang'e decides to stay on the moon to try and stay as close to Huoyi as possible, despite the divide that her immortality has created between them. But no, the dynamic that Wen Xiao and Yearn's love story is equated to instead is the one between Chang'e and Zhubaji. And by all accounts that I could find, the legend between Chang'e and Zhubaji is indeed a tragic one, but from what I've read, it seems to be a much more one-sided kind of affection / infatuation from Zhubaji to Chang'e. And not only that, it's kind of framed as a very fleeting thing in the grander scheme of Chang'e's legend. So make of that what you will, but obviously disclaimer, this is just what I could find from a quick Google search. I am not by any means well versed in the legends of Chang'e, so feel free to correct me if I somehow misunderstood something or misrepresented something, please. Yi Chen leaves the Demon Hunting Bureau in Pei Sijing's capable hands so that he'll be able to go out in search of the last remaining piece of Jian's soul. And Wen Xiao asks him where he'll go looking for it. Yi Chen's response to me was very telling. All mountains and seas in the mortal world, and the 28 mountains in the wilderness. I'll search them one by one. So aka I'll go look everywhere for him, no matter how long it takes. Now here's where the creators make an interesting choice via Wen Xiao, and that's when she says that she won't be accompanying Yi Chen in his search for Jian, and instead she's going to be returning to the wilderness to protect Jian's hometown. He said Renyi told him that animals spend their whole lives seeking food and shelter, and only people want to return to their roots, hometown. We'll come back to Renyi in a bit, but this, for the first time, puts them separate enough where the choice between Yi Chen and Wen Xiao wouldn't be going to both of them. I'll fulfill his unfulfilled wish for him. For the first time since Yi Chen's dad and brother's passing, we see him in clothing that is not his typical blue, but also is very minimalistic in style. I would almost describe the outfit that he sports to be a set of mourning robes, the typical white and beige, I guess you could say, brown. The Yi Chen who's always had the sound of bells trailing after him instead dons by Zhou's bell in this moment, a bell without a tongue and thus a bell that can make no noise. And then Yi Chen leaves. Then we see Wen Xiao putting the paper with Jian's promise to her on it on the rock where Jian swore an oath with both Li Lun and Yi Chen, but obviously also never with Wen Xiao. She decides to leave it there instead of carrying it with her the way I assume she has up until this point. Visually, that for me was such an interesting choice because her answer is right there. Jian is right there.
and she's unable to see it. We see Yuanzhao sitting by the sea in the same place that Yearn always did, as her voiceover says the following. Yuanzhao once told me that he often stared into space alone by the sea in the wilderness, because the sea never cared about his sadness and loneliness. The sea had a lot to worry about. Every day there are 1,000 waves born in its embrace. To me, that's quite a sad statement, because it implies that the sea never cared about Yearn's pain and worry, because it has too many of its own concerns to prioritize. And every day 10,000 lives fall into the sea, and then their souls sink into deep sleep. I didn't understand it at the time, but after he left, I finally understood that bone-deep sadness. It was the base color of his soul. Yearn finishes Yuanzhao's thoughts, and this not only shows that Yearn shared the sentiment with Yearn as well, but it confirms that it indeed was not a positive connotation the way that almost seemed to be framed just a moment ago. And also it confirms that because Yearn left, Yearn now understands his bone-deep sadness, because he himself feels it as well. Like a broken song, vast, distant, and desolate. We have an absolutely stunning montage of all the different characters and showcasing their stories before we return to Yearn still searching the world on horseback. Yuanzhao, I'll definitely find the shred of your soul that I extracted myself. I'll search every mountain and sea in both the mortal world and the wilderness. And honestly, I thought that's where this would end, because it fades to black for a moment. I thought it would be with the sense of unresolved sadness, but a tiny hint of hope. And yet that's not where it ends. We instead see the paper with Yearn's signature on it, struggling and finally breaking free of the rock that was weighing it down. And instead of returning to Yuanzhao's side, it travels on the wind all the way to where Yearn is by a riverside. And here is where I strangely want to return to Renyi, who is our representative of dreams, as well as his romance with Miss Chi. I want to remind you of the words that were used to describe their love. In the boundless azure sea there is no path, yet in the mortal world, in the vastness of the starry river, I hold your hand, traveling around the world together. It's introduced as a reference to lovers, which just makes this special episode so interesting to me. The paper, and by extension Yearn, could have stayed in the wilderness by the azure sea. He could have, if the writers had wanted it, been discovered by Yuanzhao, or Yuanzhao could have gone with Yearn if you had wanted to leave the choice that Yearn has constantly been pushed to make between Yuanzhao and Yearn unresolved. But instead, Yearn travels into the mortal world to a starry river where Chan, his new home, is waiting. And the actual final shot of the show is of Yearn looking happy as he looks down at the final shard of Yearn's soul. So not only is the happy ending that Renyi and Miss Chi wanted for themselves given to Yearn and Yearn, and not Yearn and Yuanzhao, but I also want to take a moment to remember the words from Yinglong. Bingyi once said, "The two most beautiful things in the world are a false alarm and a reunion after a long separation. Having a Ziji who truly knows you, you'll have no regrets in life." And so even in this moment, this thing that is framed as leading to a life without regret, where Yearn's death was the false alarm and we had a reunion after a long separation, is fulfilled once again, not by Yuanzhao, but Yearn. I just can't with the show. Like, I'm genuinely feeling a little bit emotional, and here is where we get to the final OST. The sun's dusk is near, and the old heart is heavy. The big dream is covered with new clothes, sleeping without waking up. The blue lagoon holds the reflection of an old friend. The tides of the sea rise and fall. My thoughts can't be heard clearly. So the start to this is very interesting to me, as it mentions the idea of the big dream wearing new clothes, and the idea of clothes has mostly been connected to representing Yearn. And adding then the fact that the idea of an old heart is mentioned, I can't help but feel that this is from Yearn's perspective, as he not only talks about his thoughts being inaudible by the sea, like Yuanzhao mentioned, but he sees the reflection of an old friend in the blue lagoon, which I would assume to be referring to Yearn. Bitter memories hide in the gaps of the heart. A heart, a window, a little light. The murmuring breath is like a riddle by a pillow. I only dare to look at you in my dreams without saying a word. Let the spring light and autumn moon also listen. Every scene of rain is my secret. We could assume that this is from Yearn's perspective, him looking at Yuanzhao, and then the secret that they share during the rain. But there was never a ambiguity about Yearn's feelings for Yuanzhao, so the secrecy that is so heavily emphasized in these stanzas kind of ring a little bit hollow to me. Alternatively, we also have the fact that Yearn only really allowed himself to look at Yearn in his dreams, as well as also being present when Yearn told Yuanzhao about the promise of becoming rain. Memories of searching for the wet past, reflecting you, finding you. Let the summer cicadas and winter snow also listen. Each reflection shakes a dream to pieces. And this is what's so interesting to me, because if you were to look at the previous few stanzas as being from Yearn's perspective, then these lines kind of imply that when Yearn found Yuanzhao, his dreams were shook to pieces. Whereas if the previous few lines were from Yearn's perspective, it actually weirdly becomes a more positive thing, where he had the dream / nightmare of killing Yearn, and when Yearn re-entered his life, that's when Yearn's dream for revenge started falling apart. I dare not close my eyes, yet I also refuse to leave. The wind is uneven, and the waves are not calm. I am unable to wake up from my dream. I'm unable to wake up from my dream. Here, again, you could say it could be Yuanzhao or it could be Yearn, because both of them struggle to wake up from their dreams at some point in the show, and they need external help. Help that is in both cases offered by Yearn. One day I will return to my old hometown, dressed in old clothes but with bright eyes. The right hand grips the blade tightly and bites down on all the panic. My left hand wipes away the frost, and I finally look up. You are in front of me, blocking the wound. To me, these lines read as being from both Yearn and Yearn, the talk of the blade, but also of standing in front of the other person, protecting them from pain. Who cries with red eyes and mottled hearts? I walk and stop, chasing your sound. I'll turn into raindrops, an ancient song, running towards you, searching for you. And here I feel we have the turning point of the song, the deciding factor, if you will. The only two people in the show that are really truly associated with sound are Yearn and Baijiu, while the mention of I will turn into raindrops, an ancient song, feels like it directly confirms that this stanza is being told from Yearn's perspective. So could one then take this to mean that Yearn is searching for Yearn, because we never really see him searching for Baijiu? Let the summer cicadas and winter snow also listen. I am in a sea of people, raising a small wind chime. And though I do wonder about this, a part of me feels that maybe this is in reference to Yearn finally letting his yearning
be known, be heard by the wind. Because the next lines say, "Finally, I hear the wind say, I know where you are. It wants to take me to go find you. I found you. I found you." And so, as shown at the end of the special episode, the wind hears Yearn's yearning and allows Yearn to find him and reunite them. And also, can I just take a moment to appreciate that even though Yearn said his fate of killing Yearn felt inevitable, like a book with its ending already written, no matter how many times I read it, it still stays the same. Yet, the show still blessed us with an open ending, with hope. So, with all of that said, in conclusion, I believe Fangs of Fortune is the story of Yearn overcoming his prejudice, his journey to self-acceptance, and his journey to finding a new home. But also, I believe this is a slow burn romance between a demon and a human turned demon who always puts each other before themselves and never thought that they would be chosen, only for episode 35 to prove them wrong. They were chosen by each other. If you managed to stick around until the end, thank you so much. I really appreciated this video essay. Had literally become my hobby, my life, since the moment that I finished the show. Up until now, it was one heck of a ride, and I can't believe it's here, and I'm so sorry that it's so long. I hope you found some enjoyment in it and that it adequately expressed my appreciation for the show as a whole. Let me know what you thought, and if you're interested, remember there will be another video regarding Fangs of Fortune up on my channel in a few days. But otherwise, I'll see you guys in the next one. Stay tuned.